There is nothing more sought after in the world of professional bass fishing than a Bassmaster Classic trophy. Because it's more than just a trophy. It's history. It's prestige. It's a legacy that was created over 5 decades ago by one man.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ray Scott!
Since its inception in 1971, the Bassmaster Classic continued to grow and gain momentum every year. From lakeside weigh-ins with hundreds watching, to multimedia spectacles with millions watching around the world. It gets wild and chaotic, but in the middle of it all, one angler makes the move that will change his life and give the sport its world champion. It's day 2 of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Toyota.
Yes, welcome to day 2 of the Classic, and that's the man right there that made that move, that big step toward a possible world championship. Canada's Jeff Gustafson, 18 pounds and 8 ounces. That goes a long way on our playing field here, and that was his score after day number 1. Lots of guys in pursuits. We got 2 more days of fishing here. Our full field of 55 trying to make the top 25 spots so that they all have a shot at that World Championship when it is all over. Welcome to you. Welcome to Bassmaster Live and our coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona, Davey Height. And guys, great work by Gussie on day number 1. But at this event, fortune and the forces of nature come around to collect from you eventually.
No doubt about that, Tommy Sanders. You win the Bassmaster Classic, your name is absolutely cemented in the history of bass fishing. Huge crowds in downtown Knoxville this morning. And that's the thing, the real story of this tournament right now is what came through 3 hours ago, and it was a wicked front, dumping big rain in a 1-hour stretch. And the other thing, lots of lightning. The thing to really watch today is the wind. 20-mile-per-hour winds gusting up to possibly 50 miles per hour by our weigh-in. And the one thing a lot of your largemouth fishermen are hoping, it was a grimy fishing day yesterday, hoping that dumping of rain helps the bite today.
So many stories going on. At Davey Height, you've won this event before. For everyone who's watching who's new to the Classic, give us an idea of just how important this is in this world of fishing.
Well, it's a life-changing event as a professional angler. All tournament fishermen, whether you're at the club level or actually competing in this Bassmaster Classic, dream to lift that trophy over their head. Somebody's going to do it here Sunday afternoon, but it's going to be very interesting. Gussie has a great start, but he's got to catch him 2 more days.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at our leaderboard here coming up in just a minute. Jeff Gustafson, of course, on top there. Brandon Lester, and Brian Schmidt have separated themselves from the rest just a little bit. We look at that top 10. There's not a one of these guys who hasn't achieved a lot in this world of fishing.
And the one thing to watch on this body of water, smallmouth and largemouth. But the smallmouth have to be 18 inches in length, largemouth have to be 14. The only angler to catch 5 smallmouth is your leader, Jeff Gustafson.
All right, well, Jeff Gustafson, we will be watching him in the boat with him all day long. Something very, very interesting that he is doing, also trying to become the 2nd international winner of the Classic. He is standing by with our own Robbie Floyd.
If this were a one-day fishing derby, Gussie, you'd be a Classic champion, but it's not. How does it feel leading after day 1?
It feels awesome, but we got a long way to go, and I got 10 more smallmouths I got to catch here the next 2 days. So we're going for a 40-minute run here, and hopefully we can make it happen quick.
With such a solid day 1, the only guy with 18 pounds, now the weather change, is that going to help or hurt your day?
I'm committed to what I'm doing. I have no idea. I'm going to get there, and I'm fishing deep. I don't think they should be. Hopefully they didn't get bothered too much by that storm last night, but I'm committed to what I'm doing, and I'm going to go. It's going to go real good or real bad, and I think it's going to go real good.
He's feeling good. You can see the enthusiasm. The day 1 leader, the Bassmaster Classic, Jeff Gustafson.
Thank you, Robbie Floyd and Jeff Gustafson. His day yesterday, his highlights are impressive.
Okay, here's what is the same this time around with Gussie. He's fishing 20 to 30 feet of water on the lower end of Fort Loudoun and Tellico. The way he's catching them is the same, fishing vertical. We're going to talk about his one bullet, his one lure that he's using throughout this tournament and the tournament that he won on this body of water 2 years ago. Here's what's different. The last time he won here, he won in the canal connecting Fort Loudoun and Tellico. Yesterday, he had one big bite in there early, lost that fish, but what he's added this time around is 2 deep water schools of smallmouth in Tellico, and all of the damage you are looking at right here was in 25 minutes yesterday, and he was done. He was done for the day, going to manage those areas. And without saying it, Davey, how you gonna like this, friendo? Without saying it, Gussie has proven on this body of water, he truly is boss man.
Oh, he definitely is. But and like you said, Z, it's so impressive what he did a few years ago here and showed everyone, we talked about it, the candy, exactly which bait and exactly what he was doing. But he has just outfished everyone. He's got some great anglers chasing him, but he proved yesterday that doing what he is doing, he loves to do, it's going to be hard to beat here.
Absolutely. He has got it dialed in, and 20 years he's been doing this variations, this particular technique here. And now we're out on the water. Our guys are just now getting set up. They were able to start on time today. The weather moved through. It was very violent, but very fast moving.
Yeah, and the one thing to really keep your eye on today is what did those rains do to the watercolor? A lot of our largemouth fishermen yesterday on Loudoun, man, it was very clean, very clear water, and it was hard to stay consistent. Those largemouth bags, it took most of our anglers all day to catch those, unlike your leader, Jeff Gustafson.
Chris Johnston, another Canadian. We've got 3 Canadians in our top 7 anglers today. It truly is an international flavor this time around in 2023. Scott Canterbury, a former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year from back in 2019.
These 4 anglers we're watching here, targeting largemouth. Hopefully, some good things happen with that rain last night, changing to water clarity for them. Gussie, I'm sure, still running to his starting spot.
Yes.
Yeah, making about a 45-mile run from downtown Knoxville to get down to Tellico. And what's interesting about this tournament right now is if you don't watch professional fishing events on FS1 or you're a hardcore tournament fisherman, you'd say, wow, if Gussie won 2 years ago, why didn't other anglers do the exact same thing? Here's what was interesting after the weigh-in. There were a lot of guys that said, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to bother him. It's kind of his deal that he found, which was a surprise from some of those anglers because they will get on top of you.
Yeah, you're right there. And all of the locals here talk about the prospect of catching. You'd have to catch 5 keepers each day. That's 15 over 18 inches smallmouth. Is just a near impossibility. These people around here will tell you that's a near impossibility.
An 18-inch smallmouth is
a big fish.
Smallmouth.
The other thing is, if you really look at a lot of the local tournaments here the last month to month and a half, they were dominated with smallmouth. And granted, those were one-day events, but it's almost like the smallmouth have taken over a little bit, and there's been a little bit of a decline in the largemouth fishing.
Even with those tournaments, Jose, you kept up with them more than me, but I saw some photos of some of those stringers, and there was a largemouth or 2 mixed in. Gussie, when he won here 2 years ago, 20 smallmouth, and it looks like if he's going to win here this week, he's fishing for 15 smallmouth here.
Yeah, and if you got to tune in yesterday, it was a tough day. It was a tough day all around. The one thing that Gussie did tell us, he checked his other school. He has 2 schools in Tellico. He did his damage on one school, and he kind of sneaked around and got away from some of his spectator boats, and he said, oh, there's a pile on my other spot.
Boy, not good news for the rest of this field. We, of course, will have our eyes on Gussie all day long, and the top 10 anglers will be in the boat with them all day long. The other important thing today is to make the top 25 for this field of 55 who worked so hard to get here. If you make the top 25, you'll be around tomorrow. Who knows? We'll see what happens on tomorrow. I think that's all their philosophy. Just get there to that final day. And there they are, still some of our anglers on the run. As Mark Zona mentioned, a 40-mile trip down there to the Fort Loudoun Dam is where Tellico comes in basically there. And welcome to you. Welcome to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo presented by the U.S. Army. This is our headquarters for today. Davey Hyde, Mark Zona, Tommy Sanders with you. And we have got some great anglers there. That mark around 25 was 9.4 yesterday. So the formula for that is double it and add or subtract a pound. Which do we do? Do we add or subtract a pound?
I say add a pound because these changes, I think, are going to help the largemouth fishing. It might be a lot like yesterday that the anglers that are fishing for the largemouth will catch them from noon on. That's what a lot of people did. Chris Johnson, we got a camera on today, did not catch his first keeper until 12:15. So we might have to be patient with those guys a little bit.
Yeah, and really a lot of these guys are rotating areas. A lot of your largemouth fishermen, they're basically dividing fish, cannibalizing each other in a lot of these creeks, main lake pockets in Fort Loudoun. The one thing really watching your leader today, Jeff Gustafson, is he is fishing a typical winter time to really early spring pattern for these smallmouth. And the one thing, Davey Height and myself, we talked about it, you don't want warm weather because a smallmouth, they want to eventually get shallow, and it has consistently been warm. Will they kind of stay put? And if you really listen to Gussie, he feels – here's the scary thing in this tournament right now. There is a potential, you don't want to say this on day two, there's a potential for a blowout.
All right. Well, that's the question. Can Gustafson hang on? There's going to be a lot of arguments on both sides of that one right there. You just presented one right there. One of the hazards is the warm weather scattering his fish that he's found this great load of fish.
Yeah, it's just really scary what he saw midday yesterday when everybody got away from him and he dropped his little jig head minnow down and said they were swarming at it, and I pulled it away because I didn't want to use them until today. And the other side of it, he said, I haven't hit any of my best stuff yet, which is a scary proposition for the rest of the anglers.
The cool thing about his confidence, and there's a lot of distractions in the Bassmaster Classic, but he's got one bait,
yes,
he's got one technique, and he's going to do it today and tomorrow. I really like that he's got that plan. Hey, it's going to happen for me if I do this. If not, it's just not going to happen. Someone else can hold that trophy.
Well, we talked about the top three, Gustafson, Lester, and Schmidt, having separated from the pack. Let's talk about the top five, though, because right behind them, John Cox and Corey Johnson, guys who make a difference just about every time we tee it up out there. Who among that top five, besides guys, has the chance to overtake Jeff Gustafson?
I don't want to speak for Davey, but I'm going to say Brian Schmidt is still going to be a headache in this tournament. The reason why he is fishing a little bit more offshore, fishing very isolated wood on flats. We've had lower water conditions here on Fort Loudoun and Tellico where a lot of the push, the big numbers of largemouth haven't gone to the bank yet, so he's a little more offshore, 4 to 7 feet of water, and that really, I know it sounds crazy, being from the Potomac River, Brian Schmidt understands this style of fishing, and he's one of the only ones doing it.
Yeah, I totally agree. After talking to those top anglers yesterday, he seemed to be the one that was most confident in what he's doing. Very similar to Gussie. What he is doing, he has done his whole life on the Potomac River, looking for isolated cover on these flat areas, and he's somebody to watch out for. He said he lost 2 big fish yesterday. He feels like he should have had 20 pounds.
Again, though, if you really look at a lot of your largemouth fishermen that we got to talk to after the weigh-in yesterday, it took them all day long. And the biggest shots from your largemouth fishermen were very late on day number one.
One other thing we want to talk about, we mentioned it just a second ago. 10 years ago in this world, you rarely saw someone from our neighbor to the north from Canada. Now we've got 3 Canadians in our top 7 here at the Bassmaster Classic after day number 1. What do you make of that? I mean, it's really turned international.
It has, but you see the young anglers, the high school anglers, the college anglers, international anglers. Bass Live has changed our sport. You can learn about fishing in Australia, in Canada, in the Southeast, on the West Coast, everywhere in the world.
But I'm going to take away the Canadians in the top 10 here. If you really look at that top 10, there is a lot of northern anglers. You got Jay Shakurat. You can call Brian Schmidt a northern angler. And this lake does not set up very northern, yet so far in this tournament it's being dominated by northern anglers.
All right, well, a lot of stories to follow out there. It is an international. We've got, for the first time ever, an Australian competitor has qualified for the Bassmaster Classic, Carl Jacobson, and multiple anglers from Japan, too. Some very, very accomplished anglers. We have got a lot on our plate today. It's a big day, moving day at the most important tournament of the year. Make it to the top 25. That is your imperative today if you want a shot at the World Championship. We'll take a break and we'll be right back to day 2 of the Classic.
The 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Toyota at the Tennessee River, is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Here's Canada's Chris Johnston, still en route to his starting spot on this very, very important day. Again, Chris Johnston, one of 3 Canadians in our top 7 on day number 2 here. And for all the ones who overachieved today, all of our 55 who overachieved, there are plenty more who had frustrations yesterday. Some of them will claw their way back today.
You're absolutely right. Looking at Chris Johnston, one of the best smallmouth fishermen ever on planet Earth, basically, catching 5 good largemouth at the end of the day yesterday to seal the deal. Going to get back out on Fort Loudoun right now with the big-time local favorite Brandon Lester with a big day 1 stringer still in the mix.
Update is we've been fishing about 10 minutes. I've had one bump it. I'm just kind of trying to feel them out this morning. There's one. Gosh, dog it. I actually think I almost snagged something right there because it was swimming sideways. I don't think something ate it. I think I ran into something right there. It could have been a carp. There's a lot of carp back in these backwater deals too, but obviously there's a lot of bass too. But no, I'm just trying to kind of check their temperature this morning and see if they're feeding. Like I said, I hadn't seen a ton of bait fish activity. You see the birds out there, they're feeding again this morning. But it was like yesterday, y'all saw, when they started biting, it all started happening in like a 30 to 40 minute window is when I caught most of what I caught. I know they're here, they got so much food in front of them. Trying to trick them with a bait is not easy, but we're just gonna fish around here, and I suspect today, same as yesterday, I'm just telling myself anything we catch before 10:30 is a bonus.
Brandon Lester starting in the back of a creek, loaded with bait fish,
yes.
shad in this case. A lot of fish in the back of this particular creek, but a lot of bait there also.
Yeah, I had a good numbers day yesterday, mid-morning. Water temps have risen 58 to 62 degrees, which is pretty prime right now for this time of year. 1/4 ounce lipless crankbait, most of his damage early, backing it up with a couple big jig fish late in the day.
Uh-oh. Big fish alert, a BFA for us right now. Mike Suchukon with that.
Will Davis Jr., a 4-pounder. Skeeter Boats, big fish alert.
Good start for Will Davis this morning.
Skeeter Boats BFA for you right there.
Davey, you were talking about Brandon Lester and the notes that you have from the 2019 Classic. I rode with him that final day of practice, and this was his first stop of the morning on that final practice day. In 2019, earlier in March, it also was loaded with bait and birds. It was a big deal. I visited this area with Gerald Swindle on the final day of practice, and he noticed the shad activity. This was one area he said that they could start to school on in the back of this pocket if it got warm enough and those fish got pushed to the backs.
These are the type areas that we really have to wait and see how that storm affected.
Yes.
Because these fish are, a lot of them, 2 feet, 1 foot, even some of them less than a foot deep.
And you could see that mud line on that drone shot.
A lot of lightning 3 hours ago.
Yes. Drew Benton.
There's 2 of them.
13.5 yesterday.
They're just looking at it.
Fishing in really the exact area Gussie won 2 years ago.
He might keep.
Drew lost a couple fish yesterday. He was very disappointed not to
One of those
weigh
is
any
gonna be
more
close,
than he did.
but I don't think so.
Again, smallmouth have to be 18 inches in length, largemouth 14.
Oh yeah, it's number one.
Interesting with Drew Benton yesterday, caught 9 smallmouth early, only one
bunch of 'em there.
keeper.
Just on the other side of the bridge from Drew Benton. Go and just turn that quick little corner there, and there we find Corey Johnston.
Yeah.
Brother of Chris Johnston.
Corey Johnston with a big day one morning. Most of his damage really was in the first 90 minutes yesterday.
Corey fishing a jerk bait. He lost a few fish yesterday morning also, but it's not uncommon with the jerk bait trying to catch these bigger smallmouth. He's hooked up.
Well, maybe not. There you go, though. God, he hit that like a ton of bricks. Thought that was going to be a big smallmouth.
Corey Johnston throwing a 6 cents Provoke 106 jerk bait.
Provoke 106 in his face. One.
Again, largemouth, just have to go 14 inches.
Yeah, and he caught a mix off of this point yesterday. A lot of rubble and boulders on this point.
Corey told us yesterday, if I can load up early each one of these days, I got a chance.
He
I
said
could win this thing.
He's going to need this little point to reload every day and then go into Tellico. He's doing a lot of shallow fishing up in Tellico, real short pockets. But said he's going to need this spot to play every morning if he has a prayer.
The wind direction real important on this spot. It's outside of that current in the canal, and the wind has been in his favor yesterday morning and this morning.
Corey Johnston did lose a big one on a dock late yesterday. He estimated over 5 pounds.
Come on, give me a big smallmouth.
Corey has not won an Elite Series event yet, but he is a money-making guy. In 4 years
really
with
is,
the
isn't he?
Bassmaster, he's had 17 top 10s.
On and off the water.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
17 top 10s in 4 years is really
That's
amazing.
Unbelievable.
No idea.
Well, we promised we were going to be on him all day, and we are once he gets settled into his spot. And I think now we can drop down and pick up the leader of this tournament. 18-8 yesterday for Jeff Gustafson.
He is starting not in the canal between Fort Loudoun and Tellico, starting where he did most of his
just
damage.
arrived at our first stop. Made a few pitches around, no sign of life yet, but move around this little spot a little, and hopefully we'll find where they're at.
Said he found this spot. This is Mega Live forward-facing sonar, but he said he found this spot the last day of practice on Sunday using his side imaging. A little rock, not big boulders like you see smallmouth hang around a lot, but he's at a very subtle place.
Yeah, and if you really look at his Mega Live right there, it looks featureless, the bottom, but he said there's key, and we'll get to see it when he gets in an area where he catches one or two. There are key cracks in a lot of that slate rock on the bottom, and he said those smallmouth will sit in those cracks, and we got to see some great images yesterday. So there wasn't a ton of bait, but there was one visual yesterday on his Mega Live. There was a swarm of smallmouth on his bait in this exact area at about 9:30.
And if you didn't join us yesterday, this is actually his sonar. This is what he is looking at on front of his boat.
Okay.
I want to see that swarm we saw yesterday.
Exactly.
You're talking about, Z.
And again, his other school that's in Tellico, not far from where he is right there, he did take a peek at him yesterday around, I think, what did he say, noon, 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Purposely did not hook any, wanted to save them for today or tomorrow, but said there was a pile of them.
Well, these guys, it's early going right here. We're lucky. Weather passed, we were able to get our guys out on the water. There's a lot of life out here. We will say that. Brandon Lester referred to that earlier. The birds are working. This particular osprey is working very hard, and he's already had success today.
I don't think that's a 14-incher.
No. Well, he may have to give it back, but I'll let you take it away from him, Davey Hyde. Jeff Gustafson, 18 pounds and 8 ounces. Brandon Lester still waiting for his first bite of the day. Most of our anglers still waiting for some action. Corey Johnston, though, we saw him moving up with a keeper early on. So we've got plenty of action yet to come on a very important day, second day of the World Championship.
Yes! No way! You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Feels awesome to be in the mix after the first day. There's a long way to go. We're not even halfway there yet. So, it feels good today. Tomorrow's a new day. I have to go catch 5 of them again tomorrow. And we've all watched all the classics over the last 20 years, and crazy things happen. So I want the crazy things to happen in my boat in a good way. It's the classic. You put her in high gear and go, man. And we're, 1 day down, 2 to go.
Jeff Gustafson, many, many years pro fisherman, 4 years here fishing with the Bassmasters, noted outdoors rider as well. He's a very interesting guy and a very successful guy on day number 1.
Good dude.
A very nice guy.
Yes.
Above all, 18 pounds, 8 ounces on day number 1. Brandon Lester, Tennessee's big hope in this tournament as it stands right now, starting the day just a little ways back. And Drew Benton of the Florida-Georgia area, lives Florida sometimes he lives in Georgia. He has moved up into 3rd place. Our TH Marine Weather Watch for today after a violent episode, a quick-moving front came through in the middle of the night last night, very early this morning actually, but everything looking real good right now. 74 degrees for a high today, a low of 47 degrees tonight. It'll be a touch cooler for the remainder of this tournament than what it has been so far. Here are the 10 that we are with all day. Let's get down to our 2019 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Alabama's Scott Canterbury.
Yes, all power fishing right here from your Alabama angler. And he was one of those anglers we got to talk to yesterday saying, boy, he wanted a lot of rain and for that water to definitely rise here today on Fort Loudoun. That's the one thing you're going to see with a lot of your largemouth fishermen. Fort Loudoun gets a ton of pressure, but it's getting a pile of pressure from our competitors here this week.
That one will keep. That's number 1. Look at that. Spear point trailer hook got him. Old nickel spinnerbait got number 1. That'll measure. Oh yeah, 15 inches.
Scott Canterbury, a big Crimson Tide fan, weighed in yesterday to the Tide's Metallica Harvester of Sorrow music. Was not a big hit with the Vol fans here in Knoxville.
What's the Tide connection with Metallica?
That's what they play at their games.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, I
okay.
had no idea.
I don't. How about
Which
that?
turned me into a fan instantly.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Like, that's your favorite song, isn't it?
A 112.
12-13 yesterday for Scott. He said boat docks would definitely be part of the equation for him today.
Yep, boat docks using a spinnerbait, a dirty jig, a half-ounce jig, and also a vibrating jig.
Let's move down Fort Loudoun Lake. There's Brandon Lester, the man putting the pressure, the most pressure on day number 1, on our leader.
Oh, man, I just missed one right there. Got him.
That was awesome.
That's great.
Damn. I think that's number 1.
He's working his way back. These fish may have moved even shallower than he caught them yesterday. Probably only 2 feet deep where he's at.
It makes you wonder what's on the bottom. God, that's another one of them white, fat pre-spawners. I know that's a keeper, but I'm gonna make sure. Oh yeah, that's a 15-incher. Heck yeah, that's a good one for number 1. Old bonus fish. Give me some. I tied on which I threw it a little bit yesterday, but I tied on that red one again this morning just to give them a little bit different look. Plus I thought all that rain we got last night might put a little color in that water, and of course red is always a good color anytime you're fishing in the pre-spawn. That's the first one I've caught on it, and that fish didn't eat it good. It was hooked on the outside of the mouth, but it did eat it, so we're gonna keep throwing it for a little while.
1 to 2 foot mud flats in the back of that creek with Brandon Lester. Gonna get back out right now with Chris Johnston.
Like yesterday morning, Matt Robertson started off hot with 2 4-pounders. Today he's got 2 3-pounders. He's jumped from 17th up to 3rd.
Anything this morning would be a bonus for Chris Johnson.
Absolutely.
Catch his first fish yesterday until 12:15. Pitching a jig to these blowdowns.
And that's been one of the problems in this tournament with the lower water conditions that we face this time around from years past. There's just not a lot of that in the water.
Correct. Yep. That's why what Brian Schmidt is doing, he looks for those laydowns that are just under the water in that shallower water, stuck on those silt flats. That, man, it seems like that's where those bigger largemouth should be.
One thing Brian Schmidt told us, he obviously had a good bag, but also lost 2 big ones.
Johnson fishes on. Jeff Gustafson, for now, has dropped down to 2nd place. Brandon Lester's keeper that we just saw there put him at the top of our leaderboard. And we're getting live, mega live view here.
Okay, you
There's
see his bait.
There's the
see
bait.
His bait going down.
Right down to a fish, yep.
Right. Fish is right below it.
No.
That is great.
That's
now the fish is coming up to his boat. Let's see it jump. It's a crappie.
It's a good crappie.
Wow.
It is a good crappie. I know we have some viewers on FS1 that would just knock the side off of that thing.
There's a few crappie fishermen employing that technology too. I
Yeah,
understand.
as in all of them.
Yeah.
shows you how good that technology is to see that small fish 20 feet deep and drop your jig down to
Uh-oh.
Oh, confrontation here.
Turf war.
Right. What is going on here?
I don't know.
So you don't see that very often.
Yeah. Back to Corey Johnston. Corey with a keeper in the boat.
Boy, the wind is just perfect on the point that he's fishing this morning and yesterday.
There he is. I'll be a keeper. Thanks. Gotcha. B18. Oh. I think she's a keeper. It's a solid one.
The thing about these smallmouth, you see a lot of different shapes and sizes. They have to be 18 inches long, but some of them are real lean, and some of them like that. You want that fish to be 18, and it'll weigh 8 or 10 more ounces than a one that we saw a couple of gussies yesterday were real lean.
It's a good one.
That is a good one.
Yes.
I think it's well over 18, but measure it anyway.
Dude is an animal.
Oof.
He really is.
He really is.
Begging.
Talked to him the day before the tournament started. He said, Gutsy says he's going to win, but I got something to say about that.
Boy, the scenario's going the way he drew it up for us yesterday after the weigh-in. Catching them early. Said, that's my key. And there he is moving up into second place with that good keeper right there. Brandon Lester put one in the boat. We saw that about 12 minutes ago. That put him on top, and Jeff Gustafson still waiting for his first fish of the day. So our leader from yesterday, waiting him out, trying to locate some good stuff that he had found. Very, very confident about. Matt Robertson, you saw it. We talked about his move up there, and Drew Benton, we saw a keeper on his part. We got more to come from here in Tennessee.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota is sponsored by Power Pole.
Well, tomorrow on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series takes a right turn into Texas, where man and machine battle over 3 miles of twists and turns at the road course at the Circuit of the Americas. The action begins tomorrow at 3 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app.
Give me a pick, Tommy.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, no.
I think your guy.
Yeah?
Yeah, possibly.
Martin Truex.
Yeah, why not?
Wow.
Why not? Yes.
I was going to go Kyle Busch again.
We got a replica of this car right next to us.
It's right next to us.
Yeah,
it absolutely is.
Here, the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo is our mobile version of the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, but we are out on the lake right now. Second day of the Bassmaster Classic, the biggest event in the world of bass fishing. Brandon Lester, one of the hottest anglers in the sport over the past 15 months, really has come into his own, become a true top-tier guy.
There's one, a good one. Stay on, baby. Gosh, only got one hook. Oh my gosh. Yes, sir.
You see Brandon Lester making that color change this morning.
I mean, they're just getting him by the back hook, but at least they're biting. I got them triple grips on there. I mean, that's another good, fat, chunky, probably a 2-pounder. Y'all see how white and washed out that fish is. I mean, that fish just got here in the last couple of days, because as shallow as this water is, that fish would be black by now if it had been here. They're just pulling in. That's a good thing. That's what we want to see. Thank you.
Definitely what Brandon wanted to see. These fish moving back a little farther in the creek. He caught a few of these fish yesterday, but out, and talking to him, he said sometimes when we have warm rains overnight, those fish will move even farther back in, and it looks like they've definitely done that.
And looking at, again, 58 to 62 degree water temp where Brandon Lester is, and that's basically just a featureless mud flat, 1 to 2.5 feet of water. But he said there's so much bait in there, and that's another reason he's throwing that small 1/4 ounce.
Definitely the reason those fish are back there, just because of the shad being back there. These fish are feeding up before the spawn.
Reason I've always noticed on this lake, this particular, these fish love to be dirt shallow. That's a good one there. He knocked the fire out of it. He ain't that big. I think he's a keeper, but he ain't that big. I don't know if he'll make it or not. I thought that was a big one when he hit it. I mean, it went thump.
Made that color change. You ask yourself, why is he fishing this red when those fish are back there feeding on shad? And sometimes
like yesterday, but
pre-spawn they just want something different, something different on the menu.
He is in a very popular creek.
We'll let him ride for a little while.
Does it surprise you he's left alone?
Yes, absolutely.
It absolutely does.
Not only in this creek, but there's a few other creeks that are loaded with shad also. It's surprising that he's the only one we've seen doing this.
Well, and I talked to him about that yesterday in the interview room, that some of these featureless mud banks that don't look appetizing at all above the water, currently with the water level where it's at, that all the goodness that you see under it, you have to fish these spots. You can't graph these spots. You can't idle by. You have to actually fish them, and he spent a lot of time fishing instead of graphing in practice.
Here's John Cox, started the day in 4th place, 14-4 on day 1.
You might recognize this area from last time we were here. John Cox fished this exact stretch.
There we go. There we go, right at the bow. I think he'll make it, right? Maybe. Barely got him. I was wondering, we went down through there, and I was like, gosh, we got to get bit through there. Oh, yeah. He'll make it. There we go. I was wondering, we were going and going. I was like,
yeah, he only caught 6 keepers yesterday. Thought he needed to try to expand a little bit, and why not go where you caught him so well the last year?
Caught a big one there late yesterday. Threw a Berkeley Fritz side crankbait all day long with us on camera. And like Brandon Lester, and Scott Canterbury, hoping on a push with this warm. And we've had very warm nights this week compared to what these guys faced in practice last weekend here in Knoxville, where it literally dipped down into the 20s.
Hooked up again, it looks like it.
Like Brandon Lester, it's surprising not to see another boat here where John Cox is this morning.
Notice John Cox fishes a lot of pinch points, areas where you'll get a little bit of current.
got him. He might make it. Gosh, I thought it was a giant one there for a second.
Like Brandon Lester also, he's ahead of his game compared to yesterday morning.
Felt so good there. Oh yeah, he's good. Number 2.
That's what's very interesting. It's a river system. This is a river, but when you get out in, or when you get up a creek, you start to see no water movement at all. And those pinch points are the only designation that show you that, hey, they're actually moving it into the system or out of the system.
That's a real one.
See the fish coming up on his Mega Live.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I think we're going to be good on this one. He's skinny, but he's long.
Again, if you're just joining us, the smallmouth here on the stretch of the Tennessee River for this event have to be 18 inches.
6, 9 to go. Yeah, that one came up and wanted it. Didn't mess around. First one's always the hardest.
One in the box now for Jeff Gustafson. Started the day with the lead. We're always happy to have Robbie Floyd, our own Robbie Floyd, out there bouncing around, trying to be where it's happening. And Robbie, explain where you are right now, who you're watching.
Well, I've kind of made it to the canal at Tellico, and I pulled up to who I thought would catch him right off the bat this morning, Corey Johnson. And I know we've seen him catch a 3.5, and he's still hitting that point, the same one that he started at yesterday. The thing I thought was interesting, when I got down here, I drove down here. I didn't want to make that long run in Gussie's boat and give him that opportunity. Gussie wasn't on his first spot yesterday. You know, they was on yesterday in the place that he made famous out here before. He went to one of his secondary spots. And what I thought was ironic was Austin Felix is in that spot. And they shared that water for a bit yesterday, and Austin Felix was catching them. He already has a 3.5 in the boat on Gussie's hole. Again, a lot of these guys didn't want to fish Gussie's spot. That's the way they were calling it. This is Gussie's spot. Austin didn't even know that was the case, so he didn't have as many problems. But it is a shareable amount of water. But until Gussie just caught that one fish on his secondary spot, I was surprised that these guys are where they wanted to be, and they were catching them. Gussie was going to his second opportunity, and he wasn't. But now that he's got that too, maybe he can shake off some of those bad mojo, bad vibes, and maybe catch some bigger fish.
Whatever on Austin Felix, not knowing Gussie was fishing through that area. But Robbie.
Mark, I'm just telling you what he told me. He said it's a 100-yard stretch, and he found this ditch in there. He didn't know exactly where he was, but you know what? He caught a fish exactly where he was just a minute ago.
Exactly. Okay. So real quick, Robbie, obviously there's a lot
I think he may actually have one right now. Can you see out through the distance? I think he may be throwing his third fish in the boat, because he was down there in the bottom. He may be catching them right there, and that is like dead money. I think that's the juice right there.
I got it. So, Robbie, real quick, obviously a lot of our competitors fishing on Fort Loudoun, not as many in Tellico. And they're, for any of our viewers here on FS1, there are two drastically different lakes. One fishes shallower, being Fort Loudoun, deeper on Tellico. We did hear, did you see a lot of this yesterday? It's springtime in Knoxville. We heard there was just a lot of fishing all around from the locals yesterday too.
Yeah, there was a fair amount of fishing yesterday. Not as bad as I've seen it. I was surprised the boat ramps, again, because we drove down here. I'm surprised the boat ramps weren't more full. So I'm hoping that they're, taking off a day or two for the Bassmaster Classic. So I'm hoping there's less pressure. I don't see anybody fun fishing out here, and I'm not too far, from the canal. It's right around the corner. But I saw maybe one other boat over near where Drew Benson was. There's nobody on this side. And Gussie has a flotilla around him, but I'm sure nobody's fishing that. They're just watching it. So hopefully the locals are watching this morning, the true fishermen that know about the Bassmaster Classic. Hopefully they're giving these guys an opportunity at $300,000.
So my question is, are there more Classic contenders there in that canal today versus yesterday?
Well, I only see Corey, and actually Rivette is beyond that. You see the third boat in the picture, that's Rivette. He told me he was going off of that other point on the other side, so Rivette may make a jump. I know he went deep into Tellico yesterday, but, the thing is with the run, and even asking these guys, it took them about 38 minutes to get down here for the fiberglass boats. Gussie said it took him 45, and we already saw guys with 1 and 2 fish in the boat. You commit to down here, you may want to work your way up, but it's a long run. If you stay midway around Fort Loudoun or so, you have more fishing opportunities. That's another thing these guys are going to look for. And if we think these fish are moving up on the banks in Fort Loudoun and less run, more fishing time, you may see more people mid-lake today.
Robbie, thank you very, very much. Robbie Floyd down there where it's happening here, where Jeff Gustafson, the spot he's best known for. And, Robbie's a sort of benefit of a doubt kind of guy. He'll give you the benefit of a doubt, obviously, right? Right?
We did see that, Tommy. As we bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and guys, looking at the leaderboard yesterday, you may see some guys you didn't expect. We had 3 Canadians in the top 7 based on how they were fishing for smallmouth. That's not surprising, but seeing largemouth play for them as well at times, that's a little surprising. But looking at the percentages of the top 2 guys, when you look at Brandon Lester in second place and you look at Jeff Gustafson in first, they were for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing and Mercury Drain the Lake, 2 of the most highly picked anglers. And we kind of change it up for the buckets. If you're tuning in and you don't don't know about fantasy fishing, there's 5 buckets that we disperse our 55 anglers throughout, and we kind of load them based on expectation. A lot of the favorites were in bucket A, bucket B, some of the other favorites. Then you get down mid-level qualifiers for the elites, and then the guys who have never fished a classic, those first-time guys, are in the lowest bucket. These 2 anglers were put in bucket A for a reason, and they were both 2 of the most highly selected anglers. 25% for Brandon Lester, 7.3% for Jeff Gustafson. I was a little shocked Gussie's percentage was lower, but when we look at bucket A, you have the defending classic champ Jason Christie. You have our Angler of the Year winner from last year, Brandon Polinick. You have a couple East Tennessee and Middle Tennessee anglers in that bucket as well. So his percentage not nearly as high, but man, I don't know if he's going to move from Canada down to the United States, but if he did, I feel like Knoxville, Tennessee may be the place that he chooses guys. But if you also want to get in on the action, use hashtag Bassmaster Classic on all social medias. We'll be pulling some photos. We want to see where you're watching from. We saw folks from South Africa having dinner while we're watching our morning action. And then also we've seen Canadians getting in, supporting their 4 anglers in this year's Classic.
Well, Brandon Lester on top of our leaderboard right now. And, of course, Brandon Lester, we talked to him. Everyone knew the weather forecast, what was going to happen last night. He had some thoughts about what could be good or bad about that event.
It could affect it negatively. I hope it doesn't. For me, it's all about that water temperature. That's what I'm kind of basing my tournament on. I want to see that water temperature going on the up and up. I want to see it keep rising. I'm not necessarily wanting the fish to start spawning or anything, but I'm wanting them to get up there where they're thinking about it. They've got it on their mind. Yes, baby, yes! Told you it was gonna happen.
Yes!
No way!
You're watching the Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
A scene from the weigh-in yesterday at Thompson Bowling Arena, day 1 weigh-in at the Bassmaster Classic. Every sport has their own flamboyant players. The ones who, as you say, Mark Zona, bring pop, sizzle, and flair.
Panache is what
panache
yes.
into the mix right there. Matt Robertson of Kentucky is our guy in that category for sure, and he started out yesterday with those 2 fish, a couple of big 4-pounders to move himself up into contention. It was a little bit scratchier for him the rest of the day, but today he has made a move and caught a couple of good big ones again to start his day, as reflected on our leaderboard now. We see Matt Robertson moving from 17th place all the way into 5th place.
You have to remember 2019, the windiest day of that Classic. Chris Zaldain called the biggest stringer of the event on a big swim bait. Matt Robertson says, I'm doing that all day long.
Yeah, he is definitely on a quality, not quantity bite. Matt Robertson is throwing a lot of big swim baits like Chris Zaldain did in that 2019 Classic. And look, man, it's called Fort Loudoun Lake, but this is the Tennessee River, and that's where basically Matt Robertson has grown up and cut his teeth fishing. No doubt about it, looking at Matt Robertson. If he gets 5 bites, they're going to go to the weigh-in.
Yes.
That's a look at our top 10 to start the day and how they are distributed up Fort Loudoun Lake and Tellico as well. Back out on the water now. Brandon Lester now started the day in 2nd, and he is on top. He's got 4 keepers.
Looks like Gussie is still where he caught his fish yesterday and has not moved on to his 3rd spot.
This early in the morning before, so I'm hoping maybe it'll just get a little better as we go, but it could also be going that way too, which we don't want. They hit that bank and then they spread out, and it's like a needle in a haystack kind of trying to run into one. We want to keep them buddied up out here in the deep stuff. But there are a few around. I had a couple good bites and they just didn't get it, but it seems like they're really moving around a lot more. Like they're not just sitting on this rock like they had been. I'm just kind of catching one here, one over here, just like they're really moving, so. I caught 2, one keeper and one just short, and they both like saw the bait and just smoked it immediately, so that's positive, but lots of time.
what he's talking about he's seeing here is exactly what we did not want to hear him say. These fish moving around. Yesterday they were in a small, tight group staging on this rock offshore.
Yep.
When they start moving around and scattering out on this deeper stuff, is usually right before they go to the bank to spawn.
Again, Gussie's fishing the same area. He caught the bulk of his weight on day one, has not hit that second school yet.
Again, I like the fact that Gussie is all in on this technique, on these baits. Hopefully they all don't go to the bank today and tomorrow.
He either will hold the trophy or he will take it into the ditch doing this. There's no doubt.
He said as much to Robbie Fuller. Robbie asked him when we started the show today, says you think you might do something different? He said, no, there's not even thinking about it. I'm doing this. Why would he even think about doing something else?
And that's what's different about the Bassmaster Classic. The regular Elite Series tournament where you have to gain points in each event to try to qualify for the Classic or Angler of the Year or even just to re-qualify for the Elites, those demons start going around in your head, hey, I need to go catch some fish to make some points, but not the case here in the Bassmaster Classic.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Here we go.
It's a good one, boys. Nice. We got some more under us up here, too. Oh, yeah. Just, but yeah.
Wow. And the other benefit is we got to see with all of our viewers on Bassmaster.com yesterday how fast it can happen.
25 minutes yesterday, wasn't it?
25 minutes.
He may, in fact, be ahead of his schedule for yesterday as far as fish in the live
I agree with that.
Yes.
I totally agree with that.
Yes.
Again, a Z-Man. Jerk Chads. I know Ronnie has that picture. We'll get that up and show everybody on FS1 what he's using. Basically one lure the last time when he won here and what he did yesterday and today so far.
Got Austin Felix making a move.
Really
He's got
a
couple 3.5 pounders, just landed at 2.5. He's 9.5 on the day from 30th to 6th place.
On a place he just happened to find.
Look at that one. Okay, if you look in the bottom left-hand corner of that screen, you see his lure, but there was a fish right behind it to the left. And he'll pan his trolling motor, and basically it acts like, for lack of a better term, it's like a spotlight if you're shining deer, only if you're in a legal state to shine deer. But it does. It acts like a spotlight.
Yeah, a lot of viewers that haven't used this technology, you see that fish come and go. It's really because he is scanning that beam. A spotlight is a great way to describe it. To left to right to see exactly where that fish is, where you get that good return. There's one of the cracks in the rock also.
Yep.
That you talked about earlier.
You see where he just panned right there in the middle of that screen on the bottom. Wow.
See the fish coming up?
That fish was suspended way off the bottom.
Another, this one's going to be a 17-incher, I think. It's kind of a nice chunky one, too, but...
And really what that technique is, it's walleye fishing 101. I mean, it's been around for 80 years.
Oh, look at that. Oh.
Relax. Close your mouth. Flat.
Has to touch the line at 18.
Got Guys, really?
Just have to be sure the fish's mouth is closed against the end of the board.
Oh. I don't think on that side is good. He's so stiff, it's hard to...
He's all bowed up.
So the question here is, and
it's just got to touch.
If it touches 18 inches, then the fish is legal. The problem is, if it does not touch 18 inches, it's illegal to possess.
Right.
So he can't like put it in a live well and wait till later. He's got to make the call whether it touches or not. And what he mentioned about the fish being so tense and so stiff, sometimes they'll be that 32nd of an inch short by that. So
what do you
My
do,
thought
Davey?
was always, if it touches that line, it is a keeper, put in live well, don't ever think about it again. If it does not, throw it back and don't ever think about it again. It's one or the other.
He threw it back.
Yeah.
Yep, he threw it back. I think that's a great call.
Yeah.
But if you do throw in the live well, trust me, you do think about it about every 3 minutes.
Yes,
right?
and like I say, it's a state law. I mean, this lake he cannot
and a penalty
possess.
at the weigh-in as well,
Yes.
which is significant.
Yeah,
Significant
you
enough to
lose that
make
fish.
you pay that sort of attention to it. Brandon Lester on top right now. Still, Jeff Gustafson didn't get that one in the box. He gave it back. Corey Johnston, John Cox, and Matt Robertson. But let's hear right now from one of our anglers about his technique.
Moping or Demiki rig technique, that was sort of, up where I live on Lake of the Woods, it's a popular technique to catch bass and walleyes, and for whatever reason in Tennessee, it's just a deadly technique on a lot of bodies of water. That's how that's gonna be my main bait. If I have a good event, the moping technique and jerk shad on a jig head's gonna be the main deal for me for sure.
The 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota at the Tennessee River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Dakota Lithium.
Well, Ronnie, your mic's not working, so
It
we'll
happens.
let you work on that
It
for a
happens.
while. It's we're in the calm before the storm.
March Madness
here. Yeah,
is
that's
what
March
that is right
Madness
there,
is going
Brenda.
on in just a few minutes here in our headquarters here, the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo. This is the calm before the storm. When the public gets in here
That was awesome.
today, Saturday, it is going to be wild. But we're already getting things going
right.
wild, including your mic. Is it working yet, Ronnie?
Hear me? I don't know.
Let's-
Can you hear me?
let's
Yeah,
tighten
you can
up.
hear me.
Let's tighten
Okay,
up,
we're here.
guys.
We're here. Well, bringing into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon for the 53rd running of the Classic. All the fans starting to chime in and pop in here. And we wanted to show you guys a little bit more in-depth on the water. We're seeing the great forward-facing sonar views from Jeff Gustafson's boat. And there's two different approaches we're seeing. We're seeing guys doing the smallmouth game and guys trying to fish in the backs of creeks for the smallmouth game, or the largemouth game. But looking at that canal, we've talked about that canal that a lot of anglers are popping into. And with this lake being 5 feet low, roughly, you can start to see some of these jut outs that maybe these smallmouth are getting up near those boulders. You can kind of see in the yellow, this blue is all the same depth, 16, 17, 18 feet of water, maybe 20 in some spots. But all of that yellow is that mid-teens, that 11 to 15 foot range. And you start to see some of the high spots, some of those places where maybe boulders are. That is where a lot of these anglers are trying to find schools of smallmouth. But they sit so tight to the bottom behind those boulders when that current's coming through that you do not see them normally until they rise up on your bait, like we're seeing on Jeff Gustafson's electronics. But then when you go to the opposite end of the spectrum, when you get to the backs of some of these creeks, that dark blue is still over 20 feet of water, and that light blue is in that upper teens, that 17 feet of water range. It starts to taper off quick, and the backs of these creeks get very, very shallow and very flat. You can see it's a couple hundred yards just to go a foot or so change of depth. So that is why a lot of these guys fish in those really flat pockets. You're going to catch a lot of largemouth there right now. But when we talk about Jeff Gustafson's one punch, he doesn't even have a 1-2 punch. His go-to bait this week, Back in 2021, same thing for him. It is what he's done for years in Canada, a technique called moping. A lot of people in East Tennessee call it the Demiki rig. It is hanging your jig head with a minnow-style soft plastic right above the fish. You do not want to drop that bait below the fish. When you see them on your electronics, you want to keep it a foot or two, 3 or 4. They'll tell you each day how far they want above their head, but those fish are upwards feeders, so they want that bait right above their head. He's got 3 different sizes of his jerk shad with 3 different head sizes as well at times, depending on how quick he wants to get to those fish and drop it above them. But that is basically the only bullet in his gun for his Bass Pro Shop's top lures this week for Jeff Gustafson. And honestly, he doesn't need another bullet. If that's his bullet, he's got 3 different variations of it, guys.
Well, yeah, he's got it dialed in, as we mentioned before we left. This is not a new development he's come up with. He's been doing this for 20 years.
No, there are probably hundreds of fishermen right now on the Detroit River walleye fishing doing the exact same thing as that right there. And one other thing, though, if you kind of watch what Gussie has done compared to the last time we were here, I hate to say this, he was around really dumb smallmouth. They were very aggressive. They would actually catch it on the drop. He was fishing vertical with his 2D sonar, not scoping out in front of him, but really watching what he's done with his Mega Live this time around. They're not as easy to catch this time around, where he's making small pitch casts. And what's been surprising is watching yesterday and today how far off of the bottom a lot of those fish are suspended. And the thing is, where he's at in Tellico, Davey, unlike the canal between Tellico and Loudoun, it's not very current dependent. You have got to have current in that canal to catch him.
Yeah, the current, if it would pick up, would certainly help him. But now, when he was there 2 years ago, he was using 360 sonar just right around his boat catching those fish. But now, because of the pressure, like you mentioned, Z, he's having to use his forward-facing sonar to pitch out in front of his boat. These fish are very, very weary of the boat, of these baits, having to use light line. The jig has to be rigged perfectly for these fish to bite. He's got his one bullet, but his silver bullet is what it is for Gussie going on in there in that canal today.
Oh, it's super enlightening to learn more about the tools of the trade these guys are using in this very, very important week. We've also caught up with Drew Benton, who explains what he's doing and what he's using. Watch this.
They bite these style baits. That's what we're trying to mimic right there. That fish just puked that bait up. That's a Dirty Jigs, 3/8 ounce head.
Good old Tennessee River threadfin shad there.
It was, too.
Well, that's our 10 that we are the top 10 to start this day, whom we are in the boat with, I should say, all day long. That's a good look at the view from 30,000 feet there of our playing field, 15,000 acres of Fort Loudoun, 15,000 acres of Tellico Lake.
And really, for folks watching on FS1 that have not been to this body of water, it is really the headwater of the Tennessee River. And looking at Fort Loudoun compared to Tellico very clear, deeper. Fort Loudoun, way more of a river situation, dirtier water, much shallower fishing.
Got a couple nice fish came across the board. Caleb Kufall, 4-pounder, and Bob Downey, a 4 1/4. In our top 20, we have 7 anglers from Canada and the upper Midwest.
Wow.
Seen a few more dock fishermen today than we saw yesterday. Obviously, Gussie not doing that, but
what's weird is, well, if you watched on Bassmaster.com, the largemouth fishing yesterday was tough, to say the least. Even though we're in a low water situation, which obviously is holding bait back, it's holding bass back from going to the bank. Davey, it is still the end of March with 5 now warm nights. Logic would say they're coming.
I thought it'd be a little better this morning for the largemouth fishermen. I think maybe we're seeing the effects of that storm that came through between 3 and 4 o'clock this morning. Yesterday afternoon was better for those largemouth fishermen. Hopefully it will be today.
Saw Brandon Lester comment on the fact that I think I am where they're going to. I think I figured it out, and he's our leader right now, so who's going to argue with him?
And I think he'll definitely fill out his limit in the back of those creeks, those pockets with all the shad in them, and hopefully catch him another big fish this afternoon on a jig, on a laydown like he did yesterday.
I'm calling you out, Davey Height. What has happened to Brian Schmidt this morning? What's going on here?
Yeah, he's not hurt.
The storm. It has to be the storm.
Okay.
Always, as a fisherman, always blame it on the weather.
Well, I misspoke. Brandon Lester actually had held the lead for a good hour or so there, but Jeff Gustafson, that last fish that he put in the live, put him back on top. So 1 and 2 right together, Gustafson and Lester. Corey Johnston moved into that top 3. John Cox has started the day in 4th place. Matt Robertson, another big mover guy, as well as Austin Felix. We got plenty more to come from the second day of the Bassmaster Classic.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Toyota, is sponsored by Power Pole.
In just 3 weeks, real football for real fans is back. The 2023 USFL season opening kickoff weekend starts the new season on April 15th and 16th on Fox, NBC, and FS1. A big sports weekend, of course. You know all about that for collegiate sports and bass fishing. And what a great, great host city we have here, Knoxville, Tennessee. Visit Knoxville's organization. Specialize in moving mountains, getting volunteers together, making things happen. Big event like this doesn't happen without a lot of expertise and a lot of a total commitment. The folks that visit Knoxville, we are so happy to acknowledge the important part that they play in this great event in this great city of Knoxville, Tennessee, over here in East Tennessee. And kind of had a renaissance here since the early 80s when the World's Fair was held here, and really pushed Knoxville up to new heights. The Ray Scott Trophy, the newly renamed Ray Scott Trophy, that is so appropriate. That's what's at stake here at this Bassmaster Classic. This World Championship, we have 55 anglers worked hard to get here, and they're working hard right now to be among the top 25 who will move on to tomorrow, the final day championship Sunday, as we get back out to our leader, Jeff Gustafson.
Tommy, I think it's fair to say that Knoxville has been popping in the evening.
Yes, and this place.
Fair to say.
They've got a great downtown.
Yeah,
it is fun. It is just plain fun.
Taking a look at that bottom white line is the actual bottom of the lake in about 20 to 30 feet of water, and he's basically looking for returns from the fish that they'll emit to his sonar.
He talked about it a little bit. These fish were grouped up yesterday. They were grouped up when he found them Sunday, the last day of pre-practice. Now he's looking for individual fish.
There you go. Ooh. There's 3 or 4 of them.
Up off the here we go.
See the fish coming up.
The one he's got hooked, but you see the others following up also.
That is what you want to see. Remember the days where people just go fishing?
When was that?
Close.
This is another one that's going to be really close to the 18-inch minimum.
Just had to throw one back. I mean, it was millimeters short.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh, no. Oh, and this is the time you want to be getting your bait back out there.
And the problem is there were at least 3 fish there. The other 2 were probably 19-inchers.
Oh, sure. Why not?
Oh, jeez. He's doing the right thing, though.
It's going to happen.
I mean, as close as you could get 2 of them to 18 and not there. Unbelievable. That was like a 5 or 6 pack of them. Here we go. There's that little stick maybe.
Remember yesterday his 5-fish limit all came in about 25 minutes.
Yes.
It's good to see that group of them there. We all love Gussie, and I don't know a person not in the Classic that doesn't want to see him win. I really don't. But if it doesn't work out for him, can you imagine the rest of his life? I was 1/32 of an inch from winning the Bassmaster Classic.
Oh, my gosh.
2 times in a row.
I shouldn't be thinking about that.
No.
2 times in a row. I was a total of an 1/8 of an inch, a 16th of an inch away between 2 fish.
How close were you? A 16th of an inch from winning the Bassmaster Classic.
Oh, Lord.
And the problem is, of the 4 or 5 fish he said that were there, honestly, it could have been the only one that wasn't a keeper.
Yesterday he caught very few non-keepers. Very few.
But yeah, that's just part of it. There's some few fish around. I'm gonna give this a few more minutes, and then I think I'm gonna go to my other place, and hopefully it'll be a good situation when we get over there.
The other place he's referring to, he has not caught a fish off of, but a lot of fish have been there.
Yes.
Was hoping to save it until Sunday, the final day, but be hard to.
Basically,
be very difficult.
A deep point is his next spot, and he said there were dozens on each side of the point.
We heard Jeff talking about his timetable, what he intends to do in the near future here. If things don't change very much, let's get it out to Robbie Floyd. He is not too far away near Austin Felix. And Robbie, what's the similar situation? He's got any shorts or just barely keepers out there? He's doing pretty well.
Yeah. Exactly, and I thought I saw you catch multiple fish over here. I pulled up to him. He already had that 3.5. He's got a 2.5. He's got another fish. He's got 4 fish. He's only showing 3 because he said, I've got one that is right on that line. I think it's going to go. I hope I call it later on, but I'm not even telling my guy to put it in there. And he's not the only one. That line is the line of demarcation. You got to be at that line, and if it's not a legal catch. So Gustafson's dealing with it. Austin Felix is doing it. Gustafson's trying to win this thing. Austin was in 30th place. He's trying to get in that top 10 to give himself a chance to win this one. But again, that line, it's cut or dry when it comes time to the bump station.
I have never heard the term, the line of demarcation, but I liked it, Robbie Floyd. Do me a favor, if you can, kind of break down give us the depth and the area that Austin's in right now.
Brandon, what's the depth? I know you're not looking at it right now, my boat driver. What do you think the depth was here? Because the one thing, whatever you saw from Gussie a couple of years ago, we are dead on that spot. There's 2 little ditches, and he's been staying on this. He said he learned it yesterday that he couldn't make that drift because he's only making a drift of 20, 30 yards, and he's coming back to it. He's not making that long drift like he did yesterday, but he doesn't have Gussie here to worry about. Gussie ran by. Now we saw Corey Johnson just leave. Everybody's kind of leaving this area. I saw Matt Robertson go into Tellico. It's about that time for them to head to the shore, I think.
Well, Robbie, thanks for that report there.
Another thing is, hey, as far as the weather is concerned, I wanted to point that out too, and I was trying to tell our producer a second ago, whether it's been overcast and dark and you see the sun starting to come out right now. Behind my camera, 100% bluebird skies. So all of this cloud cover is gone. You have nothing but blue skies. It's going to warm up here really quick, and we know that's going to help affect that largemouth bite as well.
All right, Robbie, thank you so much. Good stuff for Robbie Floyd out there. Not too far from Jeff Gustafson right there with Austin Felix making a move.
I think all 3 of us called that event where Gussie won and Austin Felix is. It's 24 to 27 feet of water, broken rubble.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And he is exactly where Gussie caught most of his fish.
You were out there.
I mean, he just happened to find it.
Well,
we heard the guys talking about practice. There were 16 boats at one point out there to just get through to go between the lakes. You had to zigzag and it'd take you several minutes, longer than being able to run through there. It was a good crowd most days.
Robbie mentioned the weather. We haven't seen the winds, but they are coming.
They're
usually
absolutely.
With that clearing, will be those winds.
It's backside of that front that went through. We're going to see big winds later today. But if you are fishing that deep water gig like Gussie, you want that sun. That sun will set those smallmouth up.
Well, Jeff Gustafson, so far, after falling out of the lead for a short interval there, is back on top, but not by a whole lot. Brandon Lester in second place still. Corey Johnson, we just heard, moved away from his spot. He's going to try something else for now. John Cox, Matt Robertson round out our top 5, and more to come from the Classic here in Tennessee.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Toyota, is sponsored by Power Pole.
Gotcha. B18. It all depends on that starting spot. If I can catch 2 fish off that starting spot again, I should be able to run around, catch a limit, and stay in the hunt. If you get real lucky and you get 5 of those fish off that spot, you're way up there. But it's one of those things, you just gotta go to what you feel right doing, and hopefully it pays off.
One of the top 10 most dangerous anglers out there, no matter where you are, no matter what you're fishing. Corey Johnston out there working hard, made himself a part of the conversation very early today and still in there. Look at the lines outside the Knoxville Convention Center here, waiting to get in the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo. This place will be packed today, and man, they are showing up big time today. Lots of stuff you can find here, from automotive to apparel, boats, motors, terminal, tackle, rods, reels, lures, everything is here, and these people don't mind waiting in line to see some of the heroes of bass fishing too who are here presenting all this stuff.
You know, if you really look at that leaderboard, you have to kind of call it out. We talked about, Davey, not to coin a song, we were going to blame it on the rain or whatever it is, but there is something right now with the largemouth. It has been very, very slow today.
All right. Well, right now, let's go to Jeff Gustafson. He is making a move even as we speak.
Well, I was hoping I was just going to pull up and catch 5 quick again, but that's usually not how it goes in this game. So we got a couple. Not a horrible start. Maybe they'll set back up where I want them to on this after a while, or maybe it's done. I don't know, but I got another pretty good spot. We rolled over it quick yesterday, and there was some. I liked what I saw, so hopefully they're still there.
We're hoping for.
That is actually a big, what's happening right now is a big turning point in this tournament, for the simple fact his goal was to catch another 5 keeper smallmouth and save this area he is going to right now until tomorrow. So this is a big shift right now. But with that being said, talking about the largemouth, we knew coming in here the largemouth fishing has been a little bit off, but if you look at a lot of the local tournaments here, big weights the last month, but those mostly have been smallmouth events.
It's really surprising. The practice day I went out on Wednesday, I saw a lot of small non-keeper largemouth, but there's something going on. It just doesn't seem to be the numbers of largemouth in Fort Loudon
that we saw
a few years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
Out live now to Corey Johnston. Like Jeff Gustafson, 2 fish in his live well. He stands in 3rd.
Corey said he lost a big fish yesterday under a boat dock. The sun coming out, the clouds going away should help this. One of the few anglers targeting largemouth in Tellico.
Yes. Docks definitely played a factor yesterday in Tellico, and this is interesting for a lot of our hardcores. Jacob Porosnik catching them off boat docks in Tellico, and they were smallmouth.
Wow. I would assume only smallmouth that are spawning would be under those docks, as shallow as they are.
He said they were acting like they were spawning yesterday.
So Gussie making that move to his 3rd spot. Had 3 places coming into the tournament. He thought he could catch him well. He'd been able to save this one until this point. Gosh, it'll be interesting to see if those fish seem to have scattered.
Yes.
Like on the last spot.
I can tell you the rest of the field would like to see that.
Yes.
Yeah, and that was
Brandon Lester, one Corey Johnson.
That was one of Jeff's fears he mentioned yesterday after the weigh-in. He said that could certainly happen.
Yes. And hearing you say that Prosnick caught smallmouth under those boat docks yesterday that were probably spawning, that's not exactly what Gussie wants to hear either.
No, Gussie would have loved to have last weekend's weather, 20 degrees at night to a high around 40 to 45 degrees. That is what would keep those smallmouth out there. But we have covered.
Don't do that. Played it.
A lot of events, tough classics. One thing that we talked about yesterday when we opened up on Bassmaster.com, these fish on this lake, I don't care whether it's smallmouth or largemouth,
So you want to hook them.
they do not like pressure.
No.
They do not like being pressured.
I'll be honest with you. Watching Gussie 2 years ago catch those fish under his boat, almost like everyone I saw him, and I saw him catch probably 18 of the 20 fish he weighed in. I'm not sure he catches any of those fish fishing under his boat that he's caught yesterday and so far today.
Where they're boat shy.
Yes.
Yes, I agree with that.
Because if you can fish for him under your boat and catch him, that's what you want to do.
Yes.
But you see him, he's pitching out in front of the boat every pitch.
Let's get out to Jay Shakurit, our first look at Jay here. Last year's Rookie of the Year. He's certainly proven his smallmouth bona fides with a century belt, the first ever to make 100 pounds in 4 days of fishing on smallmouth last year at St. Lawrence River.
Another person that we expected to see targeting the smallmouth, but he is largemouth
All
fishing
largemouth.
this event.
You better touch 14 inches. Maybe.
Largemouth has to be 14. He's going to check this one.
Oh, we got 2 bass. Thank you for
all
going
of his
14.
damage on day one, fishing the main lake on Fort Loudoun. A lot of jig bites yesterday.
He looked like one of those home water Stevens Point flowage 14 inches.
Last time we saw Gussie, he was on the run. Now he's hooked up.
Oh, boy.
That's good to see.
Yeah.
Ooh. All right. I think that'll do it.
Well, that didn't take long.
No.
Yeah.
He wasn't on that spot for 5 minutes.
No.
Can you believe that?
This particular spot, much different
That was
than
the
the last one.
chaos that we like to see
Flatter.
right there. But I don't know how they must have just been like coming up and cracking it with their mouth closed, or I don't know what was going on. But like usually they don't really miss it that much. But
Ooh, you see a fish
there's
right
one
there
laying
below
under
his
it
bait.
here. But don't be all lazy. Just get it.
That's his bait.
There's-
That
here
fish
he
is coming
comes.
up. Should be biting. Oh.
Wow.
Come down again.
Just keep your eye in the bottom left-hand side of the screen above that white line being the bottom.
3-pounder.
As you see, that bottom looks like it's moving. That's him moving his trolling motor.
Yes.
Looking left and right.
I don't know what he has his settings at. It looks like his settings are bait just getting to the bottom in the middle of that screen above the white line. I believe his settings are at 50 to 60 feet out.
I can't quite see that.
It.
I think you're
80?
right.
It's 80?
Is it 80?
Okay, 80 feet out.
And when you say that, that's how far forward that sonar is reading.
Right.
80 feet in front of his boat. In front of where the trolling motor is facing. Doesn't necessarily have to be in front of the boat. Transducer on the trolling motor shaft.
Because he's back in the lead with the biggest margin he's had, well, during the whole course of this tournament. With that fish right there, his third keeper over to John Cox.
Boy, you go from one guy staring at his sonar to a guy that rarely turns his sonar on. That is a drastic difference right there.
Makes it so interesting to watch these fishermen, as good as they all are.
He ate it when I was hung up.
To be fishing so differently. Different depths, water clarity.
Yes.
Good one here.
Ooh. Come on, baby. Stay on there. Stay on there. Got her. Got her. Oh, I think we're going to stay. What do you think? We should stay? I think we should stay. Oh, my gosh. I was hung up, and I'm popping, and then I felt it go. I was like, oh, my God. One got it. That's the size. I was like, oh, God, please let me get one close to 3 pounds so I know if we need to stay or not. I think we stay a little bit longer.
Same crankbait.
Yep, same one. Gosh, that's a nice fish. We'll take that one.
Having a good day in the Bassmaster Classic when a bass eats your lure when
While
you're hung
up. Yes.
Oh my gosh, we gonna bet that son.
Back over to Corey Johnston after his move.
It was big yesterday, guys. Brandon Lester in the same spot we saw him catch him this morning. Yesterday, hung on a rock, snapping it as he catches one as well.
Wow. It's like things are picking up with the largemouth like we hoped.
I think so.
Choked it.
The two different lakes, too. Tellico and Fort Loudoun, back-to-back, nice largemouth.
Well, it can happen very, very fast in 3 days of fishing. Sometimes it only takes about 11 minutes to change the whole trajectory of the tournament. We're going to see if this flurry of fish catching, especially the largemouth variety, continues here from our second day action. Knoxville, Tennessee, our fantastic host city. We've got so much more fishing to bring you here on the second day of the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic.
Yes! No way!
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live. This is a very special edition of our live coverage. It's 3 days of live coverage of the most important 3 days in bass fishing. This is the World Championship coming to you from Fort Loudoun Lake and Tellico Lake here right at the top of the Tennessee River, a river that is laced with so much bass fishing history. It would take volumes and volumes to even begin to record it all. We've been looking for this competitor right here, Brian Schmidt, all day long. He hasn't shown up on our leaderboard because it's been a slow morning for Brian, but we are with him right now.
Yeah, we've been waiting to see this. Expected him to be catching a few of those largemouth this morning. Here we go.
Come here, baby girl, come here. Yes! Mwah! We're doing the right thing. It's a nice fish. Nice one.
That is a nice fish.
It is.
That's a nice one.
It is a good one.
Yeah. Took a little while to get it for him, but
all of his fish yesterday were on a
Hard to
shaky
get
head.
bit, baby.
quarter-ounce head.
Hard to
He
get
seemed
bit,
kind of
but we're doing
embarrassed
the
by
right
that.
thing.
Yes, he did, and I don't know why. I bet he's proud of that shaky head right now. Boy, that took a little while to get his first one.
Yeah,
It was a nice fish.
Said he's Thinks he's doing the right thing now. That's all you need to know for now. Let's get back out to Scott Canterbury. Been a while since we checked in with Scott.
Well, you can see largemouth fishing has picked up.
And Davey, for folks watching on FS1, just talk about what lightning does for a couple hours.
I don't know if anyone knows exactly why, but if you fished a lot, you know that, man, it really can turn the fish off. I mean, as that storm's moving in, they can bite really, really well, but it just turns them off. And I don't know anyone that really knows why.
He's over 2. It might be the one I lost yesterday.
I try not to eat during the middle of lightning storms.
You don't, do you?
Not even for a few hours
that
after.
about you.
Yeah.
No, it's one of those unknowns, but the known is oftentimes they will shut down for a few hours.
Right.
Good little chunk, spray pong chunk, 2-4.
Number 3 for Scott Canterbury. Watch out for that guy. He's a closer, that's for sure. He's proven that many a time. So let's head back on up. Another visit here with Jay Shakurat, Wisconsin. Rookie of the Year last year.
There we go.
There we go.
Well, making the bladed jig happen. Most of his fish yesterday on a structured jig, 3/8 ounce.
Welcome, Bass fans.
There we go. That's fish number 2.
Make sure you tag us in all of your posts before, during, and after the class.
Well, you can tell the expo is opening right now.
Where
our set is.
How can you tell?
Bassmaster, Facebook,
That is part of the scene here. This is a big part of this week.
include the official classic hashtag, Bassmaster Classic.
Well, the largemouth fans have got something to clap and cheer about right now. It's been a fantastic last 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's been incredibly good the last 30 minutes. What we were hoping for this morning, but, man, things are definitely picking up.
Yeah, and if you really look at one of the most critical, we talked about it, one of the most critical parts of this tournament right now for Gussie is going to that third school. We did not get to see that yesterday and catching a good one off the bat. And I really think, besides obviously seeing some good largemouth catches, you want that sun for those deeper water smallmouth, just to set them up. And the other thing that we are going to see, and Gussie's obviously, it is popping here in the expo, is we are going to see the presence of wind big time in the next 2 hours. But he is he has grown up in the teeth of the wind.
All right, well, we see that that new logo behind us there. We hear the music. It's time, Mark Zona.
Absolutely is, Tommy Sanders. Love that music. Power Pole replay of the day. I don't know where we're headed, so I'm just going to kind of ease on through this. John Cox, I believe it's the one he got his bait hung up on here moments ago. Throwing a Berkeley Fritz side crankbait. By far the biggest largemouth we have seen this morning on Fort Loudoun, where Cox did most of his work yesterday. Power Pole replay of the day. It is you, John Cox.
Sticking with that Fritz size crankbait all day yesterday and all day today. Says, I'm not going anywhere.
Finished third here when the elites visited back in 2021. He obviously likes the look of this place. The moves that you need to make.
Good one right there from John
See, he
Cox.
was pretty excited for the rain coming. He wanted it in.
You're right,
Such.
Such.
Yeah, good point.
He's telling me his area was 68 degrees, one of his warmest spots.
Let's get back out to Jeff Gustafson, our leader. Now by almost 3.5 pounds.
Just kind of a short one, I think.
Does not look like it'll be 18 inches.
That is. Oh, that's a hard fish to throw back.
It is.
It really is.
Beautiful. Especially the two that were just a 32nd of an inch under 18 inches. He's got to be feeling pretty good now. He's gotten several bites in a short time since he's been to this deeper area, but flatter.
Yeah, landed here about 30 minutes ago and caught one just like that. Good keep.
Take a look at its Mega Live.
It's just a slow tapering main lake point in Tellico.
Gives you a good picture there. That white line is the bottom, and you can tell how flat it is out in the area of this point that he's on.
Using 10-pound braided line to a 10-pound fluorocarbon leader. Might upgrade that a little bit, he said. He kind of manhandles them a little.
Yeah,
he does
surprising.
not play them very.
He said if they want to jump by the boat, I want to make them jump in the boat. Lost a fish yesterday right beside the boat. Oh, that sun's changing things, the largemouth and the smallmouth.
Jeff Gustafson labors on there, trying to become the second only international winner of a Bassmaster Classic. Last time that happened was Takahiro Mori back in 2004. Lake Wiley.
Wow.
In North Carolina.
It's been a minute or two ago.
It's been a while since that has happened. It's going to be another landmark deal if Jeff is able to pull it off, but he's got a long way to go, and he's got some fairly, feisty competitors back behind him there. That is for sure. Brandon Lester being first among them. Corey Johnson, good day for him today so far. We just saw a good one for John Cox and Jay Shakuret as well. Things are happening here. More fishing on the way from the Classic.
Your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota is sponsored by Power Pole.
Well, tomorrow on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series takes a right turn into Texas, where man and machine battle over 3 miles of twists and turns at the road course at the Circuit of the Americas. The action begins tomorrow, 3 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Love that road racing.
Oh, yes.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Big day for sports
it's a
tomorrow.
Real track.
Yeah, okay, all right. Let's see where you stand. Hey, we're sitting here right in this place right here, the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo presented by the U.S. Army. The doors are open, and you can see how quickly this place is filling up. It's phenomenal.
It was a circus yesterday for a Friday at the Bassmaster Classic. 6,500 fans in the morning out at the takeoff at 5 a.m., Tommy Sanders.
Oh, my gosh, unbelievable, unreal. This was earlier today, the first time we checked in with Brian Schmidt. Been waiting for him to catch one, and he caught a good one.
He did catch a good one, catching his fish on a shaky head, fishing offshore cover.
It's strange. We get to see this so much on Bassmaster Live. It was definitely a lull for the largemouth fishermen early today, and then it's like the entire system kind of took flight here in the last 60 minutes. Seeing a lot of nice fish catches on Fort Loudoun and on Tellico. And the one thing that we're going to look at as we unlock the lake here, taking a look at Fort Loudoun and Tellico lakes, your Minn Kota unlock the lake. Here's what we do know. From Knoxville down to the dam on Fort Loudoun, that is where the majority of the pressure has been in years past, and seeing it this time again. It's basically looking at a 45, 47 mile run down towards the dam. You're noticing one thing though, one common theme with your leaders fishing very close to the main lake, the main river system there on Fort Loudoun as you get to where it connects to Tellico. And here's the thing, the big difference from Tellico to Fort Loudoun, even though they're connected, Fort Loudoun, a lot more color, a shallower body of water as far as catching them. As you get into Tellico, you've got another, call it 35 miles of water, much clearer water, much deeper water, not as much pressure from our competitors in this tournament. That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake.
Really interested, sort of a two-sided fishery here. Great character, different character for both Fort Loudoun and Tellico.
They are two totally different lakes.
Yeah, and you notice that the smallmouth are coming from the ones down around the canal and over in Tellico.
Cleaner water, yep. Does it surprise you, Davey, we've not seen very many shallow water smallmouth on Fort Loudoun like we did in the 2019 Classic?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. But also with the sun and the weather stabilizing today, we might see a little more of that. Corey Johnson won in particular, and you mentioned Jacob Prosnick also hoping for those fish to move up. Gussie, not so much. He wants them to stay right out there in the 20 to 30 feet of water. You see a fish just a little in front of his boat there, close to the bottom. Get another rod out. He's fishing a 3-inch and a 4-inch jerk shad. 10-pound test on one setup and 12 on the other.
See 2 fish, bottom of his screen, bottom left-hand corner.
Don't see as many fish on these points outside of the canal as he's seeing in the canal, but these fish are a lot easier to get to bite or to catch once he does locate
absolutely.
one.
Yes, they are not as pressured as the ones in the canal between the lakes.
That pressure in the canal, isn't that part of his doing? I mean, the show he put on in 2021?
Yeah, but, you know, guys, locals that have grown up on this lake, Mark Malden, even when he won there, it had been going on there for decades. Here's what was unique about when Gussie won. Doing it 4 days. You see, there has been tournaments for decades, won in that canal, 1-day events. To do that 4 days and to do it on live television is what made it very, very popular and much more pressured now.
What to think now for him 2 years after he exposed it to a lot more people to come to the Bassmaster Classic, and if he can do it for 3 days, it'll be phenomenal.
Spotted one. I don't know if he'll be 14.
Most people are like Drew Benton. They go do that for an hour or two in the morning, Corey Johnson, and then they have to go do this to finish out a limit.
Should be a keeper.
Easy.
14 inches, yeah.
Number 2. All them spots on it.
I got John Cox started the day in 4th place, and you're almost getting close to halfway through the day. He's still in 4th place. It's a good job.
That is about the furthest you will see John Cox off the bank, getting out in a little deeper water and about 2.5 feet right there for John.
And I don't think we're going to have a chance to look at his forward-facing sonar either.
I don't think so.
But he's catching them. Doing it his
that
way.
one ate it. That one swallowed it. I had a nice one on that other log, too. See, maybe he'll make it.
Maybe mixing it up with a different lure for a change.
Close. Oh, yeah.
He did bring 2 lures for the Bassmaster Classic.
Number 4.
He is a different bird.
I think we're going to just hang out, hang out and wait for them big ones to come in.
See, that wind is picking up.
All right.
Been a while since we checked in with Brandon Lester. Had a good start today. Had some what he would consider bonus fish. None of the fish he weighed in yesterday were in his live well until 11:30 yesterday. Wow.
It's amazing the way a lot of these fish just are on these mud flats.
Nothing.
2 feet deep.
I didn't think it was that big, but it'll keep.
But without the higher water, that's what they have.
Right.
I said it would. I don't know if it will or
And it's
not.
just all the bait is keeping them there. It's not cover. It's all about the bait. That's going to be a close one there.
Yeah. I think he's good, though. Oh, yeah, we got a 1/4 of an inch on that one. Look at them black marks on him. That's pretty cool. Wow. Got a couple on this side, too. Got them on his lips. Cool looking fish.
See that a lot in the colder water in the spring.
That is number 5 anyway.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Tommy, he's way
Second
ahead of the
cast on a
game
brand new
compared to
spot.
yesterday.
Give me some.
I think he only had 2 at about this time yesterday.
Yeah. All his better ones, though, came after the halfway point of the day.
So to really look at,
there he is.
Wow.
That's a good one there. Oh, stay down. They're biting today. That ain't that big, but get rid of that one line burner we got.
Can only possess 5, so he'll replace one of the smaller ones with that fish.
You guys are exactly right. He's about an hour and a half, an hour and 15 ahead of schedule when he caught 3 or 4 and 6 or 7 casts around 11:30 yesterday. So 10 to 10:15 today, he's already started that flurry, which is a good sign that it's happening earlier in the morning. These largemouth guys are not having to wait to the last 2 hours every day.
We've seen a big change in the last, 45 minutes now? 1 hour in the amount of largemouth that have been caught. Big change.
Definitely take that.
Brandon Lester all of a sudden down a pretty good deficit to Jeff Gustafson, trying to chip away at that. That's the job for right now for Brandon Lester and all the rest of them. For the largemouth guys, keep this little bit of momentum that largemouth in that part of the lake seem to have. Keep that going. And eventually, for everyone 25 points down, get above that 25 point. Make the cut for tomorrow.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota is sponsored by Power Pole.
It's day 2 of the Classic. What beautiful surroundings here in East Tennessee, Knoxville, our great host city. Let's talk about the Progressive Elite Series Bassmaster Angler of the Year race right now. Our leader, the man who won the first tournament down there at Lake Okeechobee, Tyler Rivette. Carl Jochimson has done very, very well over the course of 2 events. His aggregate score over those 2 put him in second place, and the winner of our second event, Joey Cifuentes, is in third place.
And if you are a hardcore professional fishing fan, you might have lost money betting on some of those names in your top 10. That definitely looks a lot different from years past.
Yes, definitely. It was a little bit unexpected. And one of our top 10, of course, to start this day, Scott Canterbury, was our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year in the year of 2019. He got it started with a great day, or several days, down on the St. Johns River and just built on that.
Yeah, really one of the things about Scott Canterbury, and we've covered him for many years now, is he is a great shallow water power fisherman. Taking a look at a big one right there. I believe he caught that on the Sabine years past. Really where he shined that year is when he came up north and he got to the St. Lawrence River, then on to St. Clair, holding his own on a northern bodies of water against some of the best smallmouth fishermen on earth. That is where, really, if you look at the season, that's where he saved it.
Yeah, he's a well-rounded fisherman, but you're right. He's considered one of the best shallow water largemouth fishermen. That's why we're glad to have a camera with him here today.
Yeah.
He loves fishing the Coosa River a lot. The Tennessee River also catches a lot of his fish, power fishing shallow water, and that's exactly what he's doing here this week.
Had a bunch of great final days in that year of 2019, that's for sure.
He pulled a lot of days out of the fire. He was having a rough time and made some great late catches.
Yeah, and that year, like all angler years, you see them make pivotal catches. That buzzbait fish on Winyah Bay was incredible.
That's where it was. It was Winyah Bay.
It was one of those great fisheries.
Back out to Jeff Gustafson. He's our leader. Pretty good margin, too.
Oh, there's one. Looking at his Humminbird Mega Live forward-facing sonar, and that's exactly what you want to see right there. There's a fish right there around Gutsy's bait. There's three of them. Oh, he's going to get a bite. He's hooked up.
Got one. See him coming up to the. That is awesome.
This is the one we need.
Oh, this is a good one, too. You can see it go back down. It's pulling drag. Oh, boy.
Come on. I need you. I need you. Yes! Woo! Yes!
Wow.
That's 10. 5 to go, baby. Oh, yeah. That's a proper one. Mr. Fat Lip.
Mr. Fat Lips.
20-incher.
Tommy, do you ever remember an angler counting 15 down?
No,
I mean, how confident is he?
Yes, for everyone's benefit, he's talking about the number of keepers you need for the entire tournament. He's not talking about, I got my 5. He's got 9 of his 15.
And I must say, most anglers, including myself, when I was in a classic, you want to catch 5 a day. His goal was 15 yesterday morning when he started.
Yep.
That is a good one right there for Gussie. And just before a commercial break, I was going to say, boy, he's kind of leaving the door open. That one right there. Here's the best way to put it, man. And we opened up here on FS1. There is potential that this could get ugly, especially if he puts his foot on the gas today.
So my question to you is, will he? Yesterday we were talking about this. You and I both said he should pull the trolling motor, but he's not doing it today. Should he burn it down?
We're on FS1 until 11:30. He can pull the trolling motor at 11:31.
He's hooked up.
Doesn't feel like a big one, but
if this is a keeper, I say he leaves right after this fish.
Small.
See cameraman Brian Evie behind him.
We got the drone shot.
One of
We
those
got
real
the
nice
front-facing
ones that you
sonar. We
can't
got this
keep,
covered.
I think. Just check them to be sure, but. Yeah, like 17 and 9/10. That's 3 of those today. God, brutal.
Did you think the odds were against him to come back here after winning a couple of years ago, to come back here, do the same thing, granted, not the same area, but to repeat?
Oh, absolutely.
I did too.
You almost never see that happen.
Right.
That being said, a lot of the other anglers that aren't doing this, that said, that's Gutsy's deal, I'm not going to do it, they didn't think it could be done again either.
I agree with you.
And what would be even more impressive, not just winning 2 events, that would be absolutely incredible, but he could possibly lead all 7 days of those 2 events. He led wire to wire in 2021, led yesterday. He's leading right now. If he led 7 straight days on this body of water, that's impressive.
I think a lot of
260, so I'm going to I want to try and get one more like solid one, just so I can upgrade a little good chunk on that, but I don't want to burn, more keepers here, but I also want to, just try to really get as much as I can today, but without, I got lots of time, so I'm going to just try and get one more and then go hunting around and try and find another one of these places. Like literally these 2 spots, it took me 2 whole days and I got 2 spots out of it basically. And there's a few places where I caught a fish or 2 here and there, but not like these had a school on them, that were a good fish and a good number of them, but it feels pretty good. Just got to keep pecking at it here.
So he wants to catch one more.
Just one more. It's always just one more, isn't it? It's so impressive, though. We're talking about what he has done.
It is, man.
I spent Wednesday's practice day with Taku. He's one of the best with his electronics, great smallmouth fisherman. He came here and pre-fished 10 days.
And did not find this.
Did not find 2 spots like
and
Gussie found.
This is what a Taku Ito looks for. This is what he does.
Yes, so even more impressive for Gussie.
What I was going to say when Ronnie was talking right there is I do think a lot of the wickedly good smallmouth fishermen in this field, I think they played the weather that was coming, that we're in right now.
Yeah. And oftentimes that's certainly the right thing to do.
Absolutely. And if you join us tomorrow on Fox and FS1, it is going to be premium conditions to do this. You want high skies, light winds, and that's exactly what we're going to have all day long tomorrow.
I think he's been fortunate today also. I haven't seen those gusts like they have been calling for so far. But you're right, the brighter the skies, the less wind is certainly what he's wanting.
So Z or Ronnie, what time is the wind supposed to get here today?
Right afternoon.
Right afternoon.
Yeah, but at weigh-in, we should be cranking right in the 40-mile-per-hour range.
Hour and a half.
Here we go.
Yeah, I saw one.
Tommy, you can't keep your eyes off.
I know.
Right.
Pete Robbins of Bassmaster.com wrote a column about this yesterday evening, and it's just like he thinks they're going to divide the history of bass fishing into pre-front-facing sonar and after front-facing sonar. It's going to become that.
Look, without that Mega Live image, and I know a lot of our viewers that fish a lot, without that image, you're just looking at the back of a dude staring at a sonar. To have that, you can paint the picture of what he is looking at.
That's everything to us, for sure.
You just saw him switch baits, probably go to a smaller bait. That fish didn't react to the bait he had. Seeing the bait go down. And all of these fish that he's targeting, they're out about 10 feet in front of the boat. He's not vertical, but he's not out there at 80 feet. See him scanning with the trolling motor.
Well, neither on day one or day two was it just a real fast start out of the gate for Jeff Gustafson. He lost a good one early yesterday, and that was it for a long while. Took him a little while to get started today, but once it did get going, man, oh man, he made things move.
No doubt about it, Tommy Sanders. Earlier today, your VMC on point, Jeff Gustafson, was a little bit longer today than it was yesterday. All of his damage on day number one of this Bassmaster Classic done in about 25 minutes. And here's what is kind of interesting about that first spot. He caught a lot of non-keepers today, not as many keepers as yesterday. Moving to this area, catching that big one about 20 minutes ago. Your VMC on point, Jeff Gustafson. He was on point the last time we were here on Fort Loudoun and Tellico, and he is back in the driver's seat. Unofficially with 15 pounds and 8 ounces with room to grow.
An hour and a half of super production right there for Jeff Gustafson, and now he enjoys a healthy lead in north of 8 pounds over Brandon Lester as it stands right now. But we are far from done on this day.
Yeah,
we're not even to the halfway point yet.
The big thing I was starting to question, should he have started in that canal? But he knew what he was doing, and it has certainly worked out.
John Cox has gained one step up the ladder there.
This is a very hard body of water to get a 2 or 3 pound lead on. Look at his lead right now.
It's 8 pounds and 2 ounces for Jeff Gustafson. That is a commanding performance there, to say the very least, on the second day of the World Championship of Fishing, the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. We will be right back.
The Tennessee River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Great to have you with us on our coverage of the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. To help you follow the action, use the QR code right there. Scan the code. Follow the action at the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship. 3 days of fishing that go by so very quickly. We're almost rolling up on the midway point of this second day. Wow. We just got underway, it seems like. And man, oh man, Jeff Gustafson would like for it to go even faster right now at the position he's in with a lead, as we join you right now, over 8 pounds ahead of his nearest competitor, Tennessee's Brandon Lester. But right now, let's go back down on the water, Fort Loudoun Lake, and Florida's John Cox. John Cox started the day in 4th place, and he has inched his way up, caught him steady. He's not catching giant numbers, but he is catching some good largemouth, and he's moved up into 3rd place.
And he is in the exact creek where he fished a couple years ago when Gussie won. A lot of color in that creek, where there was not a week ago.
Was not?
That exact creek right there, he said, was almost gin clear.
Really? That's surprising. I've never seen it any other color than this, or even
And here's what's
dirtier.
interesting. He said the further back you got, the clearer it got.
He's not going to make it.
That one's going to be a little short.
Yeah. And Davies, Zona, I will say, I think that's
All
why
right.
on the final day of
Here we
practice
go.
on Wednesday, there were 6 anglers fishing at the mouth and starting at the mouth of it, because that was
Come on,
where the
baby.
actual
Stay
color
on.
was, because it was so clear in
Stay
the back.
on.
Oh, boy.
Oh, he's
Stay
got
on.
Trouble here?
Come on. Come on. Come on. Get around that stick. We go coming to you. Come here. Got her. Got her. That's the one we lost right there. Oh my gosh. Got her in the side. Oh my gosh. That's another one of those nice ones there. Oh my gosh, look at that. Those are the Fusion 19 hooks right there. Just, oh gosh, that was awesome. That's number 5, right? I think so. Oh, she's bleeding bad. Let me get her in there. Oh my gosh. Whew. That little sucker right there. One eye and all. He's catching them. Oh man, that is exciting. Gosh, I love it. Who would have thought I would have loved throwing a crankbait? I love it. Oh. All right, let me, I'm gonna hook this bubbler up. So that guy's, he'll help that guy stay alive.
Again, if you weren't able to join us on FS1 at the last event, John Cox runs an aluminum boat, ripped a 4-foot hole in the bottom of that boat.
How does
right
that
there.
leave any boat?
The best part is he said he gets bad mileage right now because he has had to add so much aluminum to the bottom of this boat.
That is crazy. That was not a replay from yesterday. He had a catch yesterday that looked exactly like that. The stick-to-itiveness pays off, I guess.
He said it still rides just fine, just like you said. Uses a lot more fuel.
Right.
Jeff Gustafson looking for one more before he continues his quest in search of more outstanding groups of smallmouth.
Boy, what a different picture. You go from John Cox fishing a crankbait in that dirty water to Gussie out on Tellico.
Look at the difference of the watercolor.
Yeah.
That is amazing. See Brandon Lester in Fort Loudoun and clear, deeper water for Gussie and Tellico. And look, as tough as this tournament has been for the majority of the field, it is very unique, a unique body of water that you can kind of pick your strength.
Yes.
Like it offers almost every style and technique of bass fishing.
And largemouth, smallmouth, and spotted bass.
Yeah.
Sorry I'm not more chatty. I just, in high gear here trying to get the job done. But I'm happy.
A little surprised Brandon Lester is still fishing the backs of these creeks and not gone to the jig. He's got a solid limit.
Agreed.
And I think he's going to catch plenty of fish doing this, but those bigger ones, I think he has a better chance with the jig in his hand. A lot fewer bites. Here comes some gust. The other thing about that 18-inch minimum for smallmouth bass, boy, if you can get your 5, you're there.
You're there.
You don't have to.
That's right.
Catch 12 keepers.
Absolutely.
Jeff Gustafson certainly overachieving today, and for him, it's all about one thing. He's committed to it, and it's all revolved around finding 18-inch smallmouth. How does he do it, and how important is it?
That's a real one. You see it on paper, and it looks like it's easy, but it's not. And there are a lot of 17 inches out there, really beauty fish that you got to throw back, and it's tough. So there's a bit of a luck factor there. I mean, you got to get the right bites. No more losing fish the next 2 days, and that'll be important as well.
In just 3 weeks, real football for real fans is back. The 2023 USFL season opening kickoff weekend starts the new season on April 15th and 16th on Fox, NBC, and FS1. Something nice happening on April 15th. That's a switch. We like that. We like that.
Tommy, not only that, a couple weeks after that, it's the NFL draft, which I know you are fired up about.
You know me, 24/7 on that. All the way, all the way. That's the look of our 10 who started the day in the top 10 spots on our leaderboard after day 1 of fishing here at this Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, 53rd edition of the World Championship. Ray Scott had a dream for his newly founded Bass Angler Sportsman Society. They started back in the late 60s, said, I'm going to make one event that the world will pay attention to, and he did it. 1971 it premiered.
You know, really, if you looked at that leaderboard right there and all the attention that's on Loudoun, and we were on Bassmaster.com yesterday, not FS1, it's going kind of like yesterday.
Yeah.
Gussie jumped out to a pretty substantial lead at about 10:30 in the morning, and slowly your largemouth guys chipped away. Now, granted, Gussie was not fishing anymore after
Yeah, but you're right, and it's a good point. Brandon Lester, Chris Johnston basically had nothing that they weighed in by about this time yesterday.
Yes. Yeah, for your largemouth fishermen, the afternoon bite yesterday from noon to weigh-in, by far best time of day.
This is beside the point, but John Cox in this area 2 years ago, there was so much construction. He had all of those yellow barriers to protect the shoreline, and he had less shoreline to fish. He hasn't even been able to fish as much short. Like, he's maximizing this area to a T because he doesn't even get to fish half the bridge or half the rocks there because they're covered up with construction still 2 years later.
Speaking of that, a good point. The question was asked in the angler meeting, can you fish on the other side of these barricades? Can you cross them? And they said yes. But to your point, it makes it difficult to cast a crankbait over those things. But that was a valid question. I think Brandon Polnick asked in the meeting that, yes, it is. You can fish on the other side. It just makes it difficult. Especially fishing a crankbait.
I see a little bit of rock up in there on this point. I might go do a little tour up shallow or two and just see if there's any life.
Water levels, as you can see in the bottom right there, are down here for sure. TVA takes these reservoirs down in the wintertime in anticipation of spring rains that really haven't gotten here yet.
Right.
Yeah.
It should have a lot more water in this system, and I think that's one of the biggest curveball. You talked about it yesterday. You're dealing with a body of water, especially on Loudoun, that fish is small. With the low water, fish is much smaller this time around.
And the volume of water it takes to make this place go up and down was much narrower.
Yeah.
The upper part of the Tennessee River than once you get that Kentucky Lake and those parts.
As he said, he's going to venture a little shallower up here, take a peek around.
And to that, we talked about this some yesterday. It's the reason a lot of these largemouth, he keeps saying, dang, we had a warm rain last night. The water temperatures are in the low 60s, mid 60s. Some of these places by the afternoon, those fish the largemouth just don't make that move until that water level comes up. Gives them a lot more habitat to spawn. Not only for them to spawn, but the fry to survive, to have that habitat.
Where you think that water level even trumps warm weather?
On certain river systems like this, yeah, absolutely.
That's what when we proposed that in the TV interviews and even practice, the three conditions: the clarity of the water, the temperature of the water, or the level of the water, and by far overwhelmed. Like maybe one or two people said, I'd love for it to be warmer, or I'd love for some dirty water to come in, but almost all of them otherwise was level. A foot and a half, 2 feet gives them somewhere to go and get around.
Now, that being said, if it doesn't come up by July, yes, I think they will spawn.
I asked Drew Benton this. He was in our top 10, caught smallmouth and largemouth yesterday. I asked him just jokingly, I said, hey, it kind of got warm yesterday. Might get warm again tomorrow. You going to go look for sight fish on Sunday? Because he's always a major sight fisherman. And he said, I went to the back a couple dead-end pockets in Tellico where it's clearer, and I saw some fish swimming around. One of them flashed. I don't think that's going to be a deal, but don't you worry. I looked, and so it's interesting to see how some fish wait so long before they go up there, and some, as soon as it gets warm, they head to the bank to do their deal.
Wind is going to play havoc with that sight fishing this afternoon.
I think so.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Maybe better conditions tomorrow.
Maybe, yeah. Give it a go tomorrow.
Little surprised to see not as many people pick Gussie to win this event in the Drain the Lake. But, gosh, how many people would think that John Cox would have to have a chance to win a Bassmaster Classic cranking?
Right.
Like nobody.
Yes. Well, somebody we had our eye on early this morning from Maryland, Brian Schmidt, 1 fish in his live well right now.
Brian, the last man in from the Bassmaster Elite Series. Won the last event of the year, was winning in.
I was hung up. He might keep, dude. He might just keep. Heck yeah, boy. Number 2, baby. Number 2. It's a slow grind, but this is a nice one. This is a very nice one. This calms me down a little bit. Had a couple opportunities since we got where we're at right now. We haven't capitalized, but that one, I was hung up. He actually ate it off of the log. Or brush pile or whatever it is. Like I was no doubt hung up. That's pretty cool.
Oh, he is having a time.
Let's do that again.
Using his forward-facing sonar not to locate smallmouth in deep water, but to find these stumps and trees offshore, shallow but offshore cover.
I'm going to throw you one. So you see what Gussie has done in Tellico. There are some of the best forward-facing sonar fishermen in this field that fish the Bassmaster Elite's big series. He is outside of the canal. He is the only one doing that in Tellico. That is really, really weird.
Totally amazes me. Totally amazing. And you have to know that, and I just mentioned Taku because I was with him Wednesday. Brandon Polinick, Corey Johnson, Chris Johnson, and even if they kind of respected that canal, some did, some didn't.
Patrick Walters.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many people try it or not try it? That's a question I'd like to ask.
I'm just sort of doing a little bit more moving around on this spot. Just having a look around, really not seeing a whole lot now. And then I'm gonna do one little shift up a little bit shallower. I can see some rock up in there, so just check that out. And then, just go and try and look around and see if we can find any more, just try and make the best use of time that I can, and see what we can learn. I feel like the fish are leaving this stuff a bit. Like it seems like there's just less of them than there has been on these spots, but I'm about to break out my flip-flops. Like it's getting pretty warm, which is not ideal. I wish it was cold still. That would probably help keep these things out here. Like keeps warming up. They're just gonna wanna kind of hit the bank, I think, but there's still a few around, so hopefully they'll be enough for one more day.
Gussie has the biggest bag. Greg Hackett's climbed back in our top 10, though. About a 3-pounder. He's got 4 fish on the day.
Boy, he has made something that is so incredibly hard to do. When he won here in the past and this time around, make it look so easy.
Yes, and what a time to do it. I mean, it is tough out there today. The vast majority of our field does not have a limit.
Wow.
Not even.
Only
amazing.
3 guys with limits.
Yeah.
Beautiful day in March.
Absolutely. Beautiful place here, East Tennessee, gateway to the Smoky Mountains, and some fishing that is very challenging for the guys who would be the world champion at the end of it all.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota is sponsored by Power Pole.
Second day of the Bassmaster Classic, the World Championship from here in fantastic Knoxville, Tennessee. Couldn't be a better match for this great event and a host city. This is in the heart of very, very intense interest in bass fishing. The fans are very vocal, very demonstrative. Thousands and thousands have showed up just for the takeoffs at the first light of day downtown at Volunteer Landing here in Knoxville. We can't say enough about this great community, about Visit Knoxville, the organization that has moved mountains and gotten volunteers together and done it all. What a great day. You can see the support we get here at the Bassmaster Classic Outdoors Expo. This place is absolutely full. I feel kind of, as we say back home, naked without my white bucket. I mean, we don't have we don't have room for shopping carts, but the white bucket is the deal. That's
I had no idea how popular buckets are these days. I had no clue, but it brings them in, Tommy Sanders.
Right. Well, we got a Jeff Gustafson guys with a lead of almost 7.5 pounds, but we have seen enough through the years I hope we've learned enough not to give it to him so far, because anything can happen, especially at the Classic.
Yes, and really, if you kind of rewind time to when Gussie won here 2 years ago, he fished a perfect tournament, led from start to finish. Very much the case that we're seeing right now. His only enemy right now in this tournament, we talked about at the top of this show, there's potential for a blowout, but his biggest enemy in this tournament are these warm nights. In fact, if you looked at his Mega Live, that sonar pick that we've been showing really the entire broadcast, there are way less fish there today than we got to see yesterday. So he's going to have a long evening to think about this.
Yeah, and yesterday.
And I might be just manufacturing drama.
Well, hey,
I don't know, Tommy. I don't even know what
part
I'm
of our
saying
job.
right
now. I totally agree with you. That's the one thing that could keep him from catching his limit tomorrow. He's made it look easy the last 2 days, but you're exactly right, Zay. You look at his Mega Live, there's not as many smallmouth out there in that 20 to 30 feet of water as it was yesterday. Even earlier today, he's even talking about it. And that's also the one thing that the largemouth fishermen have to have is the warm nights. So hopefully those fish will move up. We did see our best largemouth catches yesterday in the afternoon.
Yes, and the one thing to say, if you weren't joining us here on FS1 earlier, the one thing with Gussie, he has 2 spots. That is basically it.
That's right. Could be limited. Could be winding down. He's got 10 fish, though. That's what he needs limit-wise. So far as we go into our Yamaha midday report.
Oh, yes. Corey Johnston starting off in the mouth of Tellico on a very shallow gravel point, doing work with a 6 Sense jerkbait. Only thing about Corey, he said, I need this spot to show up every morning to have a shot at winning. Caught a big smallmouth there earlier today, but the numbers were not there this morning like we saw on day number 1.
Yeah, he definitely needs the numbers to be on that point. He's not fishing in the canal around some of those other fishermen. He's just outside it on a shallow point. The wind was perfect there for him this morning, but he just was only able to catch those 2 fish. Then he goes to the bank and tries to catch these fish along the shoreline under some boat docks. Said he lost a big one doing that yesterday. But he needs that starting spot to be better for him.
Exactly right. Corey Johnston fishing a lot of pockets in Tellico. Well, we're going to slide into Fort Loudoun right now with, what do you call him, Tommy Sanders? What, the happy
warrior.
Happy warrior.
The happy
that
warrior.
Is such a conflict of war. There's not a
you're being
warrior
unreasonably
on earth
bitter
that is
about
happy
that,
Tommy
about
Sanders.
That phrase right
They're
there.
ominous. They're intimidating. It's exactly what John Cox is to the rest of this field. Doing work with the Berkeley Fritz side crankbait, fishing shallow, staying shallow. Biggest key for John Cox, fish that size that are coming to him. Big pre-spawners. John Cox fishing an area that we got to see a couple years back when Gussie won. Said the main key in this tournament, don't overthink it. Well, he certainly has not done that at all in this event.
The only thing he's changed up is the area just a little bit. He caught a big one here yesterday. Hopes to catch some bigger fish there today.
Brandon Lester started the day in second place, very, very close to our leader, Jeff Gustafson. In fact, took over the lead early on today.
Yeah, and Brandon Lester, definitely a local favorite here in this event. Doesn't fish here as much as some other Tennessee River lakes. Got to see him win a big Elite Series event last year. Fishing on Pickwick, just downstream from here. Starting off with a 1/4 ounce lipless crankbait on basically just a nothing miss mud flat, 1 to 2.5 feet of water, changing colors, getting it done. But like other anglers that we covered yesterday, big fish showed up later in the day. Brandon Lester is going to need that to keep pace with Jeff Gustafson.
The big one's not there today, 5 for less than 10. And now Jeff Gustafson.
Yeah, had a little slower start this morning. Somewhat like yesterday. He had some bad luck yesterday, but today just did not get the bites like he expected to. We really expected when he started on his place where he caught them all yesterday. I expected to see things really happening a lot slower for him there this morning. Had to go to his 3rd spot, but boy, did things change for him when he went there.
Kind of break it down here in this midday report. 20 to 30 feet of water, broken rock, broken rubble, getting it done with a Z-Man jerk shads. Taking a look at Brandon Lester live from above.
There's your Yamaha midday report.
Brandon Lester spent most of the morning fishing in the back of one particular creek, had a ton of shad in it, fishing 2 feet and less. It looks like he's going to make that change where we saw him yesterday fishing a jig out closer to the main river itself. and hopefully he'll catch one or two of those 4 to 5 pounders like he did yesterday.
Tommy, we have to explain the bucket thing. So when you come to the expo here, there are lines of hundreds of people where they hand out buckets to put all your goodies at the expo. I just had no idea buckets were in such demand.
Oh, well, you guys, like we say, there's no room for a shopping cart here, and people want to take stuff home. They want to come here and have something to remember their day at the Classic by.
Hit you with a bucket.
I've even noticed a couple with 2 buckets.
I have too.
Like a 2-bucket man,
Out
or
of
2-bucket
control.
woman.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? They fit inside one or the other. You can nest them like that.
They are
really
filling them
load
up with goodies. I will say that. You don't see many empty buckets.
No,
there are a lot
no,
of
no.
goodies in the buckets.
Getting a lot of goodies here. You bet.
Davey, you missed it just a minute ago. Somebody put their bucket right behind me over here at our desk to take a photo of y'all, and I snatched it, and they looked back, and their bucket was gone, and it was a sheer panic on their face, and I revealed it, and they were –
Did you get
had a good
slugged?
laugh at it. Oh,
Don't
yeah.
let us have to get somebody off of you this morning.
I wanted to see what they got. I mean, I just wanted to look at the new releases.
You better watch whose bucket you are grabbing.
Ooh, getting a good look right there.
Yep.
Oh, that's a great look there at Gussie's Mega Live. You can see the little change in depth there, and you could see a fish just hanging out right there.
Davey Z, he's worried that his school may break up. Is there a time you think he's got to wait a 15.5 where he can go look for another school?
He's
got 4 hours left.
He tried some of that yesterday, and I think he kind of gave up on it. I think his 3 spots are done. Yes. Good thought, though. I'm surprised maybe he wouldn't, because he's got the target weight again today with a lot of time left.
Exactly. About how it was in the tournament he won here in 2021. Yes. Same weights.
You know, Z, Tommy, I've watched classics forever just like me. Do you ever remember these are the best of the best that qualified from all different directions but had to beat a lot of people to get here. Someone to dominate a technique. You know, back in the day, there were people that, were great at this or that. And boy, when it was happening, they would kind of beat up on the rest of the field. But you don't see that anymore like what we're seeing here.
I agree with that. There were crankers, David.
Jim Bitter with a jerkbait. He was the guy.
Davey Height with a jig.
Yeah, sure. But we haven't seen that. Come on.
Such a joke.
But you just don't see that anymore like what we're seeing right now. The whole field knew Gutsy would be doing this, and he was telling people 2 days ago he was going to win the Bassmaster Classic.
And for the viewers watching this, they knew the bait, the line, the depth. Like they knew all of the pieces of the puzzle. That's the hardest thing in professional bass fishing.
In professional sports.
Yes.
You know Mahomes, what he's going to do.
But you don't know the playbook.
You can't do anything about it. You just can't do anything about it.
It is very interesting.
You take Fighter's a pretty good angler. He says he couldn't do what Gussie's doing. I did that story on him, and he says that's a very specific technique to keep it at a certain depth, floated over the fish in current.
Think about that in other sports, and we just haven't seen it in our sport in a while. But it's happening right here before our eyes.
Scott Canterbury hooked up here.
Stay on, stay on, stay on. Yes. Woo, barely ate it. He'll measure. He'll measure. I think. Oh yeah. He's almost 50. Number 4. What a grind.
What a grind. Scott said it all right there. For so many of our anglers, you want to be in the top 25 before this day is over. And as the day wears on with our coverage, we'll be concentrating more on that 25 number as we move forward. Who's up and down? There's been a lot of traffic up and down at that point so far. Jeff Gustafson, though, in the race for the lead right now. Got a good, substantial lead right now, and we have more fishing on the way from the Bassmaster Classic.
He is your champion, ladies and
coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota is sponsored by Power Pole.
Second day action from the Classic and our fantastic host community. There it is, one of the big houses of SEC football, Neyland Stadium. And of course, right around the corner at Thompson Bowling Arena is where we're going to have our weigh-in later today. Neyland Stadium there at the corner of Philip Fulmer Boulevard and the Tennessee River, basically.
We were easing on through there yesterday, Tommy,
were.
looking at that Yeti hot seat, and it was dripping with heat.
Oh,
Jeff
gosh.
Gustafson. And we talked about it, Davey, looking at beautiful shot right there in downtown Knoxville, Tennessee. Davey, we talked about the Bassmaster Classic being every day is its own process, its own monster. And taking a look at our anglers fishing on our playing field on Fort Loudoun and Tellico, we made the comment yesterday on Bassmaster.com. We said that obviously when you won the Classic, the one thing about this tournament compared to the rest of the season on the Bassmaster Elite Series, it's an uncomfortable event for you guys because you have your same routine all year long. Talk about the monster that this tournament is.
Oh, well, it starts the day you get here. You have so many things going on with media, and you realize just how big this event really is. It truly is the Super Bowl of bass fishing. And even after you've been here a few times, it's still just, like you said, it's out of the norm. Normally we go fishing, we come back, we retire and get ready for the next day, we go back the next day.
These days
so
are
many
long.
things going on, and the days are so long.
Put a lot of pressure on yourself, too.
Yes.
An extra amount, right?
And we all have family that comes to these events, and you want to perform for them also.
Everybody's here. It's all here. Brian Schmidt still looking to fill out his limit. He's got 3 fish to go. I don't know if that one's going to help him. We'll see.
Got real loud here for a minute. We got crowds on both sides of our booth here. There's Bill Dance and Jimmy Houston lines to get their autograph.
You like that, don't you, Suge?
I do.
It's a nice one. Nice fat,
You come see
little
the.
fish.
We live in it's a
See
young
the
sport.
legends.
We can still see the legend, the people who built it, the people who invented it, basically.
Suge
Some of them are still with us.
Suge's going to get him a bucket when we go to break.
He is. He's got him a bucket.
I already
out
got
there.
one.
Yeah, it's stashed.
Now that fish, let everything go by him and decide to bite that. Wish I. Whatever, I'm happy.
I think what Brian's referring to is he's trying some other lures because, like you said, he's almost seems to be embarrassed that he's throwing a shaky head worm in the Bassmaster Classic. I do not know why, but he tried some other lures and finally threw the shaky head in there and caught that last fish.
If you win with a shaky head, is the trophy smaller?
I think it's the same size.
Okay, yeah.
Great point.
Gussie is measuring it.
$300,000 is the same check.
Yeah. Not what it was last year, but.
Gussie's also in line for the Rapala Monster Bag bonus, which is $7,000.
Another $17.75.
That's new to the Classic, isn't it?
Yes, sir. And Mercury is $1,000 a day, and then the overall big bass of the day will be another $2,500.
Boy, it just seems like every tournament that we've covered here, we talked about it yesterday on .com, it is so hard to stay consistent fishing for largemouth here. Look at Brandon Lester, John Cox, Jay Shakurit doing what they're doing. It is the one thing that this lake has proven, especially fishing on Fort Loudoun, it is not easy to do it past 2 days.
It's not, and that's what makes it so impressive what Gussie has done here in the Elite, catching them for 4. Whether you're targeting largemouth or smallmouth, it's not consistent to anyone except Gussie.
Well, what we have seen Jeff Gustafson do so far today has been most singular. It's singular, it's impressive, and it is our marathon peak performance.
Pretty easy one. It's been a grimy day for the majority of the field here in the Bassmaster Classic, days 1 and 2. Jeff Gustafson starting out a little bit slow today, a little bit eerily similar to what it was yesterday. Then landing on him, catching a lot of non-keepers today.
Yeah,
Didn't get to see that many, but the good thing is Jeff Gustafson is still fishing. By this time yesterday, he was idling around, just kind of hanging out with his cameraman, Brian Evie, anchoring his bag right there with a solid 4-pound smallmouth out of Tellico. Marathon Peak Performance. It's an easy one. Jeff Gustafson, who won basically every sponsor award we have yesterday.
Racked it up. We got a lot of honoraries to pass out, and he's gotten most of them. It's so beautiful out there today. Those bluebird skies. Deceptive as the wind is beginning to pick up. When you get down to water level, you can tell this is the time when it's just getting cranked up, and that's going to change things. Things are going to be shifting around in light of that later on today.
That is a monster lead on this body of water, man.
You think about this is our second Bassmaster Classic. We had a 4-day Bassmaster Elite. No one has been consistent. Right. No one out of all events other than Gussie so far.
Wow.
That's hats off to him and that technique that he has just become the master of, to the exclusion of everyone else.
Besides mastering that technique, if you really look at what he's done as far as managing those areas, especially yesterday, at least so far, on day number 2, you are looking at a perfectly fished event so far from Jeff Gustafson.
Yeah, no matter how strong your technique, if you can't find him, it's all for naught. He's got him.
Maybe.
Incredible stuff from Jeff Gustafson. But someone's going to have a few magic moments this afternoon. We could just about guarantee you.
And that's what the other anglers have to be hoping for, that he's going to show that he's human like everyone else has and miss a day, hopefully tomorrow for the rest of the field.
Yes.
But I'm not believing it so far.
No. We literally started this broadcast and said this could turn into a rout. So far, it is exactly that.
That is absolutely a fact. What an inspiring performance. That's how you find your world champion. You look for the one who's the best on these 3 days of the year and has worked so hard to get here throughout his career. The coverage continues tomorrow. We will see you at 8 a.m. on FS1 and Tubi. So got some coverage coming for you tomorrow on the Fox Network. That's all and the weigh-in coming up later today. But thanks so much for being with us today at the Classic.
That vicinity is, and that's why he keeps sending the bait that direction. So if it was a really true swim bait bite and we're throwing that finesse swim bait, you'll find that and you'll throw and you'll be reeling your bait and you'll feel like you're hitting the bottom. You'll feel boom, 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 and then you catch one. Well, all you're doing is just hitting the fish. And you've paid attention, you can watch them. It looks like this on your sonar.
Wow.
And you know it's bass because they're always in a line. When you graph them, when you're cranking, they come down the break. They're never really shotgun to be largemouth. The largemouth, smallmouth, same way, and that's what he's doing.
Wow.
We do this a lot at Lake Norman when we get out off the bank. We look for them, and once we see them come up, then we fish for them.
I'll be darned.
Did you just learn something? I just see him coming up. There he is, right there.
Yeah. Let's see if he'll hit it.
That's his bait above it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's his bait above it. It's looking at it.
You see, that's the game.
Oh, man.
See, there's one that he just popped on the
I
bottom.
mean, he's nosing all over it.
Yeah, that time he head forward.
I'm saying he just caught it.
I'd be setting the
I
hook.
think he just caught it. No, where it is.
See, he rolled off. Now his bait's back up. See, what he'll do is he'll probably come in, grab a new rod, and give him something different.
How about that? I would have thought set the hook.
Yeah, no doubt. So I'm just glad to know that for the
he's
first
back.
time
Look
ever.
at that bait going right.
Oh, it went right in. He knew right. That's the thing is.
Yeah, that's amazing.
You know, how do you, I mean,
that's amazing.
There's a lot of ways to miss at 25 feet.
Oh, yeah.
We saw the depth at 25 feet. I mean, it doesn't take much at 25 feet to miss.
Well, and that cone angle is very narrow.
Right.
Just staying in the angle sometimes.
But it looked like he hit it right on the head.
I know
on
he
the
did.
follow-up
He
cast.
did. That's pretty amazing.
There's a lot of people that'll probably be upset now that I gave that little tip about the.
Well, I appreciate that.
I'm just glad that I appreciate it. And if they didn't watch this, then they didn't learn it. But I'm kind of like, I learned something about fishing today at the same time Hank Parker did.
Yeah, how about that?
I mean, you know, I'm
on.
normally learning from him, right? And, you know, no.
But that's why lots of times when you do it, especially on an area, weather's like this, and you're looking around, you think, well, they're just not here. Sometimes they're glued. And if you can make a few casts around, you can raise that bottom up, is what we call it at home. When they come up, you know you found a spot. When you get 5, 6, 7, 10 of them after your jerk bait or your swim bait, then you can, I know the area. But typically what I do at home, because, you know, Norman gets so much pressure, once I see that, I don't shine that area anymore. Then we actually fish for them.
I don't shine that area.
I don't shine them anymore.
Oh, I don't shine that area. I like it.
Parker knows what
that is. I like that.
I think it's like that field full of deer. You shine them one time, I don't shine them again. I know they're there, and we fish for them.
They close their eyes if you shine them too much. Oh, I like that. That is really interesting. So if you got a slick bottom, it doesn't necessarily mean there's not a fish there. You're just not seeing him. You might raise him, and so you go.
Have learned that from home because our fish get on. Our fish will get on those flat clay points with nothing on it. They're out there. You catch so many a long time ago. You catch those largemouth spotted bass, dirty bellies.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
They're just out there laying on the bottom.
Oh, yeah. Spotted bass, a lot of times you catch them on orange bellies.
And so that's how, especially around the house, we fish in the wintertime. If I ever go practice, if I'm fishing a tournament, that's how I practice. I make a few casts, I see what comes up, and I go on. I don't got to catch them because I know what lives there.
That is interesting.
Yeah, because here's my deal is I'm thinking, you know, I've just got this installed. I haven't even been out using it. And I'm thinking I can go out there and just kind of shine it.
Yeah, if he's
and
there,
if there ain't there, and then I'm going to move off.
That's right.
But evidently I'm wrong.
Now, if you're looking at structure with it, what's living on the structure, you'll see the structure, whether it's a brush pile, a bridge column. I tell everybody, if they're learning to use forward-facing sonar, the first thing you need to do is go look at a dock, go look at a bridge column, go look at riprap so you know exactly what you're looking at. Everybody that gets it first off, I'm with Garmin, they want to just take it and start punching buttons and do that. Take it right out of the box, put it down, go look at something, make the picture clear. Then go from there. How do you know what's what? The best way to learn is trial and error. And
Well,
then
that's
you'll learn
all it
how they
was.
set up.
In the old days, it was a flasher.
Yeah, I
and you
remember those
learned
days.
by repetition. You go out there and you do it, and that was a bass, and that was the structure, and you caught a fish. Then you say, okay, now.
I know what it looks like.
Yeah, I know what it looked like. And that's so you're right back in that same ball game again.
Here's another one of these nice guys.
that Jay?
Carrot. Just super nice.
Smiley.
Smiley.
Doesn't say a whole lot. Just
No.
smiles.
Just smile.
I'm surprised he's got shoes on.
Yeah, you'd think he's practically Canadian.
He's doing more running, so he's not sitting in one place, so that's why he's still armored up. He's fixing to hit the big motor and go down the lake a little bit. So you don't take your shoes off till you're ready to camp out.
I can't do it. I have to have my shoes on. I can't even fish in flip-flops. I got to have shoes on and just feel
Really?
like I'm in the sport.
It's tough when you step on a hook when you're barefooted, especially a chemically sharpened hook.
Yes.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's not funny then.
No, it's not funny then, but it's.
Jay's he's a super patient angler. He's a lot more patient for his age than most anglers at his age.
Well, I was going to say mature when you said patience, but because the maturity, that comes with maturity. And
Well, I wouldn't go as far as maturity because you just get to see them on the water. They're a little goofy off. But as far as on the water, he is patient. Like he does his thing and he'll do it and he's patient. He knows how he kind of wants to catch them and just kind of just.
Did y'all see that piece of wood come?
I did.
Flying by.
How fast? I mean, it was flying.
I did. I know. I noticed that.
I didn't realize the current was that strong.
There was two things happening there. He's going pretty fast in his boat and the current, so that really made it go fast.
Right. And he's on pretty close to a river swing. You got the day mark there. So.
Yeah.
He's right. He's just past one of the big swings on the river headed down.
It's a lot of water. You know, it's I don't know how many surface acres of water they can fish, but it's got to be 50,000. I mean, it's just tons of water, tons of tributaries.
We've got Hackney all the way up at the upper waterfall, and you got Rivette and those guys going to the other end of Tellico, which is a ride.
I mean a ride.
Look at this.
There's so much of that.
Is that floating, or is that there?
Some of us locked in there.
All right. If that's locked in there, then I'm like, he's salivating, right?
It's got to be good.
You're thinking, yeah.
Isolated wood, early spring.
I'm still one of those guys. Typically, spring, I like rocks.
I got you.
I like rocks and hard clay, things like that. Not to say they don't get on wood, because I've caught a billion of them off a spinnerbait, slow rolling it. Well, learn from this guy.
I did that one time. I caught one.
You've done it a billion times. I've watched it. With the man's Hank Parker, double Indiana blade, you've caught a billion on them.
I did catch it.
Yes.
It was fun.
You think you're going to try to do it again?
I've outgrown it.
No, come on. I know better. I know better.
I guarantee you I'll not ever fish again until next week.
Yep. And then the next week he'll go again.
Oh, yeah.
Now, is that Chris?
That's not Chris. I don't think. Who?
That's Chris.
That's Chris, yeah. Okay. I mean, they're practically twins.
They are. If you talk about the maturity thing, I think he's the mature one of the two.
Yeah. The younger one. They're both great guys, though.
Yeah.
Love them, man. They add so much to the makeup of the Elite Series.
They definitely contribute to the character of the sport.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, their whole running entourage, in some way contributes. Because you got them two, and then you got Gussie, you got Matt Robertson,
Gussie, Seth.
Yeah, you can't leave out Seth.
Can't leave out Seth.
So they're all best buddies until they put the boat in the water. And now they all want that 300 grand.
Yeah, some part of the way through last year, they were working on WWE wrestling contracts, but I think they finally got that out of their system.
Yeah.
We're not wrestling anymore in the off days, so.
Yeah.
But they really are. They're good guys. We got to know them pretty good.
When we were here 2 years ago, they were building that dock that he's flipping right there.
We talk about the 300 grand. Hank, did you ever think when you were fishing, did you ever think about the money, or are you just thinking about the title, being the Bassmaster Classic champ?
Well, you know, when you're solo and you're a kid, you're just thinking about the title. And then as I get older and I win, and you put the family perspective into it, I think about taking care of them. So at this point in my life, everything I try to do is to make their lives easier and better. I mean, that's my biggest fans, and that's my biggest support group, and that's the ones I got to take care of. But nothing, and I told Jacqueline, nothing can replace that hardware in the living room. It's a goal that I set so early on in my life that I was told I was crazy. You can't do this. It's just crazy dreams. Don't chase it. Even people in my family were like, this is a bad idea. It's a bad idea. And eventually, I was like, it's going to be my bad idea. And It didn't happen for me as early as it's happened for a lot of other guys, especially you early in your career. You're younger. I got started a little late, but I think everything that I went through to get to that point, even with school and working and just the knowledge I learned about having to deal with people and different personalities, I think all that together has just made my journey through this fishing thing just so much more enjoyable and easier to understand.
First Classic I won, I never even thought anything at all about the money or what the title's going to mean long-term financially. All I wanted was that title. Now, the second Classic I won, I knew because of the experience that I had in the first one, how it's going to impact your life following the Classic, all the endorsement opportunities. So the money factor does come into your mind, especially at the weigh-in time, once you get off the water. But that first time, I never thought anything. I didn't care if they didn't give you a nickel. If I'd have had to pay them to be there, I'd have paid. I wanted that title.
Yeah, the title's forever.
And I'm living proof.
Yes.
I love it.
Here we are 100 years later.
Don't say that, because I was there. I don't feel that old.
Oh, you look it.
There's no doubt about it.
You can't run a bluff with your card showing.
I know it. I know it. And it still angers me to get carded when I want them. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me?
So Cox has crept up to second.
No kidding.
That
How
is
did he do
interesting.
that?
Let's see, he's at 12.6.
So what?
So here's the deal. I'm going to go ahead and tell you. Cox says he has 12.6 in the boat. Guarantee you he has
It's
right
14.
now over 14 pounds.
I believe you.
100%.
So what is that? 3-2?
3-2, a 3-3, a 113, a 114, and a 2-6.
So that fish right there, I saw him catch. And it's 4 pounder.
Oh, I know. I know him. And
So does he call the weight or?
Yeah, I mean, you got to understand that. I mean, the guy that's running the camera, he's an expert at running the camera.
So he's not going to argue with him.
No.
He says, "Oh, it's a 2-2, a 3-2, a 3-4."
Some of them will be like, I'm going to add another 2 or 3 because they've been around it enough. But really, they don't have a clue.
Yeah.
And if I'm in the boat with Hank Parker and he says, "Hey, that's a 2 pounder," I'm going to say, "All right, 2 pounder." Yeah. I mean, it's not their responsibility. It is their responsibility to plug it in.
Well, if I'm in this deal right here and I catch a 2-6, I'm going to say he's 115.
Well, that's kind of what they're doing, and that's kind of what's happening here. But you do get a cash bonus for closest to the pin.
Yeah.
Oh, well, now that might make things a little different, but probably not.
Well, see, when I won at Guntersville that first day, and I caught him so fast, before I could get out of my mouth to tell my guy, I was like, look, do not put him in that fast so I can fish this place for at least another hour. He had already put the fifth one in. And by the time I got the trolling motor off to get off that grass flat and to pull somewhere else, you could hear him coming, whoa, whoa.
Oh, that would make you sick.
So, but that's the part of it too. But see, here's the deal. They can say what they want because they don't know what it is. We're on the water. We're not looking at this.
Yeah.
And like you said yesterday, and I've said it 1,000 times, Chris isn't fishing against his brother Lee or Jeff. He's fishing against those fish swimming around.
That's right, absolutely.
If he catches the heaviest ones, he wins.
That's the whole key. Execute.
And we all want, when you're out there fishing, you don't less company the better.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you win in the Classic or not.
Well, this is going to sound weird for someone that's never been here, but you hear all these guys say it, and I know you've said it. I thought it. When you come to this tournament, there's one spot. Everybody wants to win this spot. And everybody's like, well, how? It's the Bassmaster. Like, because you have to understand, they made it to the Bassmaster Classic. If you go out there and zero, and I've said this a bunch, there are 1 million people that would take your spot and walk across that stage with no fish. That's why it's the win mentality, because you've already made it. You're there.
Yeah.
You want to win the tournament.
There's
want the
step
trophy
one
the hard
and
way.
there's step two.
Yeah.
And there's nothing in between. Step one is getting there. Step two is winning. I told that to Will Davis last night, who had a tough time. I said, man, did you realize there's 1 million people that would have walked across that stage and weighed in one fish
100%
in your place? And then truthfully, that's it. I mean, we know that many at least, I don't know. I mean, maybe not quite.
We could go across all these
900,000.
assembly halls. Anybody want to go across that Bassmaster stage with no fish today? Hands go flying.
Hands go flying.
No doubt.
Yeah, there's hands popping up in the expo right now. So.
I don't.
No, you've already won it.
I
twice.
don't want to walk across that stage with no fish. Oh, that is a painful thing.
But you know, that's part of the deal too. And I was thinking about that yesterday with Pat Schlapper and Mullins. You know, the year before Denny won, he walked across that stage with no fish. You know, I mean, I've seen the greatest anglers in the world zero at the Classic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The greatest anglers in the world have all zeroed
Oh,
at
yeah.
the Classic.
No doubt. It can happen to the best.
Right. So.
At any time.
Right. So. Now, me, I have not ever zeroed at the Classic.
That's good. Good for you. I like that.
Yeah.
That's why TV's so wonderful. You can edit and you always win. It doesn't matter. I can fish with Hank Cherry and he can catch 40 and I catch 3, but I can win.
Because you can show 2 of his and
3 of his and
That's
you win
right.
3 of 2.
Every time. I love TV. It's the way to go.
But I mean, the truth of the matter is most of us have never zeroed at the Classic because we haven't fished the Classic. But yet we have an opportunity. Somehow or another, there's more experts out here on this floor, and me included, than there are those like you guys who actually know and feel what it's like.
Well, I think, well, one, that's not Brandon Lester, that's Schmidt.
Yeah, that's Brian Schmidt, everybody.
I think when I won at Guntersville, I think because that road was so crowded and there were so many people walking up and down with me, I've had a lot of them tell me like they felt like they were there. Like they were in the moment, they were in the boat because they got to see the excitement and just everything go down. And that's kind of irreplaceable too, because there's still people I see now 3 years later that come to this thing, you remember we were on that riprap, I was talking to you? And by the time we get to talking, I remember something. I can't vaguely remember all the names and faces, but you start remembering the occurrences and how it happened and when it happened.
Right.
These guys are really having to be more patient than they would like to be. I can tell you that.
100%.
They don't want to be doing as deliberate a presentation as they're doing, but they know that's what it's going to take. So they're dragging when they'd like to be burning it up, moving on, throwing that bladed jig or throwing a crankbait and covering some ground and going. But it's amazing how patient all the fishermen we're looking at so far are. Extremely patient.
I'm going to look at this, refresh this bass track a little bit, see if it's, is that still Cox? Yeah. I mean, it's still very, you know, like I said, everything's in the game. If we remember yesterday, we were talking at this very same thing, this very same time. And the only person that we felt like had any fish was Gussie. But we kind of felt like somebody like a Brandon or you know, Schmidt or whatever. And nobody was talking about those guys at this time. I mean, that thing is still happening, and their ability to catch and, you know, add weight. The main thing is add weight.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're looking at, though. I mean, you look yesterday about the same time. Cox is more than what he had. Brandon's about the same way. Corey is still, it says 713, but I'm telling you, he's probably closer to 9 pounds, and he's still got 2 to go.
Yeah.
And he is, right now it says he's 12 pounds back. He catches, like I said, 2 3.5 pounders at 7 pounds and drops it to 5. He's right there at it. And that's what he's fishing for. I promise you that dude's not fishing for second. Corey's fishing for the win because that's what he wants.
So let's talk about that process right now. Corey's 3 fish down, got 3 fish in the well, two to go, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's middle of the day, you know, and I've talked to a lot of bass tournament guys on all levels. At some point in time, you know, people believe that the first 2 or 3 hours, you got to have a limit, get a limit quick, We're talking about get a limit quick. And I've actually talked to them on the water in the same tournaments. They don't, you know, they have 2 or 3 fish at this point in time, and they're done. That's not the case when you get to this level.
Oh, yeah.
No. I'm just assuming, because there's times when I'm done. So tell me what the mental process that you're going through right now. You still got to catch that, because everybody says, Hank Parker taught us in Bassmaster magazine in 1979, you got to catch that limit and then work on them big fish, Seriously,
we talked about this yesterday. It's about execution. It is not about your emotion. You got to tune that out, man. When you start that day, you got to know, man, this is going to be a grind, and all I need is 5 bites, and I need to stay on guard and be ready and be in tune and be thinking about my bait, and I need to believe every cast, this is going to be the one. Every single flip, every pitch, every cast, this is going to be the one that I turn it around. And you got to believe that from the time the gun goes off in the morning until you turn your scorecard in at the end of the day when your day is done. And that's got to be your focus. And that's the guys that do well, and that's the guys that win.
So it's the very same thing. We've had conversations before many, many times. It's a mental game. But when you start that mental game and you realize, this is going to be a grind, or this may not be just go out there and do my deal. When do you start telling? I know it's the night before. Is it, or is it just that day, or is it at 9 o'clock in the morning? I got to get focused on just the next bite, not
started the first day of practice. It started the minute you started practicing and you started evaluating the water. You saw how difficult it was. You saw all the conditions. You saw everything changing, and you knew this thing isn't going to be exactly the way you start out. It's going to be some adaptations you're going to have to make, and you're going to have to stay focused. You're going to have to read the water. As the water column warms up and these fish suspend up, you may have to use a different bait. The water may clear up, like Hank Cherry said a while ago. Look right there, the winds cause that cloud. Some of these fish are going to move up in that. You got to be aware of all of that, and you got to program yourself to that before it ever starts, and you got to stay with it. I'm going to pay attention to what's going on. I'm going to stay focused, and I'm not going to make any mistakes, and I believe the very next cast is going to be the one to turn it around.
There you go. So you practice that attitude.
Absolutely.
Practice that attitude, which is the lesson and the perfect way to put that. You got to start practicing with the attitude that you need to be adopting the last hour of the last day of the last minute.
And you cannot be afraid to fail.
Right.
Can't.
And I wish more people would adopt that, because in order for you not to be afraid to fail, then you shouldn't. I see a lot of guys that stretch themselves thin to try to succeed. And if you're going to stretch yourself that thin, and that's financially, emotionally, mentally, then they probably should just wait till they're ready, rather than just let me double mortgage my home to chase a dream.
That's true.
The dream is real, but you got to be ready for the dream.
100%.
Right.
Well, it's a growing stage, though. A lot of we can say wait till you're ready, but a lot of these kids, man, they jump out there and they get involved and they develop and learn as they go. And unfortunately, it's an expensive game to do that. But for a lot of guys, that has worked. Man, you just learn as you go. I thought I knew something, and now you realize you didn't. But, hey, I'm advanced because I've learned this and that and the other that I didn't know before. So it is a learning process, and the only way you're ever going to make it is to jump out there and do it. And it's always going to be risky.
There's never the right time. It's just not going to be the right time.
I agree with that. You kind of make that time.
All right. Well, we need to make some time.
All right.
We need to go on a break and throw some new suspects in here. I really appreciate you, Hank. And
Yes,
I'm going to be hollering at y'all tomorrow if some of these other boys doesn't show up.
Okay. Sounds like a winner.
Thank you.
Always good to hang out with Hank.
Yeah.
And it's always good to hang out with both Hanks.
Yes, sir.
So
Thank you.
I appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
We're going to go to a break. Thank you.
And John.
Is he in a
Okay.
Hunter?
All right.
Is he fishing in water?
All right, welcome to Live Mix. We've got a new shift of elite anglers here to talk through this hour. I'm Mark Menendez, Joey Cifuentes. I'm sorry, Joey.
Cifuentes.
Cifuentes, all
Thank you.
right. And Hunter Shark.
That's impressive that you got my name right.
There we go.
That's impressive.
I tell you what, it's man, it's shaping up. The show is, there's lots of people here in the show, and the fishing has been good. This is my first time to look at the leaderboard here right in front of us, and there have been a lot of fish caught this morning. As we were walking over to the show this morning, that wind was really starting to blow. That's going to be a factor. It's good to see that Gussie's got him a good limit already, and fishing should be better. What do you all anticipate in this hour? Are we going to see a bite window because of the wind? Are we going to see the grind? What are we going to see?
I'm hoping that there's somewhere I can get a bite around here because I'm hungry. That's the really only thing I can think about right now. But no, this looks great. I think, Jeff, yeah, I mean, this time of day, there's going to be a bite window. Talk about it, Hunter.
Yeah,
you know more.
absolutely. You know, this time of the year, we're always looking towards the end of the day, that last couple hours, you know, and it's really going to start in this noon to 1 period. But we seen it yesterday with a couple good catches, you know, Lester anchoring his bag late in the day with that big largemouth.
Right.
That was a huge deal. And everybody's going to need to have that to stay in touch with Gussie. That's going to be very, very important for guys that are still targeting largemouth and stuff. So, you know, Mark, you're obviously super well known for being on the Tennessee River. Share some of your thoughts, expertise with, like, how fast do these fit? Like, it's warm, right? It's got real warm real fast. But it was so cold just a couple days ago. With the water being down, how fast do these fish move for someone that's like a Brandon Lester? Basically, the rest of the field, that's,
right.
You know, traditional fishing. How fast do those fish move up into the dirt or where you can catch them?
Well, it depends. It depends, Hunter. One of the things that's going to happen is they're starting to think a little bit about spawning. They're not going to run shallow to do any of that until that water level gets stable. They know that they can get the roof pulled out from under them real quick with the Tennessee River. It goes up and down. But what you're finding is the fish that may go to the dirt may go a very short distance from where they are to the dirt. They'll go to shallow water. It won't make that migration to the back of a creek like we want to go fish for them in the bushes when they're ready to spawn. They won't make a long journey. So the dirt may be for Brandon Lester 50 yards. You know, they may move up there to that channel swing where there's a little flat spot where they can sit and get ready to feed. The move won't be big, but it will be enough of a move that the guy that gets that clue can get him one of those little 3, 4, 5 fish bite flurries that is huge on this body of water.
Yep.
Now, the other thing that's interesting about this particular body of water on the Tennessee River, there are key things to look for completely all the way down the Tennessee River, whether it's a rock change, whether it's a bluff swing. There's several things there that are very consistent from lake to lake. You have less of those things here. They're more abrupt. They go from big rock to little pea gravel, where on Kentucky Lake you may have to go 300-400 yards to find that little change. The thing that I think is going to be the big key in this tournament is who's the guy that's going to get that big bite. A 5-pounder? Heck, that's as good as catching 3 or 4 here. At 5 pounds, you catch a limit of 15 inches here, 14 inches here. So that key bite is going to play big like it did yesterday for Brandon Lester.
Right. Yeah, and it's going to happen this afternoon.
I agree.
It's going to happen.
I agree. I think this warming trend is good. Wind is always your friend. We always hear that. But wind activates these fish. It makes these fish move and feed. And, the cool thing about this place is this is a pattern-oriented lake. Once you find a set of circumstances, you can run that pattern till you run down the lake and you see the exact same thing and you're fishing the exact same way. It's very pattern specific.
Joey, what do you feel like? We seen the weights yesterday. I think 12 pounds was inside the top 10.
Yeah.
To still be in it for, Sunday's weigh-in, what do you think? Is it 12 pounds? You're still in it. 13? Was it 10 pounds? Who still has a chance, to make a difference? To make it, is it only 8 guys, 10 guys? What do you think?
I don't know. No, I think.
Good answer.
So you said 12 pounds was
I think 12 pounds was right around the top 10.
Right.
Top 10,
Yeah.
12 pounds. So it's
Yeah.
going to take 24.
To be inside the top 10.
Sure.
Give or take.
I think. And with the warming trend, maybe a little more. Maybe that 13.
No,
13 and 12.
Yeah, but do you think they're still in it to win it with that 12 pounds?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No,
So
I
you
think it's the
13?
top. I mean, I guess it's possible, but
Yeah.
they got to have a, pretty big bag.
What do you think, Mark?
I think we're going to have a 3 or 4 horse race at the end.
That's kind of what I
After
think.
day 2.
After the weigh-in
Yeah.
this afternoon.
Yeah.
It's so hard to make up here because
That's
you
right.
don't have a lot of 5, 6, 7 pound fish. Somebody's going to have to string together 5 3.5 pounders, have 17 or 18.
Yeah.
That's the way the lake's fishing right now. It's capable of producing 20s. I've seen
Yeah.
that. I've seen that here. But right now, the way it's fishing, boy, an 18-pound bag is a big bag of fish.
I mean, they got Jeff at 34.
17 and 17. That's stout.
I mean, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Anyway, yeah, that's stout. I mean, I don't even know if it were done after today, this guy ain't got a chance. You know what I mean? Like,
Right,
So it's
right.
gonna be
Well,
tight.
and that's the thing.
I don't
It's
know.
Like, if Gussie does what he's doing, obviously, he's putting it out of reach for everybody. But as far as everyone else, it's just one of these places that it's so hard to be consistent on. So I feel like if you still had 13 pounds and you go catch, 17,
yeah. I mean,
you're in it.
You're in it. But I
You're
mean,
right, you're right.
if Jeff just catches basically 5 more bass that he's been catching, it's
But
going to be
think about
tough.
what he's doing, guys. He is shooting at a very small mark. He's having to catch 18-inch fish because he's totally fishing for smallmouth.
It is high risk.
This is unbelievably high risk, high reward. In my
Mm-hmm.
career and all the years that I've fished, I've not seen many events where that small a margin carry over once, yet over carry twice. In 2021, he ran away with it
Yeah.
with all smallmouth, and he's just about to do the same darn thing here.
Yep. And that's what, talking about it yesterday on here, we fished together. We fished in the same group. There's no stones unturned.
None.
And it's crazy to me that obviously that bite is not everywhere.
Right.
It is very, very small because there is a lot of anglers out there right now that are, really good at doing that. So it's almost like I feel like Jeff put all of his eggs in that basket from the beginning of practice.
Absolutely. I
Went
don't
that
think
way.
I don't think he's thought any other way once
Right.
he discovered that a couple of years ago. Why?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It yields that better than average fish, which a 3.5 pounder is a better than average fish here.
Yep.
And obviously it's yielding enough of them.
Right. And I think I've heard he caught quite a few, 3 or 4 17.5-inch. That's a big smallmouth, especially out here on this place. You got to throw them back.
Yeah.
So, what's the odds that you show up tomorrow and you catch?
And they all shrunk a 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
It could happen. One of the cool things, I don't know if many people realize that, his biggest fish yesterday was not a smallmouth.
I didn't know that.
Really?
It was a meanmouth. It is
Oh,
a
I did see
hybrid
that.
spotted bass,
Oh, wow.
smallmouth cross. Those spots came up from Watts Bar and have mingled with these smallmouth, and there's a few of them, and when they get big, they get bigger than the average.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
MC'd a tournament here several years ago for Madisonville Marine, and the big fish of the tournament was a 415 meanmouth.
Wow.
So I noticed that yesterday watching the deal, and I was like, well, how about that? Kind of a cool thing in the state of Tennessee. If you catch one of those, it falls under smallmouth regulations, so it had to be 18 inches too.
Oh, wow.
But just a real this
Interesting.
is a very unique situation that we have here with him fishing for that group of fish, how he's fishing, and that no other angler in the field, no other angler, all 55 of them are capable of fishing that way. They can all do it. He's the only guy that is after it like that.
But I think,
surprises me the
well,
most.
I mean, I think though, like he stuck with it, like you said, through the entire practice, and guys tried it, couldn't get it going.
Right.
Because if I was fishing this tournament, I'd for sure give it like a day and a half, maybe 2.
And that's the thing, too, is I think, like we all go through our rotation of things to try and test.
Yeah.
I don't think it's one of those deals that you give it a half a day or a day or 2 days. It may not be enough. Given what he said, he's got basically 2 or 3 spots. And so you fish 4 days of practice to find 2 or 3 spots. I mean, that is going out on a limb.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I don't think there wasn't enough guys, obviously, to go out on that limb, because I know I wouldn't have. I mean, can we all do it? Absolutely. We can all use, and like you said, we are all capable, but he put, just stuck with it to find a couple.
That's what we're assuming.
Yeah.
Maybe he just went there.
Maybe
and
he's
found
got 25 places. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows?
But that's what he said. So.
Well, he has really been super efficient with that, and Jeff is such a laid-back guy. He probably doesn't even really feel a lot of the pressure because he is in his comfort zone doing this. You've got your largemouth guys up the river. We all know those names right there. Cox, Rookie of the Year, Jay Shakuric, river rat kind of kid. Those guys are all focusing up there closer to Knoxville for largemouth.
Yeah, he ain't too far from us right there.
No, he's not very far at all. Jay's kind of an old soul. He's a young kid, but when you see him in the boat, look, he's not in a hurry. Look, he's just putting along, checking his depth finder out. He's just a very calm young man, and that goes a long way in what we do in the high-pressure game. But Jay is he's just doing his thing and having a good time.
I need to learn from that. Did you see me trying to battle those fish on Seminole? I was dancing around the boat like a chicken with my head cut off.
I was out there on that flat in front of you there, and I watched you several times.
Oh, man. I'm a head case.
Who wouldn't be, though?
Yeah.
Well, that's only because you truly love it.
Yeah.
If you didn't, you probably wouldn't have had that much energy.
You talk about him being so calm, man. I mean, that's just it's like Kim, John Cox, Jeff. They're just chill.
Yeah, you see those traits and people like that. And you start to see it more and more in the younger generation because they've already been through the paces. They've fished all these college tournaments. I mean, it's just another day on the water to them.
Yeah.
My rookie season, I was 26 years old, and there was no college fishing because had there been, I'd still be a college sophomore. And so they come in, like you said, Hunter, with just tremendous amount of experience. Fearless.
Yeah.
Totally fearless. Jump right in and go. And it's amazing what the college fishing has done. I think in our Elite Series, guys, I think it's about 40% of the participants in the Elite Series are former college angler.
Wow.
And it's going to continue to climb. It's it's just a productive format to make good fishermen.
Is that another competitor up there in front of him, or is that just just curious?
Sure.
I know it's obviously we can't tell, but yeah, who knows?
And the water being really clear, Mark. I mean, this time of the year, you'd think with the rain that we've had, is that because of the drawdown?
Well, we've had pretty stable water conditions. You've got Douglas and Cherokee up there feeding this. That are both relatively clear water reservoirs. So the water that is coming through those dams is relatively clean. You're going to see a flush of water from the storm that we got last night. I don't think it's going to be enough to cause things to get really, really muddy, but you're going to see some of those inflowing areas with a little bit of color. I mean, the whole Tennessee River's cleaner. It's clean at my house in Kentucky Lake right now.
So that's clean, that water there?
That's what we call that's clean Tennessee River water.
I was at takeoff this morning looking at the water. I thought it looked beautiful, but it looked a little dingy.
Okay. I haven't been out there.
I mean,
just from
I'm used to pretty
this.
clear water,
right?
Living where I live, but
see, you can see the
this
definition.
Is really clean.
See all the definition of the cover. You can see the dark spots of the cover. You can see that out there where that tree is right there. You can see the outer edge of that where he just made that cast to.
Usually not like that.
It's normally got a little more color. We'll probably have, when the lake starts up and we start getting some more rains, it's gonna dirty up a little bit. But This is kind of a winter ritual. We haven't had those winter rains like we normally have had in the past. We got a lot of water that fell at Gunnersville. Of course, that doesn't affect here. And so that pushed on through the lower part of the Tennessee River system because we've had great winter fishing on Kentucky Lake this year because we've had high water flow going through there, 151,000 cubic feet per second.
Wow.
It's been, and the smallmouth fishing has been great.
Does anybody know what they're cranking through here? They've been running it pretty good or no? I think yesterday they were talking about.
They can't move that much water here. 30,000 is a lot here. 50 at flood. It was moving about 50 the last time we were here. The current in the canal was just amazing. And what that did for Jeff in the canal is it pushed those fish out of that main part of the current in the canal. It pushed them to the sides. So he's had to look around some more area because that current has been a little softer and those fish can roam a little easier right now.
Yep. Which is, it just spreads them out. Makes it a little bit harder to, because he's drifting through there, right? Is he sitting on one spot or is he actually drifting?
In 21, he
calls it moping.
He had one little stretch. He had one little stretch that was like the juice.
Okay.
Let's see. He's had to move a lot more this time.
So I think he's fishing in the lake more.
Yeah, it looks like he's trolling there. Well, we don't know.
He's down in Tellico, I think, the last time they showed it. Maybe a small swim bait.
Yeah, he's definitely throwing a moving bait. Well,
he's pendulum it back to the fish that he's seeing.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of some crappie fishing I do back home.
Sure.
I almost feel like he's practicing at this point.
Look at here.
Under bait. Looks like we're down there up off the bottom 4 or 5 feet.
The coverage they had yesterday where it was hooked up to his live, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It would make me a little nervous, though, being that I'm in the Bassmaster Classic and now, that you're, not that you're showing the stuff, but it's, going through your unit, maybe it would slow the unit down a little bit. I don't know.
I didn't think about that.
I'd be like, God, just film it for me, please. At least till we get to the last day.
I'm pretty sure if you would notice a difference of, you know what I mean? You would think.
Yeah. Because it's a lot of processing power for these units to go through all that stuff. So I just didn't know how that would work. But it was super cool to watch and see, and I heard that over at the Bassmaster booth, they were watching it, and the whole crowd would go,
Same noises we make when we were watching it on our depth finds, too.
Daggone it, bite it, just bite it.
That's
Talk
funny.
them into biting it. But yeah, it was so cool to see that live perspective instead of staring at his back looking down, right? But it's like we get to see exactly what he's fishing. There's no question. Okay, there's a little drop. That's the main. You're holding your little jig over, and they're coming up out of it. So it was a great perspective as a viewer to be able to see that.
But this is, forward facing has become the wave. It has become the future. And we're talking a lot about it. But, Joey, congratulations on Seminole. I haven't had a chance to tell you that.
Appreciate it.
Go through what a thought process is on a cast. You see the fish, you see the piece of cover, you see the bait. Is it that difficult, or is this something that every fishing fan is capable of doing?
Yeah, I don't think it's difficult at all. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. You just, scan around, you see a fish. Now, your ability to make that cast and put it on point, I think I'm probably pretty good at that. I don't know. I mean,
Obviously you are.
Yeah, so you want to make sure, you want to land that bait and have it come down by the fish as close as you can on top of his head, because it's no different than flipping. You got a reaction bite out of the fish, or so yeah, that's really important is your casting, but locating the fish, noticing, where they're at in the water column and stuff like that. Those things you're going to learn what you need to throw, jerk bait up high or drop shot down low, whatever. But yeah,
3 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota at the Tennessee River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
What's going on, guys? Ronnie Moore here in the Toyota booth, hanging out with Bobby Lane, Big Fish Bobby Lane, back at Bassmaster fishing the Bassmaster Opens EQ this year, and we're in the Toyota booth. Toyota Bonus Bucks, huge deal for tournament fishermen. We've talked about it with every angler. The only truck that pays you to fish, and especially whether you win, second, third, doesn't matter. Highest Toyota finisher gets the bonus bucks.
Dude, I remember when I got my first bonus bucks, I finished 24th in an Elite Series and got this first place money for Toyota, like $2,000. But I've made a lot of money owning my Toyota truck. All you got to do is sign up for the Bonus Bucks program. Like you said, you don't have to win every event, but you just have to be the original. I think it's 5-year program on the Toyota Bonus Bucks program. But yeah, man, it's worth every single penny. And what I do, I love the truck, man. I mean, you put it in gear, you hook your boat up to it, and it never lets you down. I mean, Toyota, I stand behind that name since day one of my fishing career.
That's what I was going to ask you, is they've supported Bassmaster and tournament fishing for a long time. How many Tundras have you had, and are you getting your hands on the new one soon? You know, that's the one that's getting delivered, you know, month by month now.
Yeah, month by month is right. I'm getting my new one in May. I'm running my old one right now, and it's perfect. You know, I love it. I think my daughter has a 4Runner. I'm getting my wife switched over at Toyota. I'm going to have 3 in the family, and I'm going to have 1 more. But yeah, since day one, I have owned Toyota trucks. And I can honestly say, from Florida to New York to California, I mean, in the Elite Series, we've been everywhere, you know, and running that thing all over the United States. It's never let me down, and it's put extra cash in my pockets, which means a big thing when you got 3 kids like me.
No doubt about it. Another big thing, we've talked about it before, but you've made your way back to the Bassmaster Tournament Series through the Opens this year. Tough schedule in terms of the competition you're going to face. 175 anglers in the EQ trying to fight for those 9 elite spots. You got off to a solid start at Eufaula, not too shabby. A lot of changing conditions there, though. What's your outlook for the rest of the year and your hopes of making next year's 2024 Bassmaster Classic on a lake where you do have major victories?
That's right. You know, we're going to some cool venues here soon. We've only fished 1 and we got 8 more, and it feels like the year's almost half over. So tomorrow, I'm going to hook that Phoenix up to that Toyota. I'm hauling butt back to Florida. I'm going to get ready for Toledo Bend. This is the time of the year that's most likely for me to have a win if I'm going to get myself in the Classic next year. We go Toledo Bend, and we go to Watts Bar, or Kerr Lake, and then we go to Lake Wheeler. I mean, we're talking shad spawn, we're talking spawn, we're talking the fish are starting to do everything. I can fish in shorts and warm up, but I'm looking forward to them all. It's a great season. We're going to New York again this year, and then we're going to end in my home state on the Harris chain. So that Toyota's going to be rolling all over the place this year, but I'm excited about it. I love that 5-fish limit, man, coming back to these weigh-ins. I'm glad to be back at Bass, and I've been, you know, it's been open arms since day one, and I love that part of it. And, you know, I surround myself with great sponsors just like you guys do, and Toyota's been with me since day one, and I'm looking forward to the future, and I'm excited about getting to the next EQ and the next EQ all the way until October, and I'm hoping to jump that line at the end of the year.
I was going to say, you said this is the time of year you're going to get your win, but I was like, the Harris chain, that's one to circle. That's going to be possibly a big weight, maybe record-breaking for the Opens. We've seen big weights for College Series at that time of the year. But for you, Bobby, you've been watching. I mean, you came over and you were asking questions about Bass Live, and you were more tuned in than I was. You were knowing everybody's patterns and what they're doing. What do you think prevails? Do you think smallmouth get it done with Gussie, or do you think someone like Brandon Lester can make it happen shallow?
Yeah, man, you know, I fished this event in 2019, and the weights are a little down from when we were there, but all in all, the top weights are or even more consistent than when we were here. And I didn't think a guy could catch all smallmouth and win the event, but a guy like Gussie can definitely do it. But I like the way Brandon Lester's fishing. I like the way you know, Smith's fishing. I mean, these guys are catching largemouth and kind of have a chance at smallmouth. I think with these warmer weather, I think it's going to be a shootout to the end. I can't predict the winner, and I was at takeoff yesterday, and everybody was asking who's going to win. I couldn't tell you who's going to win. I think there's enough big largemouth here to win, but there's definitely enough big smallmouth to win. We saw that in the Elite Series when you guys were here last, so it's going to be a knockdown drag-out. I don't think Bass Track is going to give you a good idea. I think you're going to have to be at weigh-in to watch the final of this guy host the trophy, and I think it's going to be a mixed bag. Still, I'm standing behind my ground on that one.
Mixed bag. I know we're going to have the drama. Takeoffs every day just down the street, expos here, and then the weigh-ins at Thompson Bowling Arena. It's going to be a fun one, guys.
He is is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota is sponsored by Power Pole.
Come on, baby. Stay on there. Stay on there. Got her. Got her. Oh, I think we're going to stay. What do you think? We should stay? I think we should stay. I want to win the Classic one day. I mean, and I feel like this lake like fits me well. Like when I start moving around, like visually with my eyeballs, I'm just like, I'm not sure. But when I start cranking, I guess that all that cover is like right there in those same areas. And man, I don't know, it does. It felt really good today.
It's a dangerous time when John Cox is feeling good at the Bassmaster Classic. He's in an area that he's very comfortable with. And it's an area we've seen him get a third place finish on this body of water just 2 years ago. John Cox sitting unofficially second place, a large margin though from Jeff Gustafson at the top of the leaderboard to second place John Cox. Brandon Lester in a virtual tie with him. Scott Canterbury and Corey Johnston, that is our top 5 right now. Meanwhile, Brian Schmidt, Jay Shakirik, Brandon Card, Caleb Kufal, a new addition to the top 10, and Greg Hackney, all hanging tough, but by far, there is one angler who has dialed in something different than everyone else. 10 smallmouth over 2 days for Jeff Gustafson. Can he get 5 more on Championship Sunday to win the 53rd Bassmaster Classic? We welcome you back to Bassmaster Live. Ronnie Moore here. I've got a special guest that we will introduce in just a moment as we take a look across the lake. We got Canadian flags in the top right of the screen as they're following Jeff Gustafson around. Got a look at John Cox's area and how dirty it is in the back of those creeks. And you've got the main canal, or the main river of the Tennessee River here, Fort Loudoun and Tellico, as well as our map. And this is going to lead us into kind of the summation of our morning, which is our Toyota midday report. We're going to start off with some of our top contenders today. The ones that we've had on camera, they were in the top 10 after day 2 or after day 1, and they're still maintaining that. Corey Johnston started early with a quick largemouth. He thought it was going to be a smallmouth bite, ended up following it up with a big smallmouth. I believe it was this catch here. Utilizing similar areas as some of our leaders, but doing a different approach with a jerkbait in his hand, catching both species. Seemingly going to get to that 14-pound mark if he can fill his limit. He's got 8 pounds right now for 3 fish, and this is his 3rd fish. Making that transition midday towards the docks of Tellico, catching largemouth and smallmouth off the docks. A guy who's made a big charge today, Scott Canterbury, may not have made a bunch of weight gain on the leader. In fact, he's falling behind just a little bit because Jeff Gustafson is so steady with his minimum weight of 15.5 pounds right now. But Scott Canterbury, by far the best largemouth angler other than John Cox today. Canterbury, who also had a great finish here in 2021. He did so by way of a 6-pounder, and he knows they live in here, but he needs 1 or 2, maybe 3 of those to get back in the game over the next 2 days of competition. Canterbury, though, a solid game plan. Used a spinnerbait early. Also been seen with a jig at times. Had a tricky catch here and was able to come out on top. Solid fish for him, one of his better ones of the day. He's currently in 4th place, an 11-pound, 6-ounce limit on Bass Track, 24.3 for 2 days so far. A guy we've all had our eyes on. One of the favorites, not a local, but he is a Tennessee angler from Middle Tennessee, Brandon Lester. Really starting off strong in this event. Proved why he was one of the favorites coming in after yesterday's performance, 17 pounds and change to be 2nd place overall. And then today, a little bit of adjustment, a little dirtier in his area. Had to switch up bait colors just a little bit, but that 1/4 ounce lipless crankbait has played huge for him. Changing over to red today has been key for him. We saw this yesterday, a lot of fish coming, shallow, treble hooks, cranking, whether it was a build crankbait or a lipless crankbait. But that afternoon transition, when he picks up a jig, maybe goes to a little bit more vertical cover or a little bit different structure type, it's where we saw kickers come from him yesterday. Can we see it on day 2? Guy who's really been steady. Was not sure if he was going to get a bite at all. Goes into his area, which was very clear throughout all of practice. It got dirty, and it looks like deja vu. A rewind to 2021. when he got 3rd place in this exact area, throwing the exact baits. He's been utilizing a couple different colors of the Berkeley Fritz side this week. John Cox says he kind of hates how the beginning of his career started out because he's learned to crank with the best of them the last few years, and he kind of wishes he would have picked it up earlier in his career. Got a couple fish out of really thick cover, having to run your bait into the cover, get hung up at times to land these fish. We've seen him bring in a couple sticks along with bass at the same time because he's fishing right up in some of that shallow, dirty cover. Now, the story of the week, the story coming in, would Jeff Gustafson be able to go back-to-back on this body of water? He won the Elite Series event in 2021, leading all 4 days of this event, catching nothing but smallmouth. Could he do that for the Bassmaster Classic? A lot of people, including myself, I was a little pessimistic about it being late March. Would smallmouth factor for 3 days for Gussie? He's 2 days through that process. 10 smallmouth to his credit. Can he catch 5 more on Championship Sunday to take the title? Right now, he's looking like he's in a good position. Anything less than a limit tomorrow, I guess, would leave the door open for John Cox and Brandon Lester. But if Jeff Gustafson does his job, 5 more fish could separate him from being the 2nd international angler ever to win the Bassmaster Classic. There's still a lot of fishing time left. We have half of our day today, or a couple hours left in our day, and a final day that'll be full of drama. Welcome into the Bassmaster Studios and the Outdoor Expo. Ronnie Moore here, along with my special guests. Like I mentioned, our Toyota Midday Report will now consist of 2-time back-to-back Bassmaster Classic champion Hank Cherry and the MC of all MCs, Dave Mercer. Guys, today it's been more dominant than I ever thought it would be for Jeff Gustafson. A couple 17-inchers he's had to throw back, but boy, he's 5 more smallmouth and he could do it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. How different a day makes. Ronnie Moore, yesterday even when Gussie was leading, Ronnie Moore saying it can't happen. There's no way it can happen. He is 5 fish away from making history. And not just that, he's dominated this fishery 5 days in a row. I mean, you can't say he's dominated it yet today until we see the rest of the field. But 5 days in a row, if you count the Elite Series and, of course, now the Bassmaster Classic.
And Hank Cherry, you know about winning and closing out a Classic on the final day. Gussie would have led 7 straight days on this body of water. If he leads wire to wire this week, you led your first Classic wire to wire, and I think you led 2 of the 3 in your second one. What kind of pressure will he face leaving the dock tomorrow, no matter if it's a 5-pound lead that you don't want to give away or if it's closer than that?
Well, Gussie's mentality, I can imagine right now, is he's at home. This is from whatever town he's from in Canada. This is his backyard. This is his place, and he's got to be thinking right now, nobody is taking this from me. I'm 5 bites away, and it doesn't matter. He only has to see 5, because when you watch Gussie fish throughout this whole process, he has complete confidence in what he's doing. I said it earlier. He reminds me that he's back home fishing through the ice. And that's how confident he is right now.
He is exuding confidence. He said that since he got here. He fished an hour of his practice period for largemouth just in case. I don't think we're going to see him make a cast for largemouth this week, guys. Such a dominant performance by him. Hey, he did walk into the interview room yesterday with a little bit of swagger and stared me down and said,
So he should. I would have slapped you right in your mouth.
How do you like that? And I said, hey, I love that. I'm not rooting against you, Gussie. I just didn't think it'd be possible for 3 days in late March that smallmouth would win this body of water.
That is the world's biggest crawfish I've ever seen in my life. You're backing your way out of that.
Of course. By tomorrow, Dave, he was my pick to win. That's what it's going to be. Chris Johnston hooked up.
Is it a keeper? Get me close. Oh, I don't think so.
I believe his bass track is accurate, which is 0. This could be his first keeper today.
13 3/4. Come on, sound. Golden.
Whoa.
Oh. Flashbacks.
Come on.
Slippery little suckers. You think that Johnston, if Gussie pulls this off, Chris Johnson has been the first to do everything fishing-wise
Took a long time
as a Canadian.
To get that one.
You think the Johnston brothers are going to be happy for Gussie, or just maybe happy publicly for Gussie?
Just nice to feel.
I think happy publicly, because I doubt that they're even happy for each other when they have success. When Corey beats Chris, Chris isn't really happy, and but I think that they'll publicly show some respect. He'll be the first Canadian to ever do it, second international. That's history that we haven't seen. It's been almost 20 years since our first international angler won the Classic.
I gotta fish the rest of the docks in this pocket.
Chris Johnston on the left just caught his first keeper. That was accurate to bass track, and John Cox sitting in second place right now. Virtual tie with Lester.
Today's been it's been going okay. I mean, we got 5. That was the main goal, and we got 2 really nice ones. I'd feel really good if we got one more nice one. If we got like a 5, a call out like 1.5 pounds. But I'm just torn. Like I want to hang out in here and wait for new ones to come in. But then part of me feels like it's almost too warm. Like we need to go main river stuff. So I don't know. And we haven't gone where we caught any of them yesterday. So I'm kind of thinking maybe we should make the run. I don't know. I don't know what to think. I'm all over the place. So I think we're gonna hit this one more time. And if we make a call here on our magical tree, I think maybe we'll hang out. And if we don't, I think we're gonna go maybe run some new pieces of wood on the main river. I just got a feeling it's just warming up so fast.
The nice thing about John is if he thinks that you're going to hear it.
We've seen a lot of anglers take what I like to, the analogy is they've taken a crumb and made a full sandwich out of it this week. They've taken very little of practice. How hard is it, Hank, knowing that you practice for 3 days, 4 days for a Classic, all disjointed days in between, and it's totally opposite of the way you're going to fish the tournament weather-wise? Like, how do you even prepare for the way it's already probably mid-60s in the back, and that's why he thinks it's gotten too warm too fast?
Look, don't let John even try to fool anybody.
The problem is
he knows exactly what's going on. He knows exactly what he wants to do, and he knows he's sitting exactly where he needs to be. He knows they're coming to him. He knows that he doesn't have 1.5 pounds in his live well, and he knows that things are good, and that the afternoon keeps moving the way it is, that he has an excellent chance to move up the leaderboard and chase Gussie down. He knows that in the back of his head.
Still waiting to see a 5+ pound largemouth or smallmouth come across the scales. 415 was our big bass yesterday. A lot of 3-pounders for our largemouth guys, but we're waiting to see the kicker from that species pop in. Brian Schmidt hooked up.
Please stay on. Please, baby girls.
That's a nice one. That is a real nice one.
That's what Gussie's got to worry about.
Please,
I mean, not only he's got to catch him,
here.
but with this warm weather, you could have a largemouth guy make a giant charge.
That's definitely worth one talking to right there.
Ooh.
Yes. Whoa. Whoa. Come on, baby. I lost that fish yesterday. That's a nice one. Yeah. It's a 3-pounder. Give me some on that, huh?
There we go. Let's go.
We're not done. Woo! We're not done. We're not done. We're not done. Dude, I lost that fish yesterday.
That will jump Brian Schmidt into the top 5, and
When
if it's a little more than 3 pounds even,
like I was hung up.
get him up into 4th place.
Yesterday. Well,
Does that give Brian 5?
That was number 4.
Fish a couple places back here, and I need to get idling
biggest of the day.
Back here where this clear water is. We gotta find more of this. That was big time, boy.
Dave Mercer, Brian Schmidt is a gamer. I asked him yesterday. He's won plenty of opens. He's won plenty of three-day events. And we see guys who win Elite Series events struggle in the Classic. I don't know what the deal is between 4 days versus 3 days, all the weather changes, things like that. I asked him, I said, this is kind of the opens are like sprints, the Elites are like marathons, and the Classic is somewhere in between. There are days where you have to throttle them and use everything, and there's days where you got to manage it. And for Schmidt, I feel like this style of tournament sets up well for him.
All right, we just made a move where I lost one yesterday, and we caught her. I'm going to go back to where I did most of my damage here in about an hour or so, where I did most of my work yesterday. I started on it this morning. I don't know if they don't position right or the current's bumping now or what, but I feel like they're biting. But what I really want to do is I really want to get back here and idle and try to find some more of this back here where this little bit cleaner water is. I got a couple little things we're going to hit back here. We might idle some. We're definitely going to come back and throw at this on our way back out, but we just got a little bit of life. I mean, just a little bit of life. I feel a lot better. It just is not easy, man. I just wish I had a little bit more than what I have, like spots-wise. Like I need some fresh stuff. One more cast here, and we're gonna move.
Start of this event, every angler said, you know, you got to come into this, and it's going to be the angler that's fluid, the angler that can change with the conditions. And the amazing thing about 3-day events and the Bassmaster Classic is I think people underestimate how it's tough to recover from a slippage. You see it in the Elite Series all the time where somebody has a tough, first day, but they get right back in it and they can potentially win that tournament. That one less of a day, and some people think it makes it easier to win a tournament. Sometimes it makes it harder.
These are some of the catches from earlier today for Brian Schmidt. We just saw him catch his 4th keeper, and Hank Cherry, Mercer said it, Brian Schmidt said it. There are guys who go out on day 1 and swing for the fences because second doesn't matter, last doesn't matter, but then they don't even have a shot. They've boxed themselves out of winning because of a tough day. Over half the field does not have a shot to win after how yesterday was a tough day for them. You got to at least be in the game after day 1 to have a shot to win on Sunday.
Yeah, you've got to be in it to win it, but you have to have that mental mindset this tournament that there is one place, one position, and first is where you want to be after the 3rd day. But if you don't make it to the 3rd day, you end up being at the expo, you can't win it. So getting to the 3rd day is priority.
Hank, here's what I want to know. What is tonight like for Jeff Gustafson, for Brandon Lester, for these guys? I mean, everybody talks about that pressure, and some people have said to me, well, we haven't seen Gussie, he's very calm, and I believe he will be calm tomorrow. But you are really not tested in the Classic until you're leading after day 2 and going out the next day. How tough is that to deal with?
I think his mindset is going to really depend on the lead at the end of the day, right? I've always said going to this event, you either want to be barely trailing or you want to be blowing it away. The closer the field is, the bigger the monkey on the shoulders. But Gussie has that personality where on the outside, he's not going to let it bother you. And you can't, because these guys are going to smell fear, and you can't be afraid of failure to be successful in this job, in this tournament. And I think that's the furthest thing from Gussie's mind at the moment. Gussie wants to win this tournament. His only thing, his one point is going to be, I need 5 fish. He's going to sleep in his head needing 5 fish. He's going to eat dinner tonight thinking about 5 fish. Everything he does till he gets back on that boat tomorrow is going to be about 5 fish.
Here's the little nugget you got to keep in mind. Think about who he's roomed with the last year. Jason Christie. He's seen Christie go through that charge to win the Classic. He's seen Christie win multiple things. And I just think that not only is Gussie a very advanced angler, I mean, he's won a lot of tournaments in his time, but just seeing that happen has to make it more achievable in your mind.
There's no doubt. I mean, if you're around success, it will breed success. You see good things happen, you mimic good things will happen. But at the same time, you see it over and over again, the cases where guys are just scared to fail. And when you're scared to fail, you don't want to take those necessary chances to win. You put yourself in a bind, and I just don't think that's going to happen with Gussie because he's been around that positive emotion.
Positive in, negative out. Tap it in, happy.
As we're now riding along with Brandon Lester, he's at the point of the day where he's switched his game plan. Can you explain to the viewers why you would think that maybe a cool evening or turbulent water, you may start on a more vertical structure where fish can go up and down? Can you explain why he started maybe in a flat pocket, dirtier water, and now in the afternoon as it warms up to its hottest of the day, that he's now going to that vertical cover like he did yesterday? Got that one bite he needed. He needs 2 of those today, though.
In my opinion, I feel like he's taking advantage of that early morning activity, feeding activity, and you're not necessarily going after the sows, the big girls. What he's doing now is the chance in a way to catch big fish, and you're calling up pounds. I like what he's doing. I actually know where he's at. I like where he's doing it, and I think he knows that any flip is pounds. 2 flips, multiple pounds, 3 flips, hey, I'm all the way back in the game. So he's confident what he's doing. He knows the body of water, and with the flip of the stick in his hand, Brandon is by far one of the best in the game.
We've been watching a lot of anglers make some moves, and Robbie Floyd has had his pulse on all of those smallmouth anglers towards the canal. So he's out with Austin Felix, I believe, right now, who's made a transition, Robbie.
Yeah, and I don't know if pulse is an accurate assessment because we might have been considered dead for a while because there wasn't much happening out there in the canal. Everybody cleared out. Gussie stayed there for a while, but you can see he's not messing with that canal anymore. Now he's hitting the bank. And what was interesting, when the smallmouth stuff stopped, he came out here, hit a couple of points, some flats, trying to stir up still smallmouth fish. He switched to a crankbait, caught a fish the first cast underneath the dock, smallmouth. Then the DT6, he catches one. This is keeper. Now it shows he only has 4 fish, or it will show he only has 4 fish, but he actually has a 5th fish in the boat. He now has a limit. He's got one about 2 pounds, 2¼ pounds that is dead on that 18-inch line. So he's saying he wants to keep it. He does, but again, he's going to check, because if that thing shrinks, and we've seen that, I don't know the physical response for that happening. If it does get below 18, he's going to have to put it back in the water. But I know you've got Hank on board there, and it was breaking my heart knowing that Hank was here signing autographs at the expo, watching what Corey Johnston did the past couple of days with the jerkbait off of that point near the canal, and I know it's got to be tearing Hank up.
Robbie Floyd, I don't know how you do it, but your hair is always on point. No matter the conditions, we appreciate that. You bring the hair game to the Bassmaster Classic. Are you seeing any of those, getting into the afternoon, you got to feel like if the voices and the nerves start creeping in, are you seeing any signs of that?
Well, I haven't seen any sign of anything. I really haven't seen anybody moving around, but but seeing him catch his limit here towards the end, doing something different than he had been doing. Maybe this is a secondary thing that he stumbled upon. A lot of questions are these largemouth guys going to catch them later on the day like they did in day one? So if you're targeting largemouth, you're looking forward to this back half of the day. If you've been targeting smallmouth, maybe you need to start looking for some largemouth. I don't know. And already a mixed bag here the past few casts for Austin Felix. So I don't think anybody's panicking right now, especially if you're looking for that largemouth bite.
Thank you, Robbie Floyd. And yeah, some of those anglers who are not named Jeff Gustafson that have dabbled with the smallmouth have always said that's not their main game plan. They have to fill their limit with largemouth or have a mixed bag. Austin Felix, that's very, very good. He may have said, we have seen nothing. Well, that's huge info, because Austin Felix, 10th place with 4 fish. He actually has 5. If that 2.5 pounder, he's going to be up into 6th place. So 2.5 pounds separating 4, 5, 6 spots right now. Austin Felix is going to be one to keep an eye on, especially if he gets on 5 18-inch smallmouth in that same area tomorrow. We'll be right back. Hank, will you hang around with us?
We'll be here.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Toyota, is sponsored by Power Pole.
Welcome back to Bassmaster Live. We are in the waning moments of day 2. We are almost 2/3 of the way through the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota, Knoxville, Tennessee. They have showed out 6,500 people, I believe, at the day 1 takeoff. Weigh-in was full as well yesterday. The expo has been packed. I think, Dave Mercer, we're going to see records fall in the form of fishing on the water and the fans around town.
It really has been incredible. I mean, this morning, for example, it was miserable.
Storms,
I mean, it started
big time.
Major storms. It was raining sideways. And I'll be honest, if it wasn't my job to go down there, I would have looked out the hotel window and been like, well, maybe we'll go to tomorrow's takeoff. It was jammed down there again this morning, and proving that the big man upstairs is a Bassmaster fan. Right before they had to take off, the rain stopped, and it's been beautiful.
As we map out to one of our anglers on camera today, Jacob Porosnik, snuck into our camera coverage yesterday, 10th place overall. Were you guys shocked maybe 12 pounds, 9 ounces was 10th place? I thought 12 pounds would be solid, but I thought maybe 13 and a half, 14. So Porosnik's in it to win it, but still a 6-pound deficit to the leader, just 9 spots ahead of you after yesterday's competition.
It was shocking. I think a lot of the anglers were shocked. You know, came in with a 10, 11 pounds and thought, I'm totally out of this, and realized, wow, it's the exact opposite of what normally happens. And this is a dude, and Hank knows well, he is an incredibly, incredibly skilled angler, and he is somebody you should keep your eye on everywhere we go. I mean, I think because his demeanor is so kind of relaxed, people don't realize just how good he is.
He's by far. I've been in the boat with hundreds of anglers, professional, non-professional, whatever. He's by far one of the best on the fly, let's go do this anglers that I've ever been with. And he can do it all, from the spinning rod to the big stick. He's just a great angler.
Have you got to talk to, I know you're not fishing this week, so maybe your buddies will tell you the truth on how their practice was. Did you get to talk to any of your close friends that are fishing this week that, you know, they kind of just, hey, you were their echo chamber, and they're saying, man, I don't know if I can catch 5, or how was Porosnik if you got to talk to him?
I didn't really get to talk to Jacob, but the guys that I did talk to, I could tell they were still lying to me, and I wasn't even in the tournament. I mean, I know what lives here. I know what can be caught and what's not going to be caught, and I know the possibilities. But they all had one common positive thought: I'm going to do whatever I think I need to do to win.
I got him wedged pretty hard. You know what I'm saying? And
Do not think that'll call for John Cox. Meanwhile, Jacob Porosnik's
don't think he'll do anything.
Figuring out what his
we called it.
What's in his live well right now.
Yeah. Let me see. Wait, let me get lined up real quick so I don't.
Sorry, little fella, but you gotta get picked.
So I can get another one in there. I don't think it's going to do anything.
Would you agree, Hank? You mentioned, you echoed Jacob's praises, but these two anglers right here, two of the most, like, just let's go fishing and catch them type of guys that we have on the elite, natural, instinctual.
Do not let John Cox fool you. He plays that game, that innocent game, but did you hear him right there? Hold on, let me spin the boat so we can get the wind so I can keep that angle. He knows exactly what he is doing,
I feel like
and that's his thing.
Like that.
He didn't want you to feel sorry for him, but he wants you to think he's goofing. He knows exactly what he's doing every time he's on the water.
Kind of like Taku when he says, I don't like largemouth, or I don't like bait casters, you know.
Both of them have literally childlike enthusiasm. When you watch them, like literally everything John Cox, he could be 12 years old. I mean, a really big head for a 12-year-old, but other than that, I mean, you hear him giggle and have fun. I mean, but that's what I love about it. How many sports do you watch where you truly see, I mean, sure, everyone likes to watch that winning moment, and that guy likes winning, but how many sports do you see where you truly see somebody doing it and having fun? I mean, not just when they're successful. I mean, he loves every day he's on the water.
Well, it'd be nice to get rid of that blue one there.
I don't think that was a cull for him. I think he just wanted to check. Now he knows what his small one is. And
right where that fish should be. There should be a whole bunch of them right there.
take a look at Drew Benton in the right side of our screen as well. He's one who's dabbled with smallmouth early in the morning. He had a good boat draw for day one, so I said I'm definitely going to go down there and catch some smallmouth. He caught a few, also caught some largemouth, and his afternoon plan is all about the greenfish as he hooks up and swings one in.
I think he's a keeper. Look at that, hooked under the chin. I think he's 14. Just to make sure. Oh yeah.
It's been very interesting, the bait selection for these guys. It may not be the winning baits, but to see Jeff Gustafson using forward-facing sonar and being patient, hovering his bait over rocks and seeing them come up, you're not even seeing fish until his bait gets near the bottom, and then they rise up. Then you've got guys cranking all week. You got guys flipping a jig. Brandon Cobb caught 3 bass yesterday morning on a buzzbait, a skirtless buzzbait that you just cover the bank with. You should over the next few weeks, but it was 49-degree water temperature just the other day. Water's low, no cover in the water, and a buzzbait's working on day one of the Classic yesterday. It's absolutely incredible. We could see sightfish tomorrow. Who knows? These anglers have dealt with quite a bit of changing conditions. Look at that angler right there. As we look at our TH Marine Weather Watch, currently in the mid-70s, sunny. Wind is around 15 to 20 miles an hour. Gusts above 40 in the Knoxville region coming out of the mountains.
Those aren't grebes. Those are Canadians, my friend. They're storming across the border
to the
as
Classic.
we speak.
It is a Canadian invasion. All kinds of wildlife here. Hey, Gerald Swindle, he was all in on bass fishing until he saw some turkeys on the final day of practice, and he was calling them in the wood. They were walking out. A lot of life has started to move over the last 3 or 4 days in East Tennessee.
You know, a lot of people talk about how, that spectator that shouted out Edwin's weight about Christie and how that affects things. I've often thought that if you just planted a whole bunch of turkeys around the lake, you would distract 80% of the Bassmaster Elite
100%.
Series. Sunny day. I think watching the Johnsons fish the way they're fishing proves just how good Gussie is what he's doing. They are truly some of the best smallmouth bass fishermen in the world. They haven't cracked a code that Jeff Gustafson literally laid the blueprint out, and they have not been able to. And that's not shade on them. That is just showing how incredible what's happening here is.
There's an hour or so left in day 2 of the Classic, which is being won and led by smallmouth, and we see the Johnsons flipping boat docks. That's crazy.
And Jay Secura, he said that on stage yesterday. He's like, I really worked to try and figure that out. This technique, not just smallmouth fishing, but the technique that Gussie is using, he is truly one of the best in the world at it. It's something he's done his entire life, and I think that sometimes in fishing, when amazing things like that happen, we kind of graze over it. But really, if this was another sport, I mean, he's found the line in a race that no other driver found. He has cracked a code to this point that is truly amazing, Hank.
Yeah, and you can tell, like, it's not like he's the only one still on the field trying to catch those fish, but he is the only one that's actually successfully done it consistently.
I mean, look at the top of the leaderboard. There are 4 anglers who have 2 limits back-to-back days. 4 out of the whole field. Like, we had 24 limits out of 55 anglers yesterday. We may be around that mark today, but only 4 anglers have caught 5 fish each day. That's not saying this field of anglers can't catch them. That's just saying literally what you want the weather to do does not equate to, it's going to be easier or it's going to be better. These fish have no idea what they're doing either.
That makes me worried for today's weigh-in. Ronnie, thanks.
A lot of talking going to be going on. But you have to think, and I'm not pulling against Gussie at any way, shape, or form because I love that guy. He's one of the best guys I've ever met in my life. You have to think that one of these shallow guys is going to stumble across a minefield and they're going to blast a few largemouth. It's just everywhere they go where they don't catch one, they're that much closer to landing on that spot.
100%. I think there's no way. What's his lead right now, Ronnie?
7.5.
I think there is no way. I believe Jeff Gustafson can win this Bassmaster Classic. But I do not believe there is a way that Jeff Gustafson wins this Bassmaster Classic and runs away with it. Whether it happens this afternoon or tomorrow, he is going to be challenged. And that's what you want to see. I mean, it doesn't matter the sport. You want to see the eventual winner challenged. You want to see the champ challenged.
Now, if I'm Gussie, I don't want anybody challenged.
No.
I know this feeling. Like, you're Gussie right now?
Hank did
Don't
not
let
want
anybody challenge. Let me go ahead and take this home.
Hank did not want Matt Airy to make his run in the 100-degree weather at Ray Roberts the last few hours. He was not wanting that. As we go out to Gussie now, the only issue I feel is the
is he even there, or is that a scarecrow?
Yeah. Is the 5-fish aspect. And it's not, I think Gussie can catch 5 smallmouth each day. But we saw him throw 3 back that were 17.5 to 17 3/4. The possibility remains that he catches 5 smallmouth tomorrow and that none of them do measure 18. We saw Drew Benton catch, he caught 9 smallmouth yesterday, Drew Benton did, and one of them measured. He's unlocked it, but that's still a crazy possibility.
What did he do to you, Ronnie?
Nothing.
I mean,
you know what? He's so nice. Me being mean to him is going to toughen him up. I'm toughing him up.
That's why you're bullying him.
Yeah, now he's going to
have proof. And I talked to Gussie quite a bit. I have proof. No, but to your point, you are right. That's the danger with the smallmouth game.
That's his only fear tomorrow. It's not if they move. It's not if they don't show up. It's if I do catch fish tomorrow that they somehow don't measure.
Oh, yeah, we make him touch.
But at this point in the day,
we can make him touch.
He could catch 3 tomorrow. He could weigh in 3 tomorrow. And unless someone catches 20 pounds from the largemouth gang, he could still be totally safe without a limit.
Arnold, I know you've been dealing with a bit of a bird problem at home on your property. Wait till you see the amount of Canada geese that have just defecated your lawn when you get home.
We're back here.
On my truck here at the parking lot.
Oh, he didn't move. That's fresh fish right there.
Hello.
Why do you say that?
Just tell by the way it looks, the way he comes up there in his color. And typically in this part of the country, when the front's happening, they come up, the first thing they'll do is push as far back. And what that was this is a big male. It's not a female. Those fish are already fat up here this time of the year. That's just a male that pushed up there, and he's ready to eat bluegill, this, that again. And if you notice the cast, on that particular cast, it was to the back of the walkway, and it's that deep. The only reason they get that deep this time of year is either spawn or eating. I don't think he's spawning right there, so.
Huh? Yeah.
Starting to see some docks factor, not just shallow largemouth guys, but actual the cover that's in the water. Those fish are starting to make their way towards that.
And I'm really liking that mud line. See how it's starting to creep out? That's a Carolina thing. That mud line, the further it gets out, boy, they go to biting.
The shallowest dock pole and the second shallowest. It could be fireworks. We're just creating drama at this point, right, Dave Mercer? But that's what we want. We want tomorrow's final weigh-in to be great.
Well, no. Normally, I mean, you ruin the weigh-ins every Sunday. Championship Sunday, you guys give it all away, make my job incredibly hard. Now we're a day before. You got a guy with a giant lead, and you want to take it away from him.
Jeff Gustafson does have a substantial lead right now over John Cox and Brandon Lester, but there's still plenty of time on day 2 for some fish catches.
Yes! Whoa! Whoa! Come on, baby. I lost that fish yesterday. That's a nice one. 100%. The Classic is a 3-day shootout. I love 3-day events. You don't save anything. You got to have a big day, and you cannot be scared to fail. I've been fortunate to win on a lot of different levels, and my #1 goal is to win a Classic right now. I want to make the Classic every year. I'm going to try my best to do it because I want a shot at winning the Classic. That's my #1 goal going forward. But we're ready. We got the mindset of trying to win this.
Brian Schmidt is no doubt one of the deadliest anglers in the sport. He says, hey, if I tried to be consistent during the Elite Series season, maybe get a top 10 in Angler of the Year, I would sacrifice my mentality, which gets me victories. And we see him almost every year on the Elite Series get a victory. And that's what it takes in this tournament, is that killer mentality to try to close the gap and win this event. Brian Schmidt sitting in 5th place right now. From Jeff Gustafson down to Austin Felix, it's ballooned to about 13.5 pounds. We'll see if anyone over the last hour and a half, 90 minutes, Dave Mercer, before check-in time roughly, can make a big dent in that and say, hey, my name is in the hat for tomorrow.
The thing you got to be scared of, if you're Jeff Gustafson, if you're a Canadian looking to see history, is that big largemouth bite. Will they turn on?
We're out with Robbie Floyd again. Robbie, are you still with Austin Felix? You said you didn't have much of an update for us before, but it was a lot of good info knowing that he had a limit, but only 4 on Bass Track. Has he upgraded?
Yes, he has. I'm looking at this. I'm following Bassmaster.com too, and I see that you show him with a total of 20 pounds or so out there. I'm looking at it. No. He's got 16 pounds today. Even if he had 11 earlier, he caught one, and that's when that culling, comes into question. He actually caught another largemouth just a moment ago. It was a small largemouth, but he had that questionable smallmouth that was right on the line, 18 inches. He decided to get rid of that smallmouth, didn't take any chances because a lot of people not familiar with competitive bass fishing, he would not only lose that fish, so he wouldn't have a limit if it was under 18 inches. He would also have a 1 pound penalty assessed. So he didn't take any chances. He counted that small largemouth, and instead of 11 and 12, he just weighed them all. He did his housekeeping. He has 16 pounds. So some of these guys like Gustafson, they're looking at him and seeing what he does early in the day and what can it take to win this event. Well, what does it take for a guy like Austin Felix? When you're in 30th place, you've got to find a mark. I need to get to 15th. I need to get to 10th to have a chance. Right now, he's inside the top 10, right where he wants to be, and the numbers of fish he's catching with this small crankbait has been incredible. They've been small bass, though. So if he can get some of these big ones to bite like these small ones are, he's going to have a really good day, Ronnie.
Robbie, right now, what's in his live well? If we're looking at a couple 3.5s and a couple 2.5s, and that small one you said, are the other 4 fish smallmouth, or does he have multiple largemouth, or other than just that 1 pounder?
No, do you just have that one largemouth for your keeper on the largemouth, everything else small? Yeah. So he's got a 2 pound largemouth and then that little 14 incher, and everything else is. So that 3.5's probably 4-ish or a little bit more than that. But he did weigh them all. Sometimes when you're busy and you don't have 5 or locked into that possible 6 fish, he didn't do much housekeeping. So he sat there and weighed each one of these fish. So these aren't guessable fish. They're 16 pounds. And he's doing something he hadn't done. Now, what do you do? And he even questioned just a moment ago. He said, if I don't get nothing here, very soon, I might go back to that canal, try and get some of those to bite, because he knows the right size fish are in there. He's taking a little bit of time off, let them rest a bit. If he can get a big one, then head back. Maybe that 16 jumps to 18 or 19 when they go to weigh in today.
Possibly could be the biggest bag of the tournament if he does upgrade. Thank you, Robbie, for the update with Austin Felix and Dave Mercer. That's a big important move. If he's got 16.5 pounds, that's 4 more than he has on Bass Track for a total. That puts him in the top 5, and it's 1 more angler that is now within 10 pounds of Jeff Gustafson. There's going to be a couple guys that if that door opens, they're still in the game possibly.
Well, and you have to expect it to happen. I mean, it's exactly what happened yesterday. Gussie gets out to a bit of a lead, and then it kind of tailors off, whether it's because he's laying off fish or it just slows down. The largemouth bite gets better as the day moves on, and we're going to see challengers. Like I said earlier, I mean, I don't see there's any way that he wins this without being challenged, and this dude may be the challenger.
Get in here.
I think this will be his limit.
He might make it, dude.
If it keeps.
To me, he makes it.
That's a limit for Brian Schmidt.
I think he makes it, man. We need to just idle in here.
He is a stone cold winner, Ronnie, and I think
big
because
deal
of
in
that,
fishing. Always, always, always listen to your gut. My gut's been telling me come back here and idle. Let me get another magic worm out real quick. Mini magic worm doing work this week. All right, there's some fish.
What were you saying, Mercer, about Brian Schmidt's deadliness?
I think because of that rough first season he had on the Elite Series, I think a lot of people, you know, that maybe weren't exposed to him previous to that as much, they kind of don't realize the stone cold closer he is. I mean, the amount of tournaments that he has won. And you know what you need to do? Ask another tournament angler about Brian Schmidt
100%,
right away.
100%.
I mean, holds the all-time record for the most Toyota Series wins. I mean,
he's there.
He wins.
I said to him yesterday when he came in the interview room, I said, how'd you do today? And he said, 16 and change. And I said, there's no grass here hardly. And he said, it's a river, though. And so river fisherman, one of the top. Grass fisherman, one of the top. One of the top 3-day tournament anglers, Brian Schmidt, trying to keep his name in the hat in the top 5 right now. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. It's the 53rd Bassmaster Classic. And you're going to do the weigh-in today. You'll do the weigh-in tomorrow as well, and the takeoffs. Overall, I mean, this is just a gathering of all of the fishing freaks across the country, and they're showing up big time this week, Dave.
It's not just a tournament. The Bassmaster Classic started as a dream from Ray Scott to have this amazing tournament, but it's turned into an ever-evolving, ever-changing industry. I mean, today is a celebration of the sport. You look at all of the people streaming in here, and you hear it over and over again. Whether you're going to the expo, whether you're going to the weigh-in, I mean, people are like, I've never seen a takeoff like this. I've never seen a weigh-in like this, and I've never seen a trade show like this. And as an angler, man, it makes me happy. The bass fishing is alive and well and growing, and maybe just internationally growing a little bit more.
I'll say this, Mercer, you make me cry every classic, and not on purpose. That final moment when that angler's crowned and you're yelling and the confetti's going, it's a moment I never forget, ingrained in my mind, because it is such a cool tournament to win, and it's life-changing for these anglers as they are now. You can lose the trophies, but you'll never lose that title of a Bassmaster Classic champion. We will see who gets it done, but Jeff Gustafson, he's 5 smallmouth away from just putting a stranglehold on tomorrow's trophy.
Ronnie, I will bawl like a small child with a stubbed toe if Jeff Gustafson does this. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I mean, I'll be verklempt. He comes from Kenora, Ontario. They have a giant tournament there, and the goal is always to ride through the tent where they have a drive-through weigh-in. Well, he might just be riding through the biggest tent in professional bass fishing tomorrow afternoon.
Such a cool drive-through weigh-in. The Bassmaster Classic. We'll be back in a few minutes with the whole gang, Tommy Z and the boys. Davey as well.
2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Toyota at the Tennessee River, is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota. And by Dakota Lithium.
What's going on, guys? Hanging out in the Academy booth over in the Magellan corner, hanging out with Mike Nelson. And Mike, every single year we always see the new gear that maybe you can only get at the Bassmaster Classic. That's the same thing that's happening here in the Magellan portion of the Academy booth.
That's right. We're super excited you guys are joining us this year. As we do every year, we've got a Magellan collaboration with Bassmaster Classic, and it's labeled 2023 Bassmaster Classic, Knoxville, Tennessee. So you can come over to our booth, or you can go to our local stores, and you can find all this gear that's exclusive for this year, just for this event. And we're super excited to partner with Bassmaster to make that happen.
Well, I already snagged my Bassmaster Classic shirt from you guys, but where can I get this awesome rain gear, hats? I mean, you're decked out in Magellan today.
Yeah, I'm representing Magellan today, and actually today we're going to talk about Magellan Pro. It's an elevation of our biggest brand, Magellan Outdoors, and with Magellan Pro gear, we actually partner with several of our pros to really elevate our designs. And so we have advanced fabrication. These are all task-driven, so they're specific to each thing that you want to do, and they're at a great value. I mean, that's again Academy's message. We're extreme value. So for our customers who love to fish, whether you're an elite angler or on the water like our pros or not, and you just want really good gear, we've got it for you.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. If you love the Bassmaster Classic, you want the custom shirt collaboration. If you're an avid angler, you just mentioned all the pro gear. What about if you're getting into the outdoors and you just like to, maybe you like to grill and chill, maybe you like to go to the beach, maybe you like to hang out, you guys have new stuff coming out for them too?
Yeah, that's a great call out. We've got this stuff called Shore and Line, and that is exactly for grilling and chilling. It's for all your friends and you guys hanging out. Want to fish during the day? You want to go home at night and hang out around a campfire or something? The Shore and Line collection really encompasses that, and I can tell you it's super casual, but it's really comfortable. It's all about the comfort for that stuff.
Well, Mike, we've got our little corner kind of pieced out here with all the paparazzi around, but the Academy booth has a line longer than I'd like to admit. It is a big line here. Glad everyone's funneling for the 53rd Bassmaster Classic.
Yeah, it's been exciting to really have this much customer interaction. For us, it's great to come out and actually see and collaborate with our customers, hear what's going on, hear what they love about what we bring them, and it's just been a great reaction so far at Knoxville. We've loved this event, and so far it's huge. Today seems bigger than yesterday, if that's possible.
Even when the doors close to the expo tomorrow on Championship Sunday, you can still get all this Magellan Pro gear, the Shore and Line collection, all of that memorabilia. You can get it at Academies very soon.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota is sponsored by Power Pole.
Of the Classic, our coverage continues here on Bassmaster Live. Knoxville, Tennessee, of course, what a great place to have a Classic, a World Championship. We'll crown a World Champion tomorrow. A little bit, after 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow. That's 6 o'clock probably tomorrow. Jeff Gustafson, still the man on top. John Cox is in second place. He's moved up there in the past hour or so. Brandon Lester started the day, actually held the lead for a little while today. Brian Schmidt, Drew Benton, Scott Canterbury, Brandon Card, Corey Johnston, Jay Shakurat, and Jacob Porosnik. Not too much movement in and out of our top 10 during the course of the day. Big number is 25 today. You must be in the top 25 in order to make it to Championship Sunday. And there's a look. Yes, Drew Benton. Let's go out to Drew Benton.
Exactly right. And Drew Benton having a big afternoon yesterday, spinnerbaiting laydowns. Went out on a little flurry here in the last probably 90 minutes. Drew Benton starting the day with a good smallmouth down in the canal between the lakes. And that right there is exactly how he caught them late on day one of this tournament.
Obviously looking for those largemouth. He started out this morning in the canal fishing for smallmouth.
It's only his second fish, but Luke Palmer just got our big bass of the day, a 6-pounder.
Oh, nice.
5-pounder.
Nice, Such.
Dirt shallow. Dirt shallow. I saw that fish swim and eat it. That thing's fixing to make a bed. Skinny. These 15.5 inches. And number 5. Look at his bottom jaw broke.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that went on Loudoun yesterday, late in the day. There were a lot of big fish caught on spinnerbaits on laydowns like that. What's been interesting is we have not seen that play early both days.
No, we have not. Even with the warm nights, you know,
Yes,
you expected
yeah.
if it was getting down into the 20s or maybe mid-30s at night, but it was 60 degrees this morning at 5:30.
Right. Well, you could see a lot of that clear water outside of that dirty water with Drew Benton right now. Making the comment that he thought that
There she
fish
is.
starting to spawn, getting close.
Ooh.
Yes! Oh! Yes!
That's a game changer
That
for
is
Drew Benton.
that's the big time right
Look
now.
how freaking fat that one is. We just talked about it. Thank you, Lord. Come on.
He was won one time on the Bassmaster Elite Series. He's
still in it.
5 classics.
We're still in it.
I enjoy watching Gussie moping. But I'll have to admit, I'm fine sitting right here when I watch that. But when I see Drew Benton catch him on a spinnerbait on low laydowns, I'm like, I'd kind of like to be out there.
I like hearing you say that you like watching Gussie moping.
And sulking and
Hey, well, one thing, I'm dead serious. I've talked to Brian Evie, the cameraman for Gussie today, and he said it is, get ready, and I didn't know this, he said it is staggering how many he has lost today.
Really?
Had no idea. During our Fox broadcast, we did not see that.
That's some guys catching some important fish. JT Tompkins just filled his limit. He's our Chesapeake Opens winner.
Right.
He's in 20th place inside the Classic Cut. And our college man, Louis Minetti, has got a limit, and he's up there in 21st.
How about that? Going to make the cut, maybe? Maybe.
Indeed, Tommy Sanders. And I'm going to tell you, yesterday we got to see some big shots later in the day on Fort Loudoun. Got to see one of those with Brandon Lester. Today it's a pretty easy one. Drew Benton catching a good one early today, backing it up with a big one late. Catching smallmouth early in the canal between the lakes, catching this big, I'm talking about East Tennessee stud right here. Hey, Drew Benton, late day 2 Bassmaster Classic. You are. What are you, Davey Height?
He is our power pole replay of the day.
Done,
right on.
my friendo. Yes. Good one right there.
You know it's going to get my vote, spinnerbait and laydowns. Dirty water inside of dirtier water.
Drew's best classic finish of his 5 classics was 2017, Conroe. I think he's headed for his best classic finish as it stands right now.
Boy, you can
Still a lot
see,
of
though,
fishing to go.
there is still very clean water in these creeks.
Yes.
Such mentioned some of the guys coming up to maybe make the cut for tomorrow, the top 25. Louis Minetti, if he does via the college series, he would be the 3rd college angler to ever make the final day out of the dozen or so that have fished in it.
Really?
2014, Jordan Lee, he got a top 10.
Right.
And then Cody Huff
Gunnersville.
at Gunnersville. Both of the college anglers to make the cut were at Gunnersville.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty high bar to meet.
Yeah.
Those two that made it before him end up being on the elites, and pretty awesome.
Corey Johnston with, looks like a keeper.
I think we're going to go. Oh, 50 and a half. Giant. Take it. I will take that all day.
We're sitting right around 11 pounds at this point, 7th place.
One more.
Said he lost a big one yesterday afternoon late under a boat dock.
Yeah,
He
5-pounder.
Needs that bite now. A lot slower start for him this morning than he hoped for it to be
Yeah,
on
he
that
caught a
point.
couple, and we thought, hey, he's doing what he wants to do here, and he just couldn't keep it going.
Little one.
I probably would be fine for gas, but I just want to throw a little bit in there because I'm over half, and I'm going to try and fish a little longer than I did yesterday. Gas pumped right pretty close. It's not only going to cost me a few minutes here, so worth the peace of mind.
I bet his credit score is doing pretty good right now.
Yeah. Doing good on time, I think. I think he's got time to fill the tank if he wants to.
40 minutes or so. I'm going to go to the canal and hit a couple rocks I like in there. I mean, I saw a bunch of fish yesterday. They were hard to catch, nipping there too, and I'm sure it's no better. There was a lot of guys starting off in there this morning, but yeah, go give it a go. Maybe the current might be ripping a little better with all the wind, so try that, and we'll kind of go from there. So
did I understand him right? He's going to the canal, maybe?
He's going to the canal, friendo.
Yeah. Burn a few of his ones.
Okay.
Certainly makes sense.
Can't beat that though. Pay at the pump.
Better get that receipt. You're going to need those write-offs. Right.
He's already planning to have $300,000 deposit. He needs to mark some stuff off, Davey.
That's exactly right.
Oh, come here. Come here. My hand in your mouth. Got her. I got her. Oh, my gosh. That's what we needed. Oh, my gosh. She's peeing everywhere. Dropping eggs everywhere.
John Cox is making up a little ground.
He needs one more like that today.
That's what we needed right there.
Saying how much he fears the cranker, John Cox, on the final day.
Okay, I can't get the things to touch. All right, let me just drop her in. I want to say blue is probably next.
Boy, what a good call for him.
Oh my gosh. That was a good call.
Can you hold that other one up next to his phone?
I already dropped him in. He's in there.
There's 2 pounds. Get him within 5 pounds of Gussie.
That was like a 3-pound coal. Let's call the other one. We got one more. One more little guy in there. Come on, let's get one more. One more. Gosh, right where she should be.
He mentioned
I
it
kept
during
going
our
through my head. I was
Toyota midday report, just the cast angles he was dealing with. He also felt like he was too far in the back of the creek. He wanted to make his way a little bit towards the mouth of his region to see if there's more fish coming in. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and I kind of wanted to, Such spurred this on in my mind, and I wanted to tell you guys, this year, adding or having all the international anglers we do, I wanted to highlight where in the world and how many countries have been represented in the Bassmaster Classic in the past. And so looking at, if I can get this thing to cooperate, looking at the countries, not only do we have Americans every single year, we have Canadians, one of them leading our event. He would be the first Canadian to win. That's Jeff Gustafson, possibly this week. We have also added Australia with Carl Jacobson from the Elite Series. I think we've had an Australian before in the Classic. That makes 3 different countries. Japan, as usual, that's our first international Classic champion there. That's 4 countries. We've also had Zimbabwe and Italy represented as well. Am I getting all of those?
South Africa.
And in South Africa. So 7 different countries have been represented at the Bassmaster Classic. It is a world championship of the sport. We got multiple Japanese anglers and 4 Canadians in the Classic field this year. So really cool to see that, and to see all the fans from those countries show up at the takeoff too. It is pretty cool spectacle to see.
South Africa.
Yeah, don't forget.
Remember the name? Remember the name, Such?
Jerry Eustace was, I think he was Zimbabwe.
Jerry
though.
Eustace was from Zimbabwe, right?
Wow.
Yep, 2-time Classic.
All but
That's
two
right. Competitor.
continents, Tommy. We're missing South America, and there's a big bass contingent down there fishing and trying, and Antarctica. So we've hit all the continents for classic qualifiers.
We'll see how many bass qualifiers come from Antarctica. But last time we were here, we did add one with Italy. Jacopo Galelli qualified to make this classic in 2019. So Knoxville's been a big
Davey,
gathering.
when is the last classic? If you look at first place right now, you look at Gustafson, who's used one lure the entire tournament. John Cox, second place, has used one lure the entire tournament for its side crankbait. When has the last classic been won with somebody just throwing one bait?
I see Woo Daves over there in the audience. I think maybe he just threw a tube right outside of Soldier Field. I don't know. I can't, especially first and second.
Van Dam and Beeswax Creek threw a red-eye shad.
Yeah.
And I don't remember him catching Hank Cherry on. No,
he caught some on a jig.
He did.
Yeah.
You're right.
Swim bait jig.
Boy, I'd like to know that.
Boy, I guess Van Dam on the lipless. That's and then nothing since then, and nothing any time near then on the front side of that.
It's interesting.
I even caught a couple on a crankbait.
You did too. Good ones.
Most on a
good one.
Bacon rind, but
yeah,
was it?
I was thinking most of those guys are here. We could just go ask.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
So remember that.
You
give me a break.
Full of.
Well, I remember doing podcasts last week on this Bassmaster Classic, and we actually talked to you about this, Tommy. Really thought this would be a tight event.
Yeah, that was one of the features that we were looking forward to.
And we opened up on FS1 today and said, there is a very solid potential. This could be an absolute blowout.
Right. And we still have to say that.
Yes.
Absolutely. We're moving on, getting closer to check-in time. Check out of the lake. Take a look at our leaderboard unofficially. This is Bass Track, says Jeff Gustafson. Has that lead right there. 5 pounds ahead of John Cox. John Cox making a good move, some big moves. Mark Tony, you said it. He's another big one like he just caught there, and we got something going here for sure. Brandon Lester, Ryan Schmidt, Drew Benton, Scott Canterbury having a good day today. Solidified his spot on the finals, that's for sure. Johnson, Card, and all the rest. More moves to come, though. You can count on it.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen!
Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota is sponsored by Power Pole.
Oh, all striving to hold that Ray Scott Memorial Bassmaster Classic trophy at the end of tomorrow. Championship Sunday, but right now striving really hard with most of our field to try to make the top 25. That's the only way you can get to that position on Sunday or have a chance even to shoot for something like that. No big developments in the last, since the midday on the leaderboard, except for the ascension of John Cox into second place. Brandon Lester dropping down a spot, and Brian Schmidt playing a little catch-up, almost regaining his third spot as we get out there.
Taking a look at that map right there, and we'll kind of dive into that a little bit. Starting to see a lot of certain areas that we saw in years past playing in a big way here on Fort Loudoun again, but one of the only survivors up in Tellico right now, Corey Johnston.
Be a keeper. I don't know. I think she's gonna be short.
I don't know if Corey's ever watched the footage of Jim Bitter measuring a
Limit.
fish in that same position
Limit.
in a Bassmaster Classic.
Baby bump. You got a limit.
Like even on the exact side.
The exact side.
Have those knees ready to bounce that fish into the, yeah. Let's go now from Corey Johnston. I think Robbie Floyd is back in Tellico or the Tellico area. Robbie, you're out there where Jeff Gustafson started today. Who were you with? Let's refresh us on that.
Actually, it's where Austin Felix started today, and Jeff Gustafson was here just a second ago. But Tommy, this is where Jeff Gustafson won that event. This is where he started on day number 1, but he hadn't fished it all day until just about 15 minutes ago. I was a little surprised to see him. He just moved on about 30 seconds ago, and he's fishing closer to the bridge. But you always talk about the Classic, and any event for that matter, you want to do something different that everybody's not doing. What's that one different thing? Well, Austin Felix is going to spend some time here, and I saw him pull out the old ball and chain. We're going to see a Carolina rig for the first time here on Gussie's hole in this area. And I said, what are you throwing on there? He said, it's going to be a speed crawl. He said it worked at Oahe. We're going to see if it's going to work here. So we always look for that little something different. That's different. Haven't seen it, and we'll see if it works here in just a bit.
Robbie, how has Austin basically just trenched in on that spot? Has he been there all day long?
He had been. There's actually 2 areas that he had been, and he had it to himself all day. Caught most of his fish here. The one that Gussie, the one he's known for, is a little further up closer to the buoy. This is his secondary spot that he's at right now, and he may hit these a couple of times, but he spent most of his time in here. When he did, he started, going against some bluff walls and some points. He had some success catching largemouth and as well as smallmouth on a crankbait, but he wasn't getting the right size. So once he got that limit that he knew, he had one of those borderline smallmouth earlier. He got rid of it, didn't want to take that 1 pound penalty chance. He weighed his fish, and even though we were seeing 12, he says he weighed them to 16 pounds. So our numbers aren't quite right.
Wow.
Maybe his scales aren't quite right. I didn't see 16 pounds, but he knows there's good ones in here. And unlike Gussie, who's been letting these spots rest, he's ready to burn it down, brother. He ain't got no choice. He's got to make up ground somewhere, and this is his place.
Robbie, it was predicted that we were going to have possible 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts on the lake. Are you seeing that?
They're here. I don't know. I want you to look. Dan, can you show Brandon, my boat driver, down here? He is down there holding us still because there's zero chance. It is windy. It is one of those days where you're okay, I better be facing into the wind. I just want to hold ground, but it's one of those rough days right now for sure. The wind is finally here.
All right, Robbie, thank you so much. Good report there from Austin Felix, who has a little more weight apparently than we were led to believe on Bass Track.
Yes.
So we'll have to figure that into our calculations, but the man on top, without question, still. What a massive effort today from Jeff Gustafson, today plus yesterday.
We talked about it. Gussie, when he talked to us yesterday afternoon, didn't know whether he was going to start there this morning or where he ended up starting. Had he started there, caught his 16 pounds, and saved these other 2 spots, he might have a bigger lead.
What does he have to catch tomorrow? Come on, Davey. Go on now.
It'll be easier for me to give that prediction after everyone weighs in. I'm going to say, to seal the deal, 14.
Oh, I think
as much as that? Yeah.
All right.
Well, you hear those stories like you were telling us about Greg Hackney catching these monster stringers of 25 pounds largemouth. If those stories are true, it's possible.
Yeah. We know not to rule anything out. We've learned our lesson a few times on that one right there. Let's get from Lake Tellico and connecting canal right there to Fort Loudoun, over to Fort Loudoun. Going upriver towards our host city, but stopping off here to look in on Drew Benton again. We saw him catch a really good one just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, and one thing that you're really starting to see in this tournament, a lot of the anglers were saying that these fish were not pulled back into these creeks last weekend when the water temps were cold. They were kind of just in the mouths, little pinch points going back into the creeks. We are not seeing that as this tournament goes along. These fish are definitely on the move.
don't even know if he'll measure, but I don't think I've got one smaller. Look how he's hooked. I ain't got one that small, I don't think.
One thing that we'll definitely keep our
Right there
eye
on
on
that tree,
going
just
into
like he's supposed to
Championship
be.
Sunday, it has been just like the last time we were here. Basically, mid-lake on Fort Loudoun has been the biggest player for anglers in the top 12.
It really has, and there's
little
no doubt
thicker,
yesterday afternoon and this afternoon, the largemouth fishing is 100% better than the first few hours of the morning.
Yes. That lightning jacked them up.
Yeah, I
for
agree.
sure.
Do you think it also could have jacked up the shad and separated them, dispersed them as much, which then is no reason for the bass to congregate in the morning? You know, if that's what they're keyed in on? Do you think, has it affected baitfish, Davey?
I wouldn't think so much because really the best catches of largemouth we saw this morning was Brandon Lester in extremely shallow water around a whole bunch of shad. Maybe something happened with the lay-down bite, the main lake lay-down bite, and that could be what you're talking about, Ronnie. Because there was a lot of the guys that did well yesterday afternoon, including Brandon Lester and Chris Johnston. They caught them on like main lake laydowns in the afternoon, and this morning that was not happening at all. Like those fish had totally moved.
Yeah.
In a warm night, why would they move? Other than that lightning and maybe the bait moved in those areas.
That's a
Those ones back in those
Might be a
mud
3.5.
flats, so I think they stayed put.
That's for sure a 5. Something. 5 something.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Fish he was moving across there. What are we showing him on Bass Track?
Fourth place. 12.5 up to fourth place.
Well, he's got two that weigh 8.5 for sure.
It's hard to tell in the wind. I think Blue's a little bit heavier. I just need to make sure he measures for sure.
If he could get rid of both those fish that he just put on the beam right there, one of them may go right now, but if he could get rid of that last very small one, you're right, Z. He's got 2 or 3 that could rival 10 pounds already.
So white's definitely smaller than yellow.
Well, as we keep repeating, only the top 25 are going to make it after the weigh-in today into Sunday's Championship Sunday final for the World Championship. Right now in 25th place is Chris Johnston.
Wow.
Who started having a very, very rough day today. 1 fish, 1.5 pounds. Right below the 25 mark is Otaku Ito and Stetson Blaylock, a couple of the popular picks coming in here.
In our first flight from day one, we had 7 people in our top 10. We had 7 guys in the top 10 from our first flight. Gussie was in the second flight. Canterbury.
Let's tighten up.
And Jay Powell.
Right.
Chris Johnston's almost out of the top 25.
I'm going to try one little quick spot.
Are you as amazed as I am that Brandon Lester has not found a fish over 2 pounds today? He's got 3 2-pounders and 2 right under that.
Yeah, that's surprising. You know, he didn't catch a lot of fish yesterday either, though. And that Brandon Lester, that one good one on a jig, you know, to me, that might weigh the same, but a one almost 5-pounder and the rest 2-pounders he had. If he'd caught a couple threes doing that, it would make you feel better.
It is rare. So to pull the curtain back, we interview all the top 10 or 12 of the Classic right after they weigh in, so we get a gauge, you know, who we have cameras on. This was really strange yesterday. There were several anglers that we banked on a Brandon Lester, a Brian Schmidt to do well today. But there was also some guys that were in the top 10 that had a very blank stare yesterday, as in not really sure what I'm going to do.
I wasn't quite as confident of Brian Schmidt's pattern as you were, though, I must admit.
Give me a break.
You so...
I must have been asleep or dreaming something during that conversation that was in there.
Obviously, I said that to be funny. I thought
I did too.
I told you guys, he's not going away. He's the one guy that Gussie's going to have to beat, and I still don't understand why.
And here's the thing: we talked about it on FS1. We didn't talk about it on .com. Is what Brian Schmidt did with the low water. It was brilliant, man. Idling all of these flats and marking isolated submerged brush, a log, and said he didn't even scratch the surface of all the stuff he found, which with low water, and you know those fish spawn on that isolated stuff.
Do.
It's only,
or if they're not going to, that's their last stop.
Absolutely.
In many cases. Even John Cox said yesterday, and we don't talk to them, we listen to them. John Cox is like, Brian Schmidt's got it figured out. I saw him mark, you know, John Cox was like, he's got it.
Flip a jig in them. I feel like there's still a couple more fish to be caught out of them. Caught a couple more, didn't help. We're really just fishing for one or two really big ones right now. We get one more good bite, I think we'll still be in it.
Yeah, this is a big afternoon, really, the next hour for Benton, Schmidt, Lester, and John Cox. Really critical hour of fishing.
Drew Benton making some good moves, though, in spite of it all this afternoon, all the way up in the top 5. And oh man, this young man who was the Rookie of the Year back in 2016, he's one of the long timers now. He's one of the veterans, one of the journeymen there, as he stands in 4th place right now with 25 pounds and 10 ounces. Brian Schmidt right behind him, Corey Johnston, Scott Canterbury had gone up into that top 5 for a while, though, but things have shifted. Drew Benton, a very interesting fella. Came out here as a rookie, a celebrated rookie, with a real reputation for being an ace sight fisherman from Florida, North Florida area and Georgia area. Won a tournament on Lake Travis, and he was off to the races.
Historically, on the Tennessee River, when it's nasty, that's when they bite, especially when the fish are pre-spawn. Anytime that I've been on the Tennessee River and we have a nasty frontal day, rain, wind, clouds, they bite. The largemouth do anyway. The smallmouth, they're going to be crazy either way. So we'll just have to run down there and see how that pans out in the morning. But I have full confidence that the largemouth will bite better tomorrow if it's nasty. You know, keep focused and keep an open mind because things are changing by the second.
He is your champion, ladies and gentlemen! Live coverage of the 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Toyota is sponsored by Power Pole.
Well, here we are at the Bassmaster Classic Expo, Outdoors Expo, and what a turnout we have had. It is breathtaking to see how many people are in here. You really have trouble getting in the door, but once you can get in the door, fight the crowds, and get down here on the floors, it's a great experience. I mean, a success by any measure here at our host city of Knoxville, Tennessee.
Tommy, I wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, real quick for the last Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing hit at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. And when we're looking at the guys that are not going to be fishing tomorrow, no shot of fishing tomorrow, it's going to be these guys below 25th place. So if you're looking at Bass Track, Taku Ito 26th right there at about 15 pounds even. I'd expect that number to go up just a little bit based on yesterday's fish catches, but I thought at this point in the day, 9 pounds and change was the cut line yesterday. I thought we'd be well closer to being double that. I know that'll change at weigh-in, but looking at Stetson Blaylock, a guy that I put on my fantasy team because the last 2 March Classics we've had, which was 2020 at Guntersville and last year at Lake Hartwell, obviously in between Ray Roberts was a summer classic. Both those classics, Stetson Blaylock was a 3rd place finisher. You figured shallow cranking, largemouth, river system, Stetson Blaylock would do well, but it just seems to have gotten the best of him this week a little bit. Carl Jacobson, Chris Zaldane, both of them below the cut. I know Carl in his first classic would love to make day 3. Luke Palmer, he's really kicking himself. He's got the Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the day, a 5+ pounder. Yesterday, 3 minutes late. So he was 3 pounds lighter on his weight yesterday than he would have liked. Instead of 8.5, 9 pounds, he had 5 pounds. He's going to be costing himself because he may miss the cut for Championship Sunday because of that. That'll mess up fantasy fishing for sure for those folks, but overall, I mean, you can't mess up my team more than I've already messed up my team. So just go ahead and go on with the show. I'm not going to talk about my team until tomorrow. So.
Understood, Ronnie. We got you on that one right there. We move on into the final hour of fishing on day number 2 of the Bassmaster Classic. I want to welcome a special guest here. Definitely one of the stalwarts of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Been here since the inception back in 2006. 13, I think, Classic qualifications for you, John Cruz. And if I'm thinking correctly, your best performance in a Classic was on this Tennessee River. It was a few pools down, but Guntersville, the vast flats there were a lot more productive than they are for the guys here, I think, as it turns out.
They were. There was a lot of grass there, not as much here, but I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah.
Looking forward to kind of watching and seeing everything that's going to play out here in the next little bit. Gussie, interesting way that he is able to win the last time we were here in the Elite Series. Daggone if he hadn't figured out how to kind of dominate this thing so far. Got a lot of guys nipping at his heels. It's going to be interesting.
Definitely going to be interesting. The thing I want to ask you, and you alluded to it right there, is it not surprising to you just as much as it is to us here? Coming here 2 years ago, you were in the Elite Series tournament, Gussie won. How many people have tried to do what Gussie did, making the Classic and trying to expand, not just in that canal, but all around, and nobody seems to have been able to do it?
So in this part of the country in East Tennessee, that Demiki rig is nothing new.
Sure.
A lot of guys do that. A lot of guys have done that technique for years, but the way he did it when we were here before was in the canal, in that current. Doesn't seem to be doing that as much in this event, so he has had to adapt his techniques and kind of expand on it. I'm surprised he's not back in that canal, but he is close by. So I guess those fish may have pulled out of that canal. Maybe that's where they winter. Maybe they're moving towards the areas where they're going to spawn, and that's where he's been able to intercept them, and maybe that's why he's the only one that was able to capitalize on that versus the rest of the field probably in the canal, still catching a few of those scragglers. I think we saw Benton in there. So a few guys in there catching a few fish, but that's not where the concentration is right now.
I think he's actually moved back in there this afternoon,
let's
Tommy.
Get out on the water right now, John. You can help us break it down.
The wind may have blown him back in there.
It could be. It is moving right along, that wind out there today, as predicted. Back out to our leader, Jeff Gustafson. And there is that canal. It connects Tellico to Fort Loudoun. All the water out of Tellico goes through the Fort Loudoun Dam. It's directed that way.
Looks like almost the same spot that Benton was earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Feels good. Oh yeah, it's a big one, boys.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Come on. Nice. That's an upgrade. Yes, I'm just gonna spot lock this quick. Little canal comes through for one. Oh, I knew that felt a lot better on the hook set. This is gonna be a good upgrade. Nice
beautiful fish.
Coloration on that one.
3.5
That'd give about a quarters of a pound upgrade.
Good, but I'm pretty sure that's, yeah. Yes. Look at this upgrade, guys.
Oh, yeah. I think you nailed it,
Makes me
Sue. That's
happy. Bingo!
close to a pound.
Okay, let's get another one.
One more look at him landing this fish right here. He doesn't like to fight him at the boat, Davey.
It's really
he swings a
surprising.
lot, but he took some extra risk, maybe.
To be honest with you, him and both of the Johnsons, they get pretty aggressive with them, close to the boat, jumping out of your hand and all that sort of stuff. You can't argue with their success, but a little surprising.
The one thing that I saw that he did, which is like textbook in the way you do it, in my opinion, is that he never let that rod unload. The rod stayed loaded in the other hand, so when the fish jumped, he still was able to.
Trouble happens when any kind of slack situation develops.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I got to get rolling. I got a long ride back, and
He left us suspended there a little bit, but I think he can't resist
Yeah.
one more.
Yeah.
That's a common.
It's like I got to
common
go home.
symptom out here. Yeah. Yeah.
Whether you're in the Classic or not, you're
Come
catching
on, get it.
beautiful fish. Never want to leave.
The last thing you want to do is be late when you know you have another good bag of fish.
Sure.
It's not like you go up there near the weigh-in and you can't catch another decent one. Oh, look at that.
Oh, man.
There's a couple right under the boat.
It's amazing how many smallmouth are in that canal and how hard they are to catch.
oh, just like the lightest little nudge.
Drop his bait back down to him. It's at least 3 right there.
It's a party.
Yeah. That's what you want. They'll get competitive when you have more than one.
All right, well, better go. Maybe we can get a couple of those in the morning. All right, well, it was a decent day again, but you know, I didn't fish perfect today, and tomorrow that's got to change if I want to win this thing. So, throwing a hoodie on for the ride. Let's do it.
John, all you guys seem to be so well-rounded, so good at just about everything, but you look at a special case like this, Gussie, and working on that technique for 20 years. Is that what gives him the ability to adapt it to those different conditions that he encountered today, the ones you were mentioning?
I'm not sure if that's what it was, but I know that before, when we were here, none of the locals had ever done that in that canal. I talked to a couple of guys that I know in the area. They were really intrigued that he figured that bite out in that current, and the locals had really not done that.
That's surprising because, like you said, the Domiki technique, which is this, is so popular in this part of the country.
Right.
Let's get back over to Drew Benton. Landed a really good one not too long ago. Moved himself up into the top 4, and he's hooked up again.
Yes, sir.
That one will definitely help him.
Yeah.
That's a good call.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Fell out of 1 1/4. Gussie told me a pretty interesting story about how he figured that out. He had tried it, thought he saw some down there. Clint Davis said, I had one following a Demiki, and Gussie left. He thought about it a couple hours. He said, why don't I try my moped technique? Then he went back there and started catching them up.
Wow.
If you think about this, we talked about it a little bit, John, with Zona was up here, that it looks like unless somebody catches a 6-pounder this afternoon in the last little bit, Gussie's going to lead today. We don't know by how much, but this will be the 6th day in a row, 4 days of Elite and then 2 days of the Classic, that he has led the field with all smallmouth limits every single day.
That's number 5 Colorado blade.
That's
big bite pro swimmer on there, and I've got 2 rigged up. If I'm in clear water, which I'm trying to avoid, I'll throw the more shad colored bait, but that's chartreuse and white. That's what I've been really getting them on. But I've been targeting the dirtier water. I really feel like it's got to be dirty somewhat to even put them up there where I can catch them. So.
Well, that's our Bass Pro Shop's top lures there. Sorry to interrupt you, John. Continue with your thought there. Yeah.
I'm always into a little lure talk.
Yeah.
Been doing plenty of it here with these monster crowds that we've had.
Man, how about that, huh?
Yeah, Drew's hanging in there. He's doing all kind of different techniques. And like I said, I mentioned earlier, he caught one right off the bat, if I'm not mistaken, almost in the identical spot there where Gussie was.
Yeah, I think it was exactly where he was.
So they were fishing. There's definitely a good amount of fish in that area, but Drew's definitely mixing it up and catching a few different ways. I think that gives him a better shot to catch one of those 6-pounders like we were talking about, more so than Gussie. But Gussie is just unbelievably consistent with those 3.5 pounders.
The guys that have started in there, though, even before this tournament started, when I talked to the anglers, right before, they were like, man, if I could get 2 or possibly 3 from there and then go fill my limit with largemouth. Like, no one had confidence they could catch 5 smallmouth a day except Gussie.
Yeah, and part of that, too, is we need to mention, again, 18-inch smallmouth.
Yes.
There's a ton of 15 to 17-inch smallmouth in there, so you can catch 6 or 8 fish and not catch a keeper. And, it basically have to put back a 12 or 13-pound limit, which is a heartbreaker.
Let's get out to Jay Shakura. Jay started in our top 10 today for sure. Hanging in there at number 9. Our Rookie of the Year from last year. Collected himself a century belt catching smallmouth.
There she is, baby. Get in here.
Looking for that one all day.
That's a good upraid.
Fish that way.
He's another angler, I'm surprised. He's largemouth hunting the whole event. You thought maybe he would be smallmouth fishing. 3/8 ounce Strike King jig.
Favorite way to catch him. Finally got number 5. Number 5. That's a good one.
Yeah, that fish is
not fast.
Slim. Post spawn or maybe a big male.
Oh, yes.
We've seen a few that look like post spawners come into the boats.
I've heard an angler or two told me they have caught a couple fish that they really think are post spawn. See Jay, a replay of that catch, 3/8 ounce Strike King jig, blue crawl. I think a green pumpkin menace trailer. Fishing wood, not so much isolated. I think he did catch that one there, but a lot of blowdowns.
Yeah,
that's what he's been fishing.
There again, your unofficial leaderboard per Bass Track, and Jeff Gustafson still with the mighty lead. At this point in the game right here on day number 2. John Cox, though, moving up. Brandon Lester having lost his second position there, but trying to hang in there. He's still looking for a big one today. Drew Benton, Brian Smith, Corey Johnson, Canterbury Card, Shakura, and all the rest. 25, you got to be in the top 25 today.
What's going on, guys? Here in the Academy booth, in the Academy big chair, just swinging our legs, having a good time. And I've got a special guest with me today, Justin Martin. You may know him shooting ducks, but also catching fish, catching crappies, whatever in the outdoors.
Yeah, we do it all. Like, the outdoors are what we love, and so we're 12-monthers is what I like to call us. We move to the next season. So right now it's fishing, and we're here at the Bassmaster Classic, and my goodness at the people. I love these events, because these are all people celebrating the outdoors, man, and that fires me up, mainly because of my job. I'm not ready to retire, so when you see this and you see all the kids, you're like, yep, okay, we're doing the right thing, man.
It's pretty cool. You got to experience the Classic for a lot of years now. I think you said since Grand Lake. I think it was at 2016 or 2013.
It was when Edwin won, so I think 16.
2016. So 7 years straight of the Classic. How many years have you been with Academy as a part of their whole activation?
I've been with Academy for 5 years now. So when we come to the Classic, I do all the social media interaction for Academy and Magellan. And man, it's fun. I told somebody yesterday, I think the coolest thing about the Classic is seeing the same people every year. And I know that sounds weird, but you get to watch these families grow up. These same kids, now I've got pictures with them for 7 straight years, and they'll show, they thumb through them and show you, and I'm like, man, that's really cool. And to see the draw of that and the affinity for fishing, that is cool, man. That is a cool thing.
It is very cool. And the scary thing about it this week, we already have broken takeoff records that we had set here. 6,500 people at takeoff yesterday. Day one weigh-in was packed. The expo's been crazy. School is in session for Knoxville, so all the college kids are here. We could end up shattering the record here. What's it mean to you? When you're at the takeoff and you're on the dock, you get the exclusive pass and stuff, to look up and see that and say, man, it's 6 in the morning, and they could be doing a lot of other things, and they're here to support Bass Fish. It's pretty cool.
It is, and really I go back to the kids, because you look, and it's not just adults at 6 o'clock in the morning. There are 4, 5, 6-year-olds out there just with their eyes wide open, and you know that somebody's looking at that, one of those kids, and saying, I'm going to be there one day. And you know that if they work hard enough, they probably will. And so to think that they could go from that crowd to down there in the boat on the dock, and maybe one day I talk to them, maybe they work with Academy or something like that, it is just a really cool picture to put together. And I think that, being a new father, that kind of thing kind of fires me up now. So that's something that I never even thought of before. So it's really cool.
It is cool. Dreams get accomplished here at the Bassmaster Classic, and they also get started. That fire begins to burn here at the Classic. If you see Justin Martin hanging around the expo, at the weigh-ins, maybe at takeoffs, in the Academy booth, stop by and say, hey, you won't want to miss that conversation.
The 2023 Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Toyota at the Tennessee River, is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Progressive Insurance, and by Rapala.
Here we are, live coverage continuing in the waning moments of fishing, day number 2 of this Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic 2023 edition. Our fantastic host city is Knoxville, Tennessee. We have seen a lot today, especially a performance by the man on top, Jeff Gustafson of Canada, seeking to be only the second international winner of a Classic trophy. He's got a great lead over John Cox. John Cox has done some work, clawing his way closer and closer, but still got a ways to go. In third place, right where he started today, is Brian Schmidt. He endured a very, very slow morning with nothing much happening, hardly anything going on at all. But let's get out now to Brian Schmidt, who is still fishing. He isn't heading in yet.
And then we're going to hit a couple key deals out on that flat where we started. There he is. Oh my God. Please. Please, baby girl. Oh my goodness gracious. It's a big one, dude. Big, big. Yes! Woo! Mwah! That's a nice fish.
That is a nice fish.
That is a nice fish.
That's what he said when he won. That's great.
Yeah, that's exactly. We gave him a hard time about it yesterday, so that's why he's throwing us a little shout out with that.
Yeah.
Too. I'm so glad he caught that fish. Zona thought he was going to really catch him today, and he has struggled. But that is a nice fish.
It's a nice fish.
Those are not nice fish. That is.
They were nice at the time.
Oh yeah,
yeah, when they came in.
Boy,
Yes,
we all thought. I think you did too, a little bit, Tommy. That he was going to catch him today, and he struggled so hard this morning.
He really did. It was shocking. We just kept wondering, why are we not going to Brian Schmidt? Why are we not? He was just like his setup that's so reminiscent of his Potomac.
Yes.
Makeup and background.
That's exactly right.
That's a good little spot right there.
Scott Canterbury still hard at it here in the final moments of the day.
There's a good one. That's a big one. Stay on.
Ooh. Wow. Ooh. Oh, my goodness.
Now that's a nice fish. What are you talking about, baby? Bassmaster Classic right here. That's what we got to have. Some of them. Woo-hoo-hoo, baby. Give me some. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, boy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Wow. That was amazing.
Another 4-pounder. Gets rid of number 4. Oh, you're good. I got 2. I probably ought to check them.
I would check them, man. Sorry.
He put that in at 4. That fish is
every bit of 4.
It had 4 and
number 2.
Yes, I totally agree.
Gotta be.
Are the 2 that's so close.
That thing barely got over the side of the boat.
I mean, I said 5 when I saw it come over the side of the boat.
It's supposed to be the smallest.
I agree. That's closer to 5 than it is 4.
Solid fish.
Looked like a big spinnerbait on that little secondary point.
Yeah. The largemouth show themselves in the afternoon. They did yesterday afternoon, even better this afternoon. But man, they are just non-existent in the first half of the day.
You just take away half your day when you commit to largemouth. Who saw that coming?
Especially with the warm nights that we've had.
You don't want to measure that other one or weigh the other one?
Nah, 4-pounder.
4-pounder?
Yeah, he's at least 4.
At least 4.
That's what I'm talking about.
Scott Canterbury fired up there. John Cruz, if you just look at a textbook, what would be pre-spawn Tennessee River?
Coming into
what
play.
is the we got some business for David to
We
take
got
care
a
of.
little business.
Yes,
I'll take care of this,
right.
and then John can answer the question. The great question, by the way. So we got to give that to Scott Canterbury, the power pole replay of the day, and we're going to replay it right after he caught it because that's been the most exciting thing we've seen in a little while.
Yeah.
Spinnerbait, dirty water, real shallow water, a little secondary point there, close to a little kind of old, dead, lay down, up there about 1 inch deep, 6 inches deep.
Right here.
For Scott Canterbury, you've got to be our power pole replay of the day, and let's just say roll tide here in Knoxville, Tennessee for Scott Canterbury.
That's good. That's appropriate. Third biggest bag on the day puts him up to 5th place.
Oh man. That's right under 14 pounds, Such. Is that where he is?
Right around, just under.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, John, if you wanted a textbook plan for fishing pre-spawn on the Tennessee River, what would it be, and how what has gone down here differ from that?
This is kind of typical of what you see on a lot of Tennessee River lakes, including Gunnersville. Is it you have an afternoon bite?
I mean, it's bigger than the first one I caught. It's a big one, so I know I'm doing the right thing. You just don't get many bites, and thank the good Lord, I've been able to capitalize on all of them today. But it's still, I still feel like I need one more good one today to get me into contention. I mean, it's just like, I know Gussie's going to catch them, and them other guy, Brandon's going to catch them, so I got to do my part. Don't worry about them, It's good. It's fun. We're having fun out here. I'm fishing the way I like to fish. I mean, I've been in 2 or 3 foot of water all day, and we're going to do the best we can. But it's been good.
Well, John, I'll let you finish what you started there.
Yeah, absolutely. The afternoon is the more predictable bite in this early season. Sometimes on any of these Tennessee River lakes, early morning can be a real mystery. And if you don't land on them, I think more of those fish pull off in the morning, move up in the afternoon, makes it a little harder for the largemouth to kind of be consistent in the morning. I kind of like Benton's approach with the smallmouth morning, largemouth afternoon.
That's kind of playing the percentages there, isn't it?
Yeah, we've been able to see the last 2 days kind of what has gone down. I'm like you. Initially, I thought a guy needs to catch him a few smallmouth and then go largemouth fishing, but it's been so difficult to catch a largemouth yesterday and today until at least 12 o'clock or so, and that's what's made it so Gussie pull away from the field, because it takes these anglers most of the day to start catching a few of those largemouth late in the day. Tomorrow morning, who knows? But to have any chance, I will say this, for anyone to really have a shot at catching Gussie, they're going to have to start catching largemouth early in the morning.
Well, Dave, I was going to give you the weather report. It's going to cool off on a clear night down to 49. Bright and early.
That could change things a
little.
little.
Hurt fishing a little bit early, too. Cool things off a little bit more.
John Cruz, before we have to get out of here, you know what the landscape looks like as it stands right now at the end of day number 2. Give us a couple of possible scenarios on how the final day could play out.
So the final day, the big question mark is going to be Gussie. Whether he can if he puts a limit in the boat, it's going to make it up a lot of pressure on those other guys to catch multiple big bites, multiple 5-pounders, 6-pounders in that day that counts, day 3.
Yeah.
But if he stumbles, if something happens to where he has a couple small ones, he has a low teen bag, that's going to open up 2, 3, 4, 5. Those places could catch one of those 17, 18-pound stringers like we saw from Brandon on day 1. Very, very possible. A lot of things changing. You mentioned that little bit of a front. I don't think that's going to do anything to hurt these fish right now. They're up. They want to be up. I think now with these warm days, those fish are going to be up, and I think these guys are starting to dial them in. It's going to be exciting.
I think so, too. Thank you so much, John Cruz, for joining us here at the end of our day.
Thank you guys for
here,
having me, and thanks, Zona, for giving me the chair. I appreciate that, Z.
Okay. Well, it's been a great day out here, and always a second day of the Classic is a lot of tension, a lot of excitement, a lot of pressure on these anglers to land in the top 25 at the end of the day. But we will have our 25 established after weigh-in time, and the coverage tomorrow starts at 8 a.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com, and then after that on FS1, followed by the final hours of fishing tomorrow on Fox. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow, a lot of excitement, always is, when you're going to crown a world champion. What we have seen today, Davey Height, from the likes of, later in the day, Brian Schmidt kind of catching on, at least clawing himself back to where he started today.
Yeah, Tommy. It's been real fun to watch this afternoon. The guys that had to catch a couple of quality fish to stay in the race, so to speak. The biggest race in our sport, the Bassmaster Classic. Drew Benton, Brian Schmidt, Scott Canterbury, a few of those guys. We hope Brandon Lester catches one before he has to check in. Those guys have to do that. Corey Johnson, another one. Those guys have been able to gained some ground late in the afternoon, but they are going to have to start doing it tomorrow morning. They can't wait until 1 o'clock on Sunday to start catching these quality largemouth.
Boy, it's a matter of parts of the day parts is what's sort of one of the stories here at this Classic. What part of the day pays off for who? That's may be a big determiner of who wins at the end of this very, very important tournament. The weigh-in is on the way. Weigh-in festivities start around 3:15, 3:30. Here at Thompson-Boling Arena starts at 3:30. Yeah, official time 3:30 on Bassmaster.com. You can find it if you're here at the expo or in the area. You can come down and enjoy it. Enjoy all that pageantry, all the excitement. See who makes it into the top 25, who will fish on Championship Sunday. Again, thank you so very much for joining us here. Thanks to our terrific host community and all the bass fishing loving people here in East Tennessee. Knoxville, Tennessee is our host community, and we will see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, Bassmaster.com.